Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, RED Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Tugas utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah heavy spin, tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord, ditugas kat bahagian belakang, melakukan pushing dan penendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. First blood, triple kill, killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Victory!
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Tugas utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan oleh MLBB. Fokus kepada launch. Mereka dapatkan launch. Ditugas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia? perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
You have been slain. Double kill. Mega kill. Monster kill.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Kes utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omega telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada launch. Mereka dapatkan launch. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan penendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI. Playoff MPL Malaysia telah maju ke peringkat yang memujakan. Hanya 4 pasukan yang tinggal di dalam kejohanan kita. Dalam satu pertarungan yang cukup sengit, Orange Esports dapat menghukum kesilapan Team HAQ dan menumpaskan mereka 2-0.
Akan mendapatkan kemenangan untuk makan 2 kill sebenarnya, maafkan saya. The Red Kill. Balance. Dikorematkan. Dan tarik ke dari mereka fokus. Orange Esports.
Seterusnya, Homebois menentang RSG Malaysia dalam satu series yang sangat sengit.
Tetapi walaupun belajar kembali digunakan tanpa markah tempo
Dan akhirnya, RSG Malaysia melakukan persembahan yang GG RSG dan memperoleh kemenangan terhadap Homebois. Red Esports menentang Team HAQ. Adakah warna merah lebih sinar? Ataupun
Serangan balas telah dikenakan. Mam dan Mal telah dikorbankan sebentar tadi. Begitu juga dengan Ed. Shutdown tidak diperlukan ke atas Red Q.
dengan prestasi Gary, Team HAQ dapat meneruskan rentak kemenangan mereka di playoff. Itu saja recap hari kedua playoff. Hari ketiga akan bermula. TODAK akan berlawan Orange Esports di upper bracket final. Pemenang match ini akan mendapat tiket pertama untuk mewakili Malaysia di M4. Manakala di lower bracket, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia hanya satu pasukan akan maju ke lower bracket final. Adakah anda sudah tidak sabar untuk saksikan gameplay yang hangat hari ini? Sama-sama kita nantikan.
Hari yang ketiga, hari yang dinanti-nantikan, di mana kita akan tahu siapakah wakil Malaysia untuk M4 pasukan TODAK akan berhadapan dengan Orange Esports. Best of 5 upper bracket finals kita diteruskan lagi di lower bracket. RSG menentang pasukan Team HAQ pada jam 3 petang.
Dua perlawanan yang telah ditentukan begitu sengit sekali. Banyak perlawanan pada pagi ini. Bermula jam 11 nanti 5 best of 5 akan dimainkan bersama dengan penentuan. Kita dapat tahu siapakah pasukan pertama bakal menempah nama ke M4.
Ya, benar sekali, dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa lagi, ayo kita buka tirai kita, ayo kita buka gelanggang kita. MPL Malaysia Playoffs hari ketiga, Quill City Mall, apa khabar?
Quill City Mall say hey!
Wow! Di ground floor, di first floor, di second floor dan di third floor penuh dengan penonton, penuh dengan orang kata semangat yang akan diberikan.
Kalau ada 10 tingkat penuh.
Wow.
Saya cakap hari ini memang hari cuti, ramai orang datang.
Props kepada everyone. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kerana setia menyokong, dan sudah pasti kita ingin ketahui siapakah yang akan layak pergi ke M4, pergi ke Jakarta membawa nama Malaysia.
Kiranya siapa yang menang dalam perlawanan pertama ini akan dapat tiket untuk pergi terus ke Jakarta.
Benar sekali, tetapi sebelum kita memulakan perlawanan tersebut, kita ingin dengar terlebih dahulu sorakan daripada kedua-dua pasukan. Saya akan pergi ke sebelah kiri saya, Mars, awak pergi ke sebelah kanan awak.
Okey.
Di mana saya rasa ini adalah penyokong pasukan Orange Esports. Betul kita tidak?
Okey, kalau sana Orange
tak dengar lah. Sekejap, sabar. Saya tak dengar.
Serius.
Mana suaranya Orange Esports? nampak macam nak kena kupas lagi semangat tu.
Saya rasa sebelah saya boleh lawan.
Okey, silakan.
Mana
silakan.
pasukan TODAK? Awak silap ambil kiri lah Din.
Tak apa. Sebab saya ada orang kata semangat baru. Saya nak jemput naik
Betul.
kita punya penyokong. Dipersilakan kita punya kita bawa dia naik. Sebab saya perlukan semangat daripada dia. Saya bawa backup. Awak ada backup tak sekarang ni?
Kalau awak ada backup, takkan saya tak ada pula. Saya nak jemput seorang. Saya pilih abang ni lah. Okey, ni saya pilih je tau.
Okey.
Okey abang, jemput naik ke pentas bang.
Ni, backup saya. Kita kena bawa naik. Kita kena bawa naik backup saya ni.
Abang support TODAK kan? Okey, sila. Kita ada nak buat sikit gig je. Okey, berikan sepukat kepada kedua-dua. Jejaka tampan. Bukan senang nak naik ke pentas
Okey, sekarang ni saya dah tak sabar untuk saksikan perlawanan seterusnya.
Ya?
Di Facebook, di orang kata social media pun saya tengok ramai dah tak sabar untuk menyaksikan perlawanan ini. Ada bakar antara membakar.
Oi.
Tapi kita nak menghangatkan lagi. Betul? Sekarang ini di mana anda berdua berada di pentas utama kita ini. Anda kena tolong kita orang, tolong pasukan kegemaran anda. Di mana obviously kita pihak Orange Esports sekarang ni, kita mesti nak kena lawan.
Tak boleh lah, kita kat belah TODAK ni.
Kita tak lawan.
Ni time dia nak bakar semangat sikit kan. Ini time dia. Okey? Test.
Okey, so sekarang ni
okey, ada.
kita nak bagi kata-kata semangat kat diri kita juga. Tapi kita bagilah pedas-pedas sikit dekat diorang. So awak dah fikir dah apa yang kita nak bagikan kat diorang nanti? Ayat yang kita bagi. Okey dah?
Dah.
Okey guys. Ready bagi sokongan Korang pun backbone saya tau. Korang pun backup saya tau sekarang ni. Boleh tak kita orang mula terlebih dahulu?
Boleh.
Kita sebagai pembuka langkah lah.
Sila.
Okay.
Saya beri laluan dulu
Okey. Kita nanti pandang dekat dia, betul-betul pandang kat mata dia. Bagi je apa yang awak ada dekat dia. Bagi cakap kuat-kuat semangat daripada perut. Daripada perut. Jangan tengok perut saya walaupun besar, tapi daripada perut. Sampaikan dekat fans-fans TODAK sekarang ni.
Test. Saya nak cakap masa MSC TODAK kalah dengan RRQ 3-0. Saya berharap juga Orange akan buat yang benar sama hari ini juga.
Wow. So dia nak cakap TODAK hari ni kalah lah. Bagi sikit.
Sakit ni hati.
Okey. Guys. Ini daripada Orange, ini daripada TODAK lah. Alright, silakan bang.
Sebelum ni TODAK pernah juara kan?
Ya betul.
Okay, so hari ni TODAK akan ulang balik benda ni. So kita akan menang hari ni.
Wow! Akan menang. Tak, dia bukan ni tau. Dia menang tu general tau, menang MPL.
Okey. Tak apa sekarang ni. Dah cukup hangat. Tapi
dah panas.
I nak panggil backup lagi ramai sekarang ni. Kalau boleh saya nak bahagikan mall ni kiri dengan kanan. Kanan belah TODAK, kiri adalah Orange Esports dan Orange Esports punya fans. I really need your help sekarang ni. Saya akan jerit Orange Esports, nanti kita jerit sama-sama. Boleh Okey, sebelum itu kita izinkan kita punya penonton duduk terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih banyak-banyak sekali guys. Tepukan untuk kita punya fans. Bukan senang duduk atas stage ni nak cakap.
Tak boleh lah, awak banyak sangat cakap lah. Jadi awak nak Orange punya support. Saya pernah TODAK punya support juga. Boleh tak buat chance tinggal sama-sama dengan saya? Boleh ke tak? Boleh aduh.
Rasa seronok pula dia duduk belah sini tiba-tiba. Okey. Kita mulakan Orange Esports boleh Dalam kiraan 1, 2, 3 kita jerit Orange Esports. Boleh? Boleh tak? Boleh! Boleh tak? Boleh guys! Semangat! Okey 1, 2, 3 Orange Esports!
Saya pula. Boleh?
Boleh, silakan.
Okey.
Silakan.
Saya minta bantuan kepada penyokong pasukan TODAK daripada bawah sampai atas. Bila saya sebut TODAK, korang semua sebut langgar. Boleh? Say it! Alright, saya sebut 1, 2, 3 TODAK! That's the spirit.
Wow, okey.
Jap, rasa gegar jap.
Ada rasa gegaran dia. Ada gegar. Okey. Sekarang ni kita tak payah buat apa orang kata 1, 2, 3. Kita cari Orange Esports, you guys balas dengan TODAK. Kita nak dengar sekarang ni siapa yang betul-betul lebih kuat.
Betul lah tu.
Boleh tak? Boleh tak guys? Kalau korang nak berdiri pun tak ada masalah guys. Kalau korang nak berdiri pun kita dirilah. Kita diri. Boleh tak kita berdiri? Boleh tak kita berdiri untuk bagi semangat? Guys, come on guys. Tak nak bagi semangat ke?
Silalah pasukan TODAK. Takkan nak kalah dengan Orange.
May I remind yang menang pergi ke M4.
Menang pergi ke M4. Pergi terus.
Pergi ke M4.
Ui, kita pun
Menang
tak
ni
dapat.
pergi M4.
Kita pun tak dapat.
Kita tak dapat.
Ah.
Kita duduk kodiang je. Kita tak pergi ke M4. Okay. Orange Esports akan jerit Orange Esports and then TODAK akan sebut TODAK langgar.
Alright.
Kita balas. Tak ada break,
Balas.
tak ada apa-apa.
Tak ada.
Terus. Lepas tu kita tengok siapa kuat.
Okey.
Boleh?
Siapa kuat? Kalau saya kuat, awak kena belajar saya makan.
Okay.
Okey?
Siapa yang kuat, dia dah menang first match.
Oh, jangan. Wow.
Hey, ready Kita mulakan dengan Orange Esports terlebih dahulu, okay? 1, 2, 3. Orange Esports!
TODAK langgar!
Orange Esports!
TODAK langgar!
Orange Esports!
TODAK langgar!
Oh, Caster, siapa yang kuat tadi? Siapa? Semualah menang. Semualah. Okay guys. Terima kasih guys for duduk. Thank you so much for the energy. Terima kasih banyak-banyak atas
Berikan
tenaga
tepukan
korang.
kepada semua orang penonton yang telah hadir ke kuis Timur. Terima kasih banyak-banyak.
Okay guys, sekarang ini kita pun tak sabar untuk menyaksikan perlawanan seterusnya. Apa kata kita jemput para pahlawan kita, para askar kita untuk naik ke medan gelanggang mereka bertarung demi maruah mereka.
Orange Esports.
Orange Esports, mereka mencantumkan gerak strategi mereka. Mungkin mereka pula yang akan menjadi juara untuk MPL MY musim ke-10.
Benar sekali, dengan lagak gaya mereka penuh dengan keyakinan membawa harapan keluarga, rakan-rakan demi nama mereka.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
TODAK.
Tiket ke M4 menjadi taruhan. Adakah streak TODAK untuk kejuaraan dunia masih lagi berterusan bagi pasukan TODAK?
Inilah dia wira pasukan TODAK. Tidak gentar, tidak takut apa-apa. Apa yang di hadapan, kami akan langgar. Satu saja kemenangan yang diperlukan untuk ke M4.
Ya, dan kita dapat lihatkan walaupun mereka bersaing di atas pentas, tetapi masih lagi ada semangat kesukanan yang diterapkan di dalam diri mereka.
Benar sekali. Namun begitu, perlawanan ini tak boleh dijayakan tanpa coach, tanpa otak-otak yang cerdik ini, di mana kita ada Hazim bersama dengan Haru bertarung selaku coach mereka.
Tarungan mental mereka harus diterapkan. Akan tetapi kita akan pas ke Caster untuk perlawanan seterusnya.
Thank you very much to both our hosts, but what an amazing way to start off a Saturday. Welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 10 playoffs, where Queen City Mall might as well just be a stadium. My name is Lafel, and alongside me in the desk is Gideon Q, as well as IC Baby 1-2. Gideon, how are you feeling for this best of 5?
Right now, there's a lot of anticipation for this game. I'm anticipating that this could be the moment where we see one of these teams make it to Jakarta and represent Malaysia for M4. So I'm definitely excited, but I'm extremely nervous for these two teams up on stage.
Well,
What about you, man?
Speaking of nervousness, the tensions are pretty high as well. The crowd looks super excited to actually watch the match itself, and you can see the energy being brought out from both Orange Esports fans as well as TODAK is electrifying. And you know what? I'm really glad I'm here this early because the energy here is surreal.
Hey, I'm glad as well because this is between TODAK as well as Orange Esports. This is the final match of the regular season. However, we gotta say, during that match it's a normal match. This one is for M4, but we got a few things to watch out in this game. For me, personally, it's a cat and mouse scenario where Yumski performed so well on the show. Both Stormy and Valence have to be careful, but ICBB 1-2, what are your thoughts? What is the thing that you got to watch out for the game?
You know, the thing I want to watch out the most is going to be who's the better shot caller. Is it going to be Chiku or is it going to be Valence? These two are one of the prime core members when it comes to decision making for each other teams. And both teams has had ways in the past on how to counter each other.
And Gideon, I see your point is mid-jungler role as well as goal-oriented field composition. What do you mean by this? What are we watching out for?
We're looking for team compositions, the style of which both sides want to play. TODAK generally having that mid-jungler being flexible really makes the draft difficult to read, but Orange Esports is a little bit more linear. They play for their gold laner as much as they can, but how much will they sacrifice in this upcoming game to make this work?
look at how complicated both teams are, where all three of us, we have different things to watch out in the game. But again, talking about the compositions, I want to talk about the audience here. And over here, we can definitely see a lot of people are with TODAK. How do you feel about this, ICBB12?
Well, it's kind of no surprise, you know, considering how based on track record, TODAK has kind of beat Orange Esports, but at the same time, it all comes down to execution. So, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised with the numbers based on the stats, but when it comes to playoffs, expect the unexpected.
That's what everybody keeps on saying. And what about you guys at home? What do you predict? Because I'm predicting Orange might have a chance. This is a repeat of Season 9's Grand Finals.
Yeah, make sure you guys share your thoughts and make sure that it is as creative as possible so that our admins can actually choose you guys to stand a chance to win a skin worth 749 diamonds. But yeah, honestly, I can't predict both these teams because TODAK is such a wild thing to really predict because even based on their compositions, the win condition is always changing. But we got to talk about the MVP as well, where all 10 players on stage, they have so much style possessed to bring in the game. We are giving the opportunity for you, the audience, to choose who is going to be the MVP of the series.
Yeah, be sure to hashtag any MVP kita and also scan the QR code to support which player that is going to be the MVP. You guys will be deciding the entirety of the series, so be sure to watch all entire match, and who knows, you might get the full 5-game series, you know?
I mean, here's the thing. We've seen the typical MVPs, but this is a best of 5, so hopefully we're going to see some players that we haven't seen elected before.
Yeah, but right now we're gonna jump straight into the draft. This is the first game of the best of 5, and I already see a few bands coming in. Orange Esports betting out the show as well as the Gushin. How do you feel about this, ICBB12? Not gonna lie, I kind of like it.
Whoa. I did not expect the Gushin ban. We did see TODAK bringing it up a little bit, you know, kind of mirroring up RED Esports a little bit. But I'm really surprised to see it being first phase ban.
Okay, again, I gotta ask you, man, because right now you talk about the mid jungler as well as the gold composition. Looks like Orange Esports as well as TODAK, they kind of don't care too much about the meta. They're really focusing the bans on each individual team.
This is exactly what I wanted to watch out for, because Orange Esports, again, their bans are designed to make sure Valence is going to have the best time possible. Chode, Way of the Dragon, really ridiculous to deal with. Gushin, one-shots pretty much everybody in the gold lane. Paquito as well, just overall dominant against these squishy style marksmen. But if you look at TODAK's side, right, again, we're seeing Melissa getting banned out. We're seeing Wanwan getting banned out. In terms of flexibility in the gold lane, Momo has a slight bit of an advantage.
Well, yeah, because Momo, he can choose fighters and the such. But right now, TODAK, they're really focusing on the jungle, on the gold laner ban. Do you think this is actually good going up against Orange Esports? Because I kind of feel like Valence has a big hero pool as well.
I think when it comes to the idea between both teams' draft is that Orange Esports, like you guys mentioned as well, they want to secure Valence position. These are 3 heroes that has so much catch capabilities to actually cut the ban line and just one-shot one player, whereas TODAK, they're just straight up banning off all his comfort heroes that kind of allow them a little bit more easy access to actually penetrate the backlines by taking away heroes like Arkai, Wanwan, as well as Melissa, which kind of completely stops any kind of confrontation from the first engagement.
So right now, Orange Esports, we talk about Valence, but I also want to talk about Stormy, because do you think it's wise for TODAK to really focus on one player, and Orange Esports first picking the Cloud, another marksman that can take care of himself? Do you think TODAK expected this to happen, the Claude as the first pick?
Absolutely. Considering the bans that we're seeing from Orange Esports, they're all targeted to protect this gold laner. As long as they're not getting disrupted, and Claude being one of the safest marksmen, doesn't have too many bad matchups, goes 50-50 in every single one of them, and with no lane bullies to take him out, it's a bit of a problem. But TODAK, they pose a different question this time. They're going to be locking in the Grok. Generally, in previous metas, Grok has been really, really good at diving the backline, and as soon as he hits that wall charge, it's game over for the gold laner. And now they also have to worry about designing a comp that doesn't give good ultimates to Valentina.
Yeah, I like this opening as well coming from TODAK, just because of the fact that, yeah, Yumski, he can open up the map a little bit more. Valentina has a great way to deal with a lot of majority ultimates. Faramis is actually out and open for the pool as well. Even though it has been nerfed a bit, we've seen Orange Esports kind of bring it to the table in the regular seasons, or whichever team as well, whenever is let loose. And in this case, it kind of ensures them that in case they pick it up, we've got a Valentina, we can deal with this, like respond to it as well.
Right now, Orange Esports so far, we haven't talked too much about Subway, where Subway during the regular season, he's using a lot of tanky heroes, but even right now, Amon is being picked up, and yes, Subway did use Amon and they did get a win against Team HAQ. How do you feel about Subway in the playoffs transitioning into a more damage-oriented jungler?
Personally, I love it because now he's not so linear as we saw before. You can even tell that even TODAK was expecting him to be somewhat, oh, I'm looking for a Balmond, I'm looking for an Akai, I'm arguably looking for a Tank Arena as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Orange Esports' decision, you know, knowing that Subway has had the tendency to play a little bit more of an objective playstyle, but forcing him to go for a catch potential hero like Amon is going to be in a very difficult spot. Just because of the fact that Valentina can take advantage of the ultimates coming from Amon, which can potentially just one-shot Amon as well. So I'm a little bit surprised. But TODAK, they're bringing in the Fanny. But when it comes to TODAK, I'm a little bit hesitant to say that this is a jungle Fanny.
You know what? When I look at this Fanny, Gideon, I remember the first 3 weeks of TODAK where Rival, he only played the Ling, he only played the Fanny. If, for whatever reason, they're losing out in team fights, they're losing out in Turtle and Lord fights, Rival is going to be split pushing like crazy. Do you think this is a good approach going up against Orange Esports?
I think this is a really good approach because when you're thinking about Amon and as well as Claude, you want to be able to run them down. Fanny is extremely good at doing that, but one extra factor is the fact that Amon can actually turn himself, go into stealth, deny people the opportunity to get these auto attacks off, while Fanny generally just doesn't care. Stealth or not, I will get my damage through.
Now, this has been the talk of the entire regular season. How do we deal with Fanny? Is it going to be hero pools? Is it going to be composition? Is it going to be strategic positioning? We did see it yesterday in Team HAQ's performance where they just go in for the constant invade with Hilda. In this case, Orange Esports is in a predicament where I don't think the Atlas is threatening enough to actually slow down the momentum against the Fanny, whereas there is the protection of this Grok.
Personally, my own opinion, in order to fight against the Fanny, there are 2 ways you can go about it. Number 1 is with heroes with high crowd control capabilities, or as you said, invade the enemy's jungle, making sure that the Fanny has a very difficult time in the purple buff. I do agree that with Orange Esports' current lineup, it doesn't look like they can invade too much. However, looking at the way AIM has been playing, it doesn't matter what kind of matchup, he will actually go into the jungle of the enemy team. However, he's been going in it alone. Do you think that if AIM actually tries to do that, will he be punished, or TODAK would just forget about it? They won't even care if AIM comes into the jungle.
I think that really depends on what Stormy is going to have access to. If he gets access to Lilia, there is an opportunity because Lilia is pretty self-sustaining. He can push out these waves. Even though there is both Grok and Valentina, he can catch up pretty quickly overall. But I think we need to look at the bans here so far because even TODAK themselves are worried about potential invades into the purple area. We've seen Stormy play the Amon before in the mid lane as well. So let's keep in mind, this Balmond is insurance for TODAK to make sure Fanny gets purple buff no matter what.
Yeah, this is a very smart play coming from TODAK as well. Amon could be flexible in towards the middle mage lane, but I'm really surprised by this Fredrin ban. We did see a little bit of clips for 4 mains posting that he's shown him his Fredrin here and there, but we haven't exactly seen him have quick success. Even yesterday's game with RIG, it was still, I'm not super convinced yet.
Not gonna lie though, TODAK, because of how crazy they can be, I wouldn't be surprised if even the Valentina is not going to mid. It could be an EXP, but right now Brody has been picked up for Team TODAK, which is really good going up against high mobility assassin. So right now Team TODAK, they, in my personal opinion, it looks kind of safe, Gideon, which is kind of weird to talk about TODAK that way.
Oh, honestly, it is safe. I mean, this final pick could really throw us, you know, completely off the grid.
And then a Minotaur.
Yeah, Minotaur again.
Oh my goodness.
Very possible, but I think TODAK, as of right now, these 4 picks are showing a lot of respect to Orange Esports, really showing them that, hey, we do agree that we need to play a certain playstyle to make sure we're on par with you, because so far, Orange Esports, their macro play is generally what sets them apart from the rest, even when the composition seems weak.
Now, the question remains here is that does TODAK have enough damage to pierce through Orange Esports' composition? Because if you think about Amon, he does but
Bane!
for the first time here in MPL MY, Bane will be picked from Orange Esports. We did see a little bit buffs here and there.
Okay.
I don't know.
Here's the thing, right? Bane, a lot of teams do agree that his sustainability is amazing, right? His second skill, when he drinks, he recovers so much HP, and with basically no cooldowns, it's like a 1 second cooldown. The only question here, is it going to be a jungler Bane or a mid laner Bane?
I would make... I'll take the wild
hold on.
guess.
It could be a double tank mid again.
That's the thing.
Having the Ruby and Alice down mid potentially, but seems like Bane is gonna be in the middle, so that's gonna be a...
Oh wow, Stormy is gonna use the Bane.
All right.
I respect
How do you feel about this, Gideon?
I think Orange Esports are really doubling down on their strategy. They want to protect the gold lane, and even in team fights, they're going to make sure there is plenty of disengage, there's plenty of re-engage. If AIM doesn't land his abilities, don't worry, Stormy has the getaway card for free.
Well, based on the composition, Orange Esports, they're looking to get close and personal with a pretty melee composition, whereas TODAK, they have a very balanced composition, pretty uncharacteristics of TODAK. But based on the drafts, anything can happen, and as you can see, the players are getting ready, and this is going to be the first match to start things off here for the upper bracket fight.
Yeah, right now we're looking at a focus player, Chiku guys, as well as Valence. But the thing that I gotta say before we even go into the match, it looks like Orange Esports, they're gonna pull off the TODAK with a crazy pick, and now TODAK, they're playing safe. We don't know what's gonna happen, but welcome to the first game here. TODAK going up against Orange Esports.
Orange Esports on the blue side, TODAK on the red. I don't know if you guys are excited, but in playoffs, somehow TODAK just brings the best out of people. They really are. Orange Esports is really thinking outside of the box. Mid lane sustainability is going to be great because Yumski and Chiku guys are going to be able to harass him for free.
I'm going to be curious at how much sustainability Stormy is going to be able to out-sustain against a Valentina. But look at the invades coming in from rivals as well as AIM. He's getting a little bit of harassment, but is it worth it considering the amount of damage he's going to be taking? Because the rest of TODAK is going to be coming in. They force the flicker in, and that's a big battle spell being taken out.
Ideally, they want to be able to get the retribution out of rival, but sacrificing his flicker this early on, it's kind of okay.
Right now, honestly, I'm looking at when are they going to fight? What is TODAK looking for? What is Orange looking for? Are they going to wait until the first turtle? Or rivals just going to wait like or either way, just invade the jungle of Orange Esports? What are both teams looking for?
Well, it's all about playing it safe, waiting for those force up, especially up with Chiku guys, because if you think about it, Chiku guy has so much opportunity in this particular match. The amount of ultimates he can bring to the table, it could be subways, it could be stormies, and turn the tides in his favor. It's very, very present in this current situation. However, hold that thought for now. AIM getting a little bit of harassment, but yep, it's all about hitting those level 4s first.
I think I agree with you. I think Chiku guys is going to be the big key player here for the side of TODAK, especially when he can steal Bane's ultimate. Again, when you have just a way to disengage from bad fights, it kind of gives you some opportunities to pick and choose and really focus down on where you want to punish your opponents. But looking at the sub-emblems, just a lot of cooldowns already taken up, a lot of penetration as well.
Yeah, it's just major ultimates being presented to himself, and I think Fatal Link is something that Chiku can actually opt to use it against Orange Esports to actually set up for a couple of engagements. AIM looking for the Fatal Links, but just no follow-up whatsoever, so that's a big ultimate down for the first turtle engagement.
It's not looking good because now how are they going to actually test for this turtle? They still have Stormy, but now the fight begins.
Yep, as you can see, the Black Dragon will be swarming from the sides. The Deadly Catch connects on two members from TODAK, but they can't sustain way through. Formaze is going to cut the backline, take down Subway. No retribution for Orange Esports, but they still are going to try and force the issue. But it seems like Yumski is going to be taking a little bit more rival. Took him a little bit too much time to join the fight, but he needed to secure the purple buff. Now Neo is going to be threatened as he flickers out of there, but TODAK comes up on top with that trade.
Right now, I do want to talk about Chiku guys because just now he had the Fatal Links, but it wasn't executed well. Gideon, throughout this game, are we really looking at Chiku guys to actually take AIM's ult away? And he will be the main engager of the team. Is that really the best way for them to go about the team fights?
Personally, I don't think so. I think having the Fatal Links does pose a threat, and I think that's what they want to hold the hostage over Orange Esports. Similarly to their game where they had picked up Minotaur, they want to use the Minoan Fury to kind of control how Orange Esports looks to engage. It's the threat of having a Fatal Links more than anything else rather than the execution.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And seeing how Chiku is hovering and showing that he's got the Fatal Links, you can see the pressure from the side of Orange Esports. They're getting a little bit hesitant, but they force the fight. The Fatal Link comes in, but instant re-engagement. Rival waiting for the right moment to come, and they get the Fatal Link. The blazing duet is going to be there, but the damage is not going to be enough. But TODAK, they might look for a little bit more. Chiku is still surviving it all, but the damage has been done from TODAK.
Yo, I got to give it to you, Gideon. You called it. Like, it's not about how he uses it. It's just like a threat. Talk about Talk about what happened just now with Chiku guys waiting on it and then using the Fatal Links to great success.
Exactly. He doesn't have his flicker, so he cannot catch people off guard. He's waiting for the initial engagement from Orange Esports, and especially with Subway here. Oh, Chiku is in trouble. He's dead. He is gone. But coming back to the topic, he's making sure he finds that choke point to catch as many people as possible after the fight has occurred.
Oh, the amount of damage the Subway is bringing to the table, because it's going to force Yumski back out of it, but Orange Esports, they will get a little bit of map control, but as of yet, I feel like they need to find another setup once again, and this time, they need to make sure that Chiku does not get the right ultimate.
I beg to defer. I actually think that Orange Esports, what's weak about their draft is the fact that they don't have priority. They're playing so much for the gold lane, they're willing to sacrifice the mid lane as well as the bottom side of the map. So these neutral objectives are really, really hard to contest.
I actually get what you're trying to get on, Gideon, but right now I do want to talk about Stormy. When will he actually be a factor in this game?
Level 12. That's what I'm calling.
Yep, and the turtle coming in. Yumski going to be setting things up as well. Rival going to be sniping the back line. Stormy's going to be the first to fall. AIM is going to be next. They force the Black Dragon over 4 mains, but AIM will be able to narrowly escape their lives. Balance still farming towards the mid lane. Chiku also going to be setting up to try and contest this, but it seems like mid lane control is going to be way to go for TODAK as they completely blew them out. Chiku scaring Balance off. That means that is going to be the trip back home.
Yep. Again, this is what we're talking about time and time again. If Stormy isn't there to disengage for the rest of the composition and they try to take the initiative against TODAK, the counter-engage coming from the Black Dragon form and especially the wild charge from Yumski really makes all the difference because they have the early game stats to do so. And Orange Esports, on the other hand, they're going to need a couple of items before they still feel relevant.
But the question is, how long do they have to stall the game? Because right now, TODAK, 3,000 gold lead. Orange Esports, they got to slow the game down. But can they, and is it even worth slowing it down? Can they actually win the late game team fight?
Oh, you can see Chiku, like you said as well, is always going to be threatening with those Fatal Links. But before that, let's talk about the items real quick before we actually progress. Because as of yet, Stormy is going to be the biggest threat, right? He's got the Clock of Destiny. He's looking for his Lightning Trunket. It needs about like 4 to maybe 5 minutes where we start to see big damage output coming from Stormy. But TODAK, they're just so oppressive. Look at this. They're just shoving Orange Esports back all the way back to base. No lane cuts all the way through. AIM is getting so much information. But what can Orange do at this point? But Chiku, guys, he's going to make an attempt. They catch out Subway out of position. Instantly takes him out.
This is what you want to see out of TODAK. They need to be consistently aggressive because I was expecting, my predictions were to be 8 minutes to 10 minutes is where Orange Esports is really going to show what they have, where they have at least 3 items to contest the damage of TODAK. But considering that it is a almost 5k lead for TODAK, at this stage of the game, with Blade of Heptases already completed from each of their members, they are looking to end this fast and put them down in the dirt before 10 minutes.
Oh, the Orange Esports, they have to make the play. While Chiku, guys, doesn't have his ultimate, well, as soon as I say it, he just got about a couple of seconds, and they need to make some sort of plays. And Chiku, guys, once again, getting the steal on the Fatal Links means they are going to hold hostage on Orange Esports once again until potentially the first Lord.
Right now, honestly, looking at TODAK, it looks like Chiku guy is going to deal quite a lot of damage because I just took a glance on Orange Esports and they're not building a lot of magic resist. Is that going to be a problem come to the first Lord that's going to appear in the game?
It will be an issue, but as of right now, when we're talking about the damage coming in from... Oh no, hold up, Balance. Is he going to die here?
He might.
Oh! What?
He might. Balance is going to get caught off. Oh, Yumski going to go for the wall charge. Neo stops him in track. He tries to pull him off, but Balance will narrowly escape this. 4 mains forces the Black Dragon. Can they get the finish? Yes, they will. They get Neo instead. They keep Balance alive for now. So a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Orange Esports, but TODAK seems like they understand that the comeback coming from Orange Esports is going to be up onto Balance instead.
It's too difficult. I think right now it's too difficult, and especially with the composition style that Orange Esports has, TODAK can maintain this pressure throughout the game until we see some item power spikes coming out of Orange Esports, and we're expecting that at the 32k mark. So we have to wait for 11k more until Orange Esports feel relevant or could look to even contest neutral objectives.
Oh, it's going to be tough. AIM forcing the flicker, doesn't get the connection. He's going to be stranded as well. Instead, Chiku, guys, goes for another pull. Yumski will be the sacrificial lamb. Aroma for Aroma. 50-50 trades from Orange Esports. That's the best you can ask for them.
1-for-1 trade at this stage of the game. I guess it's all right, a support for a support, but Orange Esports, they need more than this because TODAK can basically hold them back in their base.
Right now, I'm actually looking at AIM because I feel like he is the key factor here. If he's able to catch TODAK slipping, then they can do something. Because I feel like Stormy on this Bane, he's coming up to a point where he will hurt. He can sustain quite a lot, but he's not going to be tanky. So no matter what, Orange Esports, they got to wait on 8.
Well, Subway now going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get trapped, and the passive coming from Formase didn't exactly proc. He's trying to go in for a side stance, but unfortunately, you can still see his glimmer of shadow. And that's going to be the continuation coming from Formase. He tries to chunk down Neo, and he will get another one for TODAK. So that's going to be 2 kills. The deadly catch comes in, but it barely tickles down the rest of TODAK. And seeing how this is going, they still have the spells. They can't continue this fight.
Orange Esports is getting farmed right now. That's basically it. I mean, Subway can't walk into his own jungle to farm. Neo is falling further and further behind as he sacrifices pressure to save his teammates. I think when we pull up the item list right now, I'd be interested to see where Valence is on his build. If he hasn't gotten at least his Golden Snap at this stage of the game, I'm pretty sure I saw his Demon Hunter's Sword. Okay, he's got both. Looking on the side of TODAK, we don't see too many defensive items other than the Dominance Ice, and I think there is a chance that Orange Esports might be able to flip a fight.
Yeah, they need to somehow defend this for at least 2 to 3 more minutes. This first Lord engagement is going to be very, very important because we are going to be expecting the full run force of TODAK just dropping you the amount of CCs that you'll be bringing to the table.
Right now, looking at TODAK's composition, they're really looking at Chikuguys or Yumski or even Formase to engage. My question is, will TODAK will actually be able to engage cleanly, or will they make a mistake giving an opportunity for Orange Esports to actually get the map back into their hands?
Well, it's going to be tough because as of yet, they have the information where TODAK is from side of Orange Esports. But as you can see, Valence is going to be using himself as a bait, but Yumski, he doesn't have the flicker to engage, and they will start things off with Formase with the Black Dragon, soaking up a couple of damage, but Orange Esports, they are going to snipe Rival from behind. They did not expect him, instantly takes down Valence. The deadly catch comes in, they have the damage, but they can't seem to go in for the finisher, and TODAK completely understands that Orange Esports is so weak right now, and that is going to be a wipeout, triple kill for TODAK, and they are going to potentially take game number 1 against Orange Esports. This is going to be game for TODAK.
What a first game. I gotta say, man, TODAK today is a different team. Number 1, the draft. Very, very meta draft, as well as the way that they play. Very disciplined.
They don't hesitate. Any of their movements seem very dictated, very clean, has conviction. With each step they take, they want to press their advantage, and they could play even more passively if they wanted to. They said, no, we're going to stop the timer right here.
Well, it's all about those distractions, so I'm looking forward to see how the comms are coming in as we jump into their mic check.
Nampak, mantap. Tentel lagi. Jangan reset. Gelap. Nice. Nice. Elok. Lari. Pick up. Aku dah, aku stand. Nice. Aku. Dah end belum? Dah. Chill, man.
Rarely will I say this, but TODAK, the way that they played, it was clinical because they did not make any mistakes. However, for Orange Esports, I feel like this is a good opportunity for us to talk about it. Being the mid Bane, it didn't look like they were able to pressure any side lanes. They couldn't pressure the mid. Was it a bad way to draft where basically the early stages of the game, they couldn't do anything?
Well, I think the idea at the end of the day is to play around your gold lane. They wanted to play around major team fights and were willing to sacrifice everything in the early game to make that happen. And if we pull up the item build, I think it'll tell an even bigger story here, because once we see that the compositions are designed around Claude, it's all about whether Valence can get ahead. With only 6,000 gold earned comparative to the rest of TODAK, they skyrocketed ahead as soon as they got that first blood.
I think the biggest issue comes down to Subway, right? Like, Subway has been known to be the frontliner for the team alongside AIM as a tanky composition from the jungler, but for him now to play a more kill-oriented playstyle, yes, we do see he does have the damage to do so, but every single time he tries to open up the map, he gets caught by TODAK multiple times, and this is where Orange Esports, they just don't have a way to safely get out of the map.
I actually disagree. No matter what Subway plays in this position, even if he got a good jungler like Balmond, for an example. Yeah, exactly. If he got Balmond, if he got Akai, I would make an argument for Akai, but still, there's nothing much that he could really do. Mid lane presence wasn't there to actually cover these rotations, to get Stormy in a place where he is there first, to disengage from a bad fight. And I think that's the major issue. Everybody who can disengage won't be there first.
Yeah, but right now we got to look at the MVP for the first game here, and it is going over to Chiku, guys. 80% kill participation, but it's not about Valentina, but how Chiku, guys, use the Valentina. Talk about what happened in this game with Chiku, guys, always getting the Fatal Links.
Yeah, he could have decided to take Bane's ultimate if he wanted to. That would have been great, but he wants instant value. And when you have Fatal Links and you're not the main target, on top of the fact that he was taking Flicker as well, he can dive into the backline if he wants to. He can look to re-engage on his opponents with those Fatal Links.
What was really smart of Chiku actually switching up his item build a little bit different as well. He's gotten Winter Trinket as well as the Oracle instead of traditional build where we see like Enchanted Talisman into Ice Queen's Wand and then to even more damage item. He opted to play a defensive role, understanding that the biggest ultimate that he can bring value to the team is going to be surviving and stealing the Fatal Links and making sure that he pulls it off is going to be the way to go. And it's no surprise. If we talked about him, he held Orange Esports hostage at his hand with this Valentina.
It's amazing to see TODAK that every single member, they are a threat, but the way they present the threat is very, very different. And like you said, Chiku guys over here, he's more about surviving those engagements because again, it's all about the timing of re-engaging. In fact, we're going to look at the highlight that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, where I want to talk about how TODAK, the way that they engage the fights.
Yeah, I mean, they're using their lane priorities really, really well, right? We have to keep an eye on both Yumski and as well as Formaze, where they're looking to jump into this backline whenever possible. So Chiku, he's either holding on just to wait for Formaze or even Yumski to get into position and then look to catch an opponent, or maybe even multiple with the Fatal Links afterwards.
Yeah, the amount of crowd control that TODAK has bringing to the table is that it forces Orange Esports to commit. If you do not commit, you're not going to get any value. And the moment they overcommit, this is where Chiku always finds the opportunity to punish. And every single time, he somehow manages to find an opportunity. In this case, Subway was one of the biggest examples. Every single time an Amon tries to throw a spell, he's going to be up close and personal. You are not going to be able to get away for free.
We are singing TODAK's praises, but I do gotta talk about Orange Esports, where even though ICBB12, you talked about Subway, I gotta talk about AIM because he is a crucial member. He is a crucial way that Orange Esports can take the fights. But in this game, it looked like he was not comfortable on the Atlas, even though he's played quite a bit here in the playoffs.
Well, I think it's fair play to say that TODAK understood that there was only one way for Orange Esports to actually bounce back into this game, and that's through a full 5v5 fight, a simple Fatal Links combo into a Blazing Duet to end the fight before it even starts. They denied them that opportunity, using this Grok as a way to face check rushes to keep and mirror, most importantly, mirror aim. They have everything they need to know how to back away.
You know, I definitely agree with what you said as well. You know, we did see the kill potential that Orange Esports presented in the final fight. The only thing was lacking was the Blazing Duet. However, Rival was just there instantly taking him out. But here comes the question here, who's the better shot caller? Based on how things went in game number 1, Chiku guy seems to be the stronger opponent.
I gotta say, in terms of shot calling, I would say that Balance didn't have a lot of opportunity to do what he wanted to do. And looking at the recap here, I'm looking at the draft where Subway is using Amon and AIM is using the Atlas, where we had a 2-week gap between the regular season and the playoffs. My question here is AIM is using a traditional tank, even though throughout the regular season, he's been using those supports. And more often than not, he's actually on Balance's lane. Should he go back to babysitting the gold lane or helping out Stormy in mid?
Again, if we're looking at the draft once more, I think there's no point for AIM to actually try and babysit Balance specifically. He wants the looming threat with the pressure that he provides, but as soon as he shows up, Yumski is going to come on over. Fanny is going to come on over. Chiku, guys, is also going to come on over because he's going to be clearing faster than Stormy with the help of Yumski. So again, when you are bringing one person, you're bringing an entire party here. It's a clown car filled with millions of people inside.
I think when it comes to drafts here, it's pretty much clear indications from Orange Esports. They just want to make sure that balance keeps alive, right? From the first 3 bans, you can see that these are targeted bans on how TODAK's performance in yesterday's games. And to allow power picks like Valentina and Fanny out in the picture pretty much shows you why they're power picks throughout the entire regular season and even the current patch.
All right, I still want to talk about AIM, but I'm going to switch the conversation a little bit. I'm looking at AIM with some of his key picks that got wins on Orange. 3 of these heroes, the Diggy, the Kadita, as well as the Matilda. Do you think in this entire best of 5, will Orange attempt to give these kind of heroes onto AIM, or it's still going to be a tank, just a different tank?
I think it really comes down to whether or not they ban out this Valentina. I feel like they need to get rid of it because especially when you are on blue side and you get that first pick, what's worrisome is having to draft around a Valentina. No matter what you do or whatever counter picks that you have, stealing an ultimate away just to have a double cult altar or double time journeys, it kind of works against you.
Yeah, right now we're looking at both Stormy as well as Haji from Blacklist. This is the player head-to-head. We're not comparing in our own region. We're comparing with MPL Philippines, where in terms of the KDA as well as total MVP, Stormy is doing pretty well for himself.
Yep, he has demonstrated from Orange Esports from the entire regular season. You know, he's just a strong, stable core in this team. But he wasn't able to demonstrate with that in game number 1, just because of the fact that the drafts might be a little bit tough to do. We've seen TODAK kind of accustomed himself to deal against a Valentina composition. We haven't seen too much from Orange yet. So maybe just, like you said as well, banning off of Valentina, play to something that they're comfortable, and then just roll with it.
Now that I was about to say the heavens is shining onto Stormy, but now, you know, we got the umbrella. He should be fine. I think the heavens is still giving their praises to Stormy as well.
No, he's just telling Heaven, wait a little bit. Let me get to M4 first. Let me get that ticket in my hand before you shine on me.
Yeah, but either way right now, TODAK going up against Orange. And the thing is, I did see the players when they were exiting the stage, Orange Esports, they did not look phased at all. In fact, they kind of look excited, kind of to know like, all right, this plan didn't work. So it kind of gives me a signal that they have another plan that even in their own heads, like, TODAK is not going to see what's coming up next.
I think when it comes to TODAK's pressure, it seems to be a little
Momo,
bit high, but we do see, well, the girlfriend's being very supportive. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because there is a lot on the line for TODAK. If you think about bragging rights, 4-time M4 attendee, how often can you say that?
I mean, it's not going to M4 4 times. It's 4 times going to the M series.
Right? Yeah, sorry, yeah.
But either way, I can't wait. So let's go straight into the draft of game number 2. Gideon, you were talking about the Valentina ban. So lead us in. What is both Orange and TODAK looking for?
Right now, I think Orange Esports, they're still going to follow their strategy of playing for balance, right? I think they still need to take out these really good power picks. Cho is already good. They might as well get rid of Paquito, but I suggest banning out that Valentina so you have access to Akai, Diggy, and as well as the Call Altar from the farm.
Oh, Chiku, guys, being one of the most flexible player here in regular season with the highest unique hero pool of 19 heroes.
19, man.
And he's played almost every single role so far, and even the analyst. All right, he's played it all.
He's played it all, and not just every single role, but he's bringing every single, how should I say this, type of heroes into the mid. He's brought the mages, he's brought the supports, he's brought the tanks, the fighters. Every single hero can be used in mid.
Yep, I think it really shows his experience and maturity in the game itself. I mean, the man's already married. What more do you need from him?
Dude, the only thing he's missing in the entire team role is that he's not been a manager. Aside from that, you know, he's been an analyst for this. And you know, if you still got it, you got it, man. Eventually, he's still in his prime, but if he kind of, you know, whittles down, he still can transition into the future.
Right now, Orange Esports, they themselves banned out the Claude. It was their first pick. The Valentina is open. Are we looking at a Valentina first pick here?
They have to. You know, seeing how Chico played in the first game, they have to. Unless, you know,
it's a 50-50 chance here because Paquito is open. That's something that TODAK and as well as Orange Esports left open for the most part of it. Now Subway has a little bit more kill potential, which is always great, but I feel like TODAK is definitely going to pick Valentina up here. But this does allow Orange Esports to play a little bit more comfortably now that they have somebody who is willing to actually initiate these fights.
Yeah, on top of it all, Paquito is an okay way to mirror match up against a Fanny. So if TODAK decides to bring it up to the table again, it's not, I would say, entirely helpless and compared to game number 1. So if TODAK brings it up the table, Paquito is a gold way, and all they gotta do is just draft heroes that doesn't exactly give high value ultimates to Valentina. So I was very surprised with the Atlas pickup from Orange Esports allowing the Valentina, but as of yet, TODAK, they're still deciding, do they pick the Fanny now, or do they force Subway to play it in second phase rotation? It seems like TODAK, they put it on the sides for now. Orange Esports, they can pick it up for themselves.
If it's not broken, why fix it? TODAK again is bringing the Valentina, and the Ruby is going to be strong either being a roamer or an EXP laner. Now the thing is, Orange Esports, they saw how Chiku is going to be playing the Valentina. Let's think about this logically. They should assume that this is going to happen. Do you think that Orange Esports, they're just going to try to match hero for hero in terms of the mid lane matchup, or they're going to avoid Chiku guys altogether and go for a different lane?
Here's the thing. I think Stormy might, or the discussion at the very least amongst the Orange Esports corner is going to be whether or not they want to actually pick up the Gushing for Stormy in the mid lane. And even though they already have a potential jungle pick here, they could switch things up. So Yves gets locked in. They want to force TODAK to say, hey, you need an engagement tool. You're not going to have Formace playing something like Yuzong, and if you do, that means the Ruby has to go into the support lane. Grok isn't there, so you need a secondary way to ensure that the real-world manipulation does not connect.
This is going to be tough considering that TODAK, they still have the Yuzong available to actually cut the back lines. They've got Kadita in the pool as well. But if TODAK decides to go for a double mage composition, they could, but it would be a little bit risky for them, man. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for a Minotaur as well, which I don't think they should, but knowing TODAK, anything can happen, man.
I think they should go for Yuzong. Personally,
Yuzong
TODAK
definitely
gets Yuzong here, and then immediately start banning out sandbagging EXP laners like MPL, Uranus.
I love that.
Whoa.
You know what?
Hold up.
You know what? We as casters, we gotta be professional, but thumbs up to you, dude. But right now, TODAK, they got the Gushing, and honestly, rival on Gushing is amazing. We talked about the Yuzong, but I actually want to talk about TODAK, where right now, Orange Esports, they have the Clint, and Clint is really strong in the gold lane. So TODAK, do they want to match up with a marksman, or are they going for a double fighter side lane as we see them do quite often?
I think it depends on how confident Valence is on this Clint into specifically Popo and Koopa or the Brody matchup. Because if they start banning out the Yuzong, they have to ban out the Lapu Lapu as well.
Exactly,
you can't just do 50-50 here. You have to commit on one of these lanes.
Yeah, but when it comes to the composition right now, I feel like from the side of TODAK, Gushing here is going to be the biggest threat from Orange Esports. Yves, yes, we talked about how great of CC, but right now, Orange Esports, they need a way to protect his Yves, and currently, there's not a lot of heroes that can actually do so, and TODAK, they've got Gushing that can die, they've got this Ruby, they've got Valentina can just completely one-shot his Yves, and Yves is in a spot where his positioning is going to be even more crucial than before.
Personally, I want to see TODAK double down on this and actually get a very, very strong early game, because Gushing is very good in his snowball composition, because one-shotting the Eve, honestly, is not that impressive. One-shotting any tank, any fighter, that's going to be so annoying to deal with, especially once the Gushing completes his glowing wand. I don't think anyone can really deal with that. So, I don't know, personally for me, I kind of want to see TODAK focusing on an early game draft. What do you think?
I think on an early game draft, that could be a little hard, because considering that a lot of these strong early game heroes are being taken out, they have to go for things like Yuzong at this point and pray for a good matchup. And this matchup could be, for all we know, Orange Esports could decide to switch on over to picking up a Balmond.
I was a little bit surprised by the bans coming from Orange Esports. Like, Benedetta, I can understand that, right? If you drop Real Illumination, the Electro Final combos comes in, you're gonna die. Esmeralda ban, I felt like was a little bit uncalled for, considering that Yuzong was a bigger threat to try and deny the Real World Manipulation, whereas if they go for the Esmeralda, at least they can pick a deer off the side.
Just saying, I'm calling out for the Matilda, and right now, Orange Esports, they're picking up the Barats. I honestly love the Barats pick as well.
It's so very smart here, because if they wanted a Balmond, they get neutral objectives, but they don't exactly have a way to kind of initiate these fights and really start pressing an advantage. Balmond slow rolls that. If you take something like Barat, he steamrolls that.
Oh, but right now, TODAK, they're picking up the carry. I was going to talk about looking at Orange Esports, not only can the Barat engage, but the problem with a Barat, he doesn't have a dash. But having the Matilda, that's no longer a problem. But TODAK right now, they have the carry. Obviously, Orange Esports, they have to pressure this carry. But if the carry survives, I would say the first 7 minutes, honestly, I'm not feeling too good for Orange Esports.
Well,
I agree with you.
The response coming in from Orange Esports, bringing in the Barats, a very tanky frontliner to zone out. TODAK immediately responds with his carry with true damage and a tank slayer. I'd say it's pretty difficult. However, it all comes down to execution.
Right now, honestly, both drafts are looking great. Orange Esports, I want to see how the Barats actually apply a lot of pressure onto TODAK, and I want to see that goalie matchup. But let's go into the second game of this best of 5, TODAK against Orange.
Game number 2 already starting to begin here. 1-0 in favor of TODAK so far. Orange Esports on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. Now, coming down to how this early game is going to go, generally Orange Esports needs to leave Clint by himself with the carry, and Valens will dominate that lane. So it's all up to AIM to make sure that Ryumski doesn't mix up that matchup, doesn't give that advantage over to Momo.
Yeah, when it comes to the decision from TODAK, obviously they are going to try and slow down Subway as much as they can. Orange Esports, they need to realize that their win condition right now is solely dependent on Subway snowballing the entire fight. You can see it, they're harassing Chiku guys, making sure that he doesn't get super out of control from the get-go. He's getting pretty harassed out, but Chiku guys is going to be forced to give up a little bit of pressure down the lane.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that the side lanes are currently very, very volatile, especially for the EXP lane. So as long as Stormy maintains this pressure with AIM, forcing out that mid lane, they could rotate for their aid.
Right now, honestly, I like that TODAK, they understand the matchup right now, because looking at Momo using the carry, he's actually controlling the lane very, very well. And right now, AIM, is he out of position?
He's about to die.
Great sidestep, but it's not going to be enough. First blood coming from Rivals, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike.
Yeah, really unfortunate coming in from AIM. He should have known this was going to happen. He's a little unfamiliar with this matchup, especially when it comes down to when junglers are going to hit level 4.
Right now, looking at the game, TODAK right now, they're actually looking at Orange Esports, and it looks like they completely understand AIM's movement. And so I kind of agree. I feel like AIM should really switch it up, because if he's going to give over free kills to TODAK, then they could just snowball off of Rival, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very likely as well. So as of yet, Orange Esports, they have to take a little bit of a slow pill, because Subway is going to be the core hero to be in the front lines to actually stop this out. But as of yet, Chiku guys, he's got the real world manipulation. He's going to be able to zone them out. It all comes down to the first turtle engagement, and Chiku guys, they drop it, they get the turtle, and on top of it all, 4 mates, he catches 2, and he's going to try and finish things off. Stormy finally drops it down, but it's a little bit too late. They took down Subway, they took down Neo, and right now they're trapping Stormy in the grass, and Stormy will be able to narrowly escape this.
I don't know about the two of you, man, but that looked pretty messy coming in from Orange Esports.
I would say that TODAK played that perfectly. I think Chiku guys preemptively using the real world manipulation gave them a huge heads up, because now Stormy, he wants to use his own real world manipulation, but Neo doesn't have pressure in that side lane, and Forme is purposefully holding up his Black Dragon form to make sure that Stormy cannot just pop his ult freely.
Yeah, it was so difficult in this kind of scenarios, but Orange Esports, it's back into a drawing board as well. We talked about how Subway being very, very important. TODAK realizes it, instantly punishes them in this vicinity. But as of yet, it all comes down to securing the farms up on Valens. We talked about how Valens is the core members coming from Orange Esports. You can see they're heavily focusing on down to this bottom lane to make sure that Valens is going to be able to come back for Orange Esports.
Right now, my question is very, very simple. I need professional opinions. What should Orange do right now? Because looking at how they're moving across the map, it looks like they don't have a clear direction what they should be doing.
Well, I think number one, AIM shouldn't be looking to open the map onto the enemy side. They've got a general idea based on the number of camps left in the enemy jungle. So what they need to do at this stage of the game is start playing for the gold lane, looking to dive the carry as soon as possible.
It seems like Rival, he wants to try and threaten Neo a little bit, but as of yet, I don't think Neo is the right target to do so. He does have the engagements to actually kind of knock out and push Rival away, but the biggest threat is going to be Subway, because as of yet, he doesn't have his stacks. And TODAK, to realize it, they immediately going for the dive. Rival looking for a little bit more. The circling Eagle keeps him in check, but he barely Kenny survives it. Orange Esports, they could not get the trade-off.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that somebody else walks into the vicinity of the turret and actually takes the aggro for Gushin right at the very last second. And more importantly, Stormy doesn't get a full combination of the real-world manipulation at the end of the day just because he doesn't have enough stacks built up.
I'm sorry, but my mouth was wide open. Stormy going up against the Gushin. He was targeted with the real manipulation, having enough shield to survive. Stormy, no wonder he has an amazing amount of KDA.
Yeah, it's all about surviving this first run, but as of yet, I feel like Subway is just struggling just because of the fact that Barats is so hard to execute. It's a snowboarding hero, you need to constantly maintain his stacks, and to maintain it means that you have to be constantly attacking minions, and you can see the patience coming from TODAK. They realize he doesn't have a stack, they immediately dive in, and that's the weakest point for Barats.
Well, I think also, wait, hold on, Neo, he's gonna get doped upon.
Oh, Neo, he's gotta clear the minions, he wants to tank the aggro, he's going for a couple of side steps here and there, but there's only so much you can do on this Paquito, especially without the help of your teammates. Now, the mirror comes in from the side of Orange Esports. They want to go in for the fight against Momo, but look at this. Subway, he's tanking the minions. Momo finally gets bursted down, but can Chiku get a little bit more value out of this? Because as of yet, Valence is here to try and chip him down. He tries to go for a kill. Chiku, he's barely hanging on. He's buying so much space because as of yet, TODAK, they're trading the middle turret as well. Valence caught in a very awkward position. Yumski tries to stall in for the rest of the team. Rival is coming in. He's going for the combo. He misses it, but does he have enough damage? He doesn't. It seems like he is going to play it a little bit slow. Formace, however, tries to stall the middle lane, but unfortunately, TODAK, they can't get any more out of this.
Oh my goodness, that was about to be bad for Orange Esports. I mean, Rival, if he landed that sword spike, it was over for Valence. But this might just be it.
No, Valence, he might be caught out, and yes, he will. That's going to be a kill alpha towards Momo.
Right now, looking at the game, Orange made a very good engage, focusing on the gold lane, but then overstaying their welcome. Right now, Orange Esports, I kind of feel like they got to slow it down. And the thing that you said you want to watch out for is the shot calling. I feel like Valence, he needs to get his head into the game.
I think more than that, but Formace is now in some trouble here.
Oh, Formace, he manages to slow down the first great engagement, and Orange Esports, they're forced to back out now. Can they retreat? Will TODAK let them off the hook? The Circling Eagle comes in, buys a little bit more time. Aim was able to escape this. Neo finally strikes and picks up jab onto his Jiku, and that's going to be a great retaliation. However, once again, TODAK, they're great at trading and salvaging situations, and Momo chipping with this here too. The rest of Orange Esports is going to be coming down, but they're giving away pressure towards the top lane. Look at the minimap itself, top side, they're diving Neo. TODAK, they're coming in. Neo, he's gonna buy a little bit more time, but the damage, can he survive? No, he will not. Rival will get the final dagger in.
Well, despite everything that has happened so far, Orange Esports is adapting. I feel like TODAK is looking for the long-term game. They're seeing multiple steps ahead, but Orange Esports is slowly adapting to the specific situations and the specific ways that they need to actually get into these fights.
Oh, the desperation is coming in. Orange Esports, they realize who the bigger threat is. There's a freebie they cannot afford to give away. The turtle is okay. However, bottom side, Valence getting a little bit greedy with his farm. He is going to pay with his knife in his 1v1 matchup. Rival also going to be finding another from the side of TODAK. Neo is going to be left there. Aim needs to get him out alive. He flickers out of the daggers coming from Rival, so he's going to be a-okay. But where is Subway? Subway, he needs his purple buff. He needs to fight this. TODAK is pretty weak, but do they have the damage to fight? The Circling Eagle comes in, Subway gets in a jab with the Daytona Smoke. He gets two, but he needs the damage. He needs to chase Yumski. Can he get the kill? No, he's getting slowed pretty hard, but eventually the stack is gonna have enough. The taunt coming from Yumski is gonna pay the price.
No, that's the worst way to go. That's the worst. I mean, Yumski could have easily lived that. He could have flickered out of the way.
He just had to recall in front of his face.
He just had to, and he stood in the oil for too long until he got lit up by the fireworks. Momo, look at this.
Oh, no.
He's so strong right now. He wins his 1v1 against Valence. He finds Neo because of his level advantage, and I think at this point in time, TODAK is online.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because Rival is making a dive towards Balance. Great sidestep coming from Balance, but he will not escape the real-world manipulation. They get the retaliation on the jungle, but as of yet, Subway, he's trying his best to sustain his way through. Chico going for a couple of volts, but this is the power of the Barrage. He's got the sustains, he's got the tankiness, but Yumski finally looking for to join the fight. He wants to go in for the catch, but he cannot. Chico constantly scaring Orange Esports apart, and you can see why they don't want to force the fight, not knowing where Momo is.
I can't believe Formaze was able to proc his shot residue there onto Subway of all people. I mean, he got the full combination down. I don't know how he got multiple stacks on him, and I think it was because of his second skill on 2 targets that put him at 2 stacks before jumping on in. Somehow sneaking an auto attack in there as well.
Right now, TODAK, they're creating a lot of chaos and they're reveling in it. Right now, Orange Esports, they're having a tough time to actually fight back. But looking at the items, Stormy only have 2 damaging items, and looking at Clint only having the endless battle. Like, looking at the goalie 5,000, I didn't thought it would be this big of a difference.
I mean, Momo's accelerating. He's 4-1-0. He's 3 items. He's basically 2 items ahead of Valence right now because he delayed his Blade of Despair. And now this is the result. TODAK with his 6k gold lead, a majority coming in from both Rival and as well as Momo. They're going to skyrocket this until the very first Lord and then look to take down an inhibitor.
Yeah, it all comes down towards buying time, right? We know how Subway needs to snowball their way through, but as of yet, Orange Esports, they're deliberately picking a fight where Momo is not in his vicinity, because if Momo joins the fight, Subway is going to be completely deleted in a couple of auto attacks. In this case, with the Lord pushing in, knowing TODAK, they do want to try and play for a little bit more split and greedy approach, but Orange is what they need to make a play eventually.
Right now, Subway, he has no way to actually get his stacks. This is not going to be good for Orange Esports, especially looking at Formies, how he's playing using this Yuzong. I don't know, can Orange actually defend their base?
I think high ground defense is definitely possible, but I don't think holding on to all 3 inhibitors is going to work.
Real world manipulation has been expended. I was expecting Chiku guys to hold it on, but that is going to be a wasted attempt. However, with the Lord knocking in, is it going to be a big significant factor? Rival throwing a couple of daggers to zone him out. They securely get the top inhibitor safely from beside TODAK, but here comes the counter engagement. But the pull from Yoski, he connects on 4 maze, goes in for the Petrify, but they don't seem to have the damage. They've got the sustains, but Momo still a little bit hesitant to go in for the full dive, but now they have to completely back out.
Not bad coming in from Orange Esports. Oh wait, the fight's still going?
Oh, it's not over yet, but here comes Momo. He's gonna try and chip away Subway, but here comes Neo from the side. He wants to go in for the burst. He gets the connection on the KO punch, but the knock-up stuns coming from Yuki slows down the aggression, but it's not over yet. Orange Esports, they go in for the continuation. They get the crit off Balance, and they get the small pick off on Rival.
Yep, that really came down to some split decisions. Rival knew there was no way he was going to survive. His incandescence was not up, so he tries to go for the one-shot on Valence, saved by aim, and this is why Valence decided to take that killing spree. Had he not have that killing spree, I think TODAK might have looked for a re-engage to take that last pick.
Right now, Valence, he has his Blade of Despair, so the amount of damage that is coming out from Valence is going to spike quite heavily, especially looking at Neo. Even though he's 1-4-0, it looks like he can actually tank quite a bit from the damage coming in from TODAK. So right now, Orange Esports, we can definitely see that they're slowly going back into the game.
Neo is actually changing up his combos here, right? It's not just a double jab. Wait, hold on, aim.
Oh, that thought for now, aim is going to be caught all by himself. The Daytona Smoker coming from Subway is going to catch on towards one, but he's going to get immediately chunked down. Double kill for Momo. Now, Jiku guys is going to try and slow down Orange Esports with the real manipulation. They catch Stormy. That's a big catch coming from TODAK, and they are looking to potentially close out the game. Do they go for the Lord or do they go for the GG push? However, Balance is still alive. The minions is going to be 2 minions, and now with the Black Dragon to scare on the back line, Neo is going to get dived upon. They get the kill. 4 down for the side of Orange Esports, and now TODAK, they're looking to clean house. Balance almost died for this, but no, Balance, he goes back in. He gets one-shotted. Monster kill for Momo. TODAK, a clean victory again. 2-0 against Orange Esports in this best-of-5 series.
Some very strong plays coming out of TODAK so far. Orange Esports cannot seem to find the angle to get in on them.
Right now, it's game point from TODAK. Right now, just one more win. One more win They're going to the grand finals. One more win, they can go to M4. And this time, Orange Esports, it looks like they do not have the same pep in their step as the first game. They really gotta take whatever that they can get in this break because
Apa janji apa dek? Mana mau lari dek? Woi! Dek, mana mau lari? Dek, tinggal ke tu woi! Woi, diam je! Banyak diam ah! Mana mau lari dek? Adalah. Mana mau lari oi? Kau dah pergi lah. One more game.
I was honestly just caught in the moment because right now, just one win, and like you said, TODAK already secured every single World Series ever since M1.
I don't think you guys realized that LaFell was still going on with his eulogy even throughout the mic check. He was still going, pep in your step. TODAK is still going on. One more win, one more game, and they're going to go to M4. He just went on
I agree. You know, it's not just for the grand finals as well. It's one more game to four-time M World Series attendee. How many teams can brag about that?
Right now, honestly, man, Orange Esports, everyone is looking forward to them going up against international teams. Being down 2 games is going to be quite difficult for them to pick themselves back up.
Honestly, I would agree too. And I think as for Orange Esports, their drafts, their laning phase, they are confident with their own capabilities. But if you look at the item build here, as much as we want to see Valence get ahead of Momo in lane, Momo was able to stall that lane really, really well. Even though he is completely outranged by the quick draw coming in from Valence, he cannot necessarily walk up comfortably and take trades against Valence. And yet, he is still 2k ahead of him.
I think the biggest threat here is how TODAK played the entire side lanes, right? They completely bullied out everyone from side Orange Esports except for Valence. And the moment they realize that Valence is getting a little bit too ahead of himself, they punish his greediness. And you can see a lot of times again, Valence is making calls and plays to get a little bit greedy. He opted to go for a little bit of a, I think he went for the penetration mace a little bit before he actually completed for the Blade of Despair. I was a little bit surprised by this because I was expecting him to go for the full scythe instead.
This is a 13-minute game, 20 kills for TODAK, more than 1 kill per minute. But this is, I want to talk about something after we come from the break because I got a lot to talk about Orange Esports because right now, I don't know what's going on, but I kind of feel like the pressure is on them because, like I said, this is not a mall anymore. This is a stadium. Every floor is filled with people because the way that they're moving all across the map, it doesn't look like Orange Esports.
I think that Orange Esports is a little short-sighted when it comes down to these fights. They understand the first couple of steps, but TODAK goes even further.
Yeah, but right now we got to look at the most influential guy in this game, the MVP, Momo. Even though it's just a 45% kill participation, but the moment Momo comes into the match, comes into any team fight, it's a one team fight for TODAK.
Yeah, he played it really, really well. He made sure that he got his farm very, very nicely, and he forced Valence the ego challenge him multiple times, and for him to come up on top, to be able to clutch out the game. And even there were times where he could have just went all in. He realized that he is the backup strategy coming from TODAK, and this is where Gideon mentioned as well. TODAK thinks so far ahead to a point that Momo realizes that by not getting your hit and just rushing forward unnecessarily, play it safe because eventually you gotta respect your opponents.
Absolutely, and I think Momo here, honestly, the linchpin of the composition, because if we went to the Ultra late game, if we went into 15 minutes into this game, Momo is going to be the main priority for TODAK. They're going to shift all their attention to make sure that he lives. But if you look at these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, I think it even tells us a bigger story here, because again, when we see Yoonski moving around the map, his main objective here is to kind of foresee what Orange wants to do. But Chiku, guys, preemptively taking this real-world manipulation and initiating early for the team puts Stormy behind.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like TODAK, they create so many chaos that Orange Esports, they're having a difficult time to actually realize what's going on and making a lot of mistakes along the way. So this is why I kind of feel like they got to reset in some kind of way that no matter what TODAK does to them in terms of, in terms of TODAK getting all these crazy engages and kills, they gotta stay calm.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. But as of yet, you can see that Subway, he needs to focus his role really well. Orange Esports, they try to make something happen by playing that, hey, Momo is not here, let's force a fight. But every single time they make a play, it's so difficult for the fact that TODAK has just so much AoE crowd controls to the fact that they can just buy time and just stall for it. And every single time that happens, TODAK is just capitalizing on macro cross-map plays.
More so, I feel like TODAK is a little bit more fluid in their decision-making, right? Because I think a lot of these things you can't expect to happen. Like, for an example, when we saw Formates actually proc the Shah residue, get the kill onto Subway, that kind of changes the mentality of how you look at a fight. So Orange Esports, yes, they are a little short-sighted when they say, hey, we need to take a different approach, find a different angle, but TODAK, their split decision-making is giving them that little bit of an edge over Orange when it comes on over the 5 minutes, maybe even 6 minutes worth of fights.
So honestly, listening to what you've been saying, Gideon, it's all about the shot calling coming in from both teams, where from the side of TODAK, it's easier for them to make a decision and go for it. But looks like Orange, they gotta adjust. With this, we're gonna give more time. It's gonna be an extended break. And I gotta say, Orange Esports, they gotta use every single minute of this. So for you guys at home, do not be discouraged. We have some technical issues here. So again, we're gonna have a little bit of a longer break. We're gonna make sure everything is resolved. Everything will go well, because going into game number 3, it could be the final match of this series. But with that being said, we gotta look forward for a third game, but for now, we're going for a break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because after this, we're gonna see who is going to be the grand finals of MPL playoffs.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya, seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan, seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat, seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homeboys? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homeboys mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Ditugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homeboys. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homeboys di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Fokus utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikugas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia, perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this amazing best of 5 between TODAK and Orange Esports. All of us here at MPL would like to say thank you very much to everyone for your amazing patience as well as continuous support. But now with all the issues being resolved, you guys are here back with me, LaFell, IC Baby 12, and Gideon Q to continue our best of 5, where right now TODAK is at match point and Orange Esports, it feels like a best of 1 for them right now.
Yeah, as of right now, they cannot drop a single game. If not, they drop down to the lower brackets. High stakes matches overall, but right now, TODAK is looking so very hot.
Yep, and as of yet, there has been a little bit of a long break here. Apologize for the mistakes, but in case you miss out in the action, let's take a look at the recap of how things went down for TODAK, especially for game number 2. We saw a little bit of adaptations coming from Orange Esports. They brought in the Barrage, brought in Paquito. However, the biggest threat here is still gotta be Chiku, guys, on this Valentina. It's just so annoying to deal with throughout the entirety of both games 1 as well as game number 2.
I think right now TODAK has a lot of control when it comes down to tempo, something that Orange Esports is honestly sacrificing and letting go purposefully over to TODAK and getting punished for.
Yeah, but either way, right now we're going into the draft of potentially the last game of this series, where again, we're going to look at both teams, and I'm curious to see Orange Esports is still going to be the first pick, where TODAK is on the second pick. And now I'm actually questioning the nerves more than the draft itself, because during the long break, I was able to see a few members of Orange Esports, and they were all just splashing their face with water, trying to get their head back into the game.
Come on, Dexter. I think it's important that they do, because they are not looking as warm as we've seen on the past couple of days, the past 2 days in fact, from playoffs where they're looking very clean. TODAK, they don't feel nervous at all. This really shows the veterancy of TODAK itself.
Yeah, they just have the better experience and execution when it comes to identifying what needs to be done when the time calls for it. Orange Esports still heavily depends on balance, shot call, and time again, they do play around towards the later stage of the game. And I agree, they give up too much early control, and I feel like the Valentina is still going to be something that they either pick it off or just straight up ban it all the way through. I understand and realize the threat of the Paquito itself. It can be flexed into the jungle, but against TODAK, it is a team where they will always find a way. That's the reason why they have one of the biggest unique hero pool throughout the entire MPL, and I would say the entirety of MPL MY history.
Right now, I gotta give an unpopular opinion, where in my personal opinion, Orange Esports, they go look at Valence and Stormy to carry, and looking at how game number 1 and 2 has been going, I kind of want them on heroes that they can be independent, meaning to say they don't really require aim to take care of them. And Valentina is going to be first pick. So is this the first step of Orange Esports to securing a better draft for themselves?
Personally, for me, I do think that blue side is generally the weaker side, because again, when you are dropping down, you have to go for a flex pick opener. Something that TODAK is going to be doing in their first 2 slots, right? Paquito as well as Grok. The wild charge is already very powerful, but not enough to turn the tides.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Orange Esports, when it comes to their composition drafts, it is pretty clear cut that when it comes to the meta shift, there are certain win conditions and terms of playstyle. Orange Esports, pretty obvious, first 2 games, not comfortable to play against a Valentina composition. Whereas TODAK, they've demonstrated that they can do so. That's why we did see the Minotaur kind of brought into the table. We talked about how the Minion's Fury doesn't exactly give a lot of value on towards Valentina. But are they going to bring it up again? I'm not exactly sure. But as of yet, what I do see is that Wild Charge is a strong ultimate for this Valentina to be picking up into the pool. But Orange Esports to respond, Irithel as well as the Ruby.
Irithel as well as Ruby would indicate, and especially from that Ruby, it could be an indication that they want to actually put Subway on an assassin all over again. I'm looking along the lines of Amon, Ling, I would argue even the Fanny.
Yeah, actually looking at Orange Esports right now, as I said before the draft started, I wanted to see Stormy and as well as Valence to be on a hero that they can really hard carry the game. Irithel can do so in terms of damage, as well as Valentina in terms of crowd control, because of the Terrify way that they're...
The Terrify, yeah, the wave.
No. It's just that I lost my thought just because I saw the Lunox pick, and this is kind of a TODAK signature. I gotta say, with this Lunox pick, I don't want to do this.
It could be a jungle mid.
I'm kind of leaning towards TODAK.
I mean, we've seen patterns, we've seen the win percentage when they do get access, especially within the first phase of the draft, through the Lunox, right? But this begs the question, what about their later game, especially for Orange, their later stages of the game, how are they going to get to that point? With the Ruby, that's one way of doing it. It deters TODAK from playing the Fanny specifically. But now, are we looking for the Atlas? Are we looking for the Farmist, which has just gotten banned out? Maybe even a Diggy.
I think when it comes to this composition, TODAK has kind of shown this in yesterday's games as well. They bring out Lunox. We're expecting maybe a mid-mage. I wouldn't be surprised they force Rival to play Lunox on the jungle again, even though it's not the traditional meta. But when it comes to TODAK, that is their meta.
TODAK themselves, they said in many interviews, they kind of don't care what the meta is because they basically
play their own style, right?
They basically understand every hero the way that they are, the way that they should be played, and that's how they really approach the game. TODAK right now banning out the Battlement, I think that is an amazing ban because right now for Orange Esports, I would say just because having the Valentina, the way that they have a lot of crowd control, Valentina, Ruby, they should be very, very strong in terms of the team fight. They should not give any more tanky heroes onto Orange. I feel like Barats, you can let go just because they have the Lunox.
That is true. They can let go of the Brats if they want to, and they still have the option of picking up carry within, I don't know, maybe the first or even, I would argue very last pick as well for the side of TODAK. I think the onus right now is on Orange Esports because TODAK, with the double flex pick on their side, keeps their options so wide.
Yeah, man, as of yet, Orange Esports, they have to ban the Fanny right here, right now, because like it or not, TODAK, for them to pick up the Fanny, there's not really a lot of solutions for Orange Esports. Yes, arguably the Ruby is annoying here and there, but if Orange Esports decides to pick this up for Subway, it's going to be in a little bit of trouble. We've got the KO punch, a lot of damage being done from this Paquito. We've got the Wild Touch to kind of set up for the Lunox start spinning. And even though it's not the best way, but it's something that TODAK is accustomed to. Carry being picked up from side TODAK preemptively if the Orange Esports decides to go for a tanky composition again.
Look at this anticipation from TODAK, right? They know that Orange Esports wants to play something tanky. They're going to lock in the carry very early on. And this is about a 50-50 matchup when it comes down to the lane. The trading is going to be a little bit awkward for Irithel, but it's all about distancing.
Now, honestly, looking at how Momo is playing the lane, he's manipulating in a way that he's freezing the minions around his own perimeter of the turrets. That actually makes it so that Orange Esports, they do want to dive onto Momo, but it's very, very risky just because while the gold plating is still there, he has extra damage reduction, making it so that Momo could potentially outplay it. Now Orange Esports getting the Fredrin, so this is going to be a Ruby roamer, and they're picking up the Amon again. Is this a good thing for Orange Esports and the Minotaur?
Oh no, here we go. It's happened.
100% win rate, 2 times banned.
Jungle Lunox, double tagged it.
Wait, yeah,
Yep.
right. This is gonna be a Jungle Lunox. So, what do you feel about this?
Hey, you know, they dumpstered a team yesterday. Why not do it again here for the final match if they can pull it off?
Hey, I mean, if they want a mid lane control, double concussive blast, they've got a Grok with a power of nature to clear that wave super quick on top of a concussive blast from that Minotaur. They are going to get first push. They'll sacrifice a little bit of HP, but do they really care about that? Not really.
Yeah, but honestly, looking at TODAK's draft, having a Lunox jungle as well as carrying the gold lane, I want to see if they can actually still have a very good early game. Then I gotta say, man, TODAK is playing on a different level. But we're gonna jump into the third game of this series, potentially last game. TODAK going up against Orange Esports. Who's gonna take the W?
Well, it's gonna be difficult, but as of yet, adaptations has been made from Orange Esports, and this time on the blue side and TODAK on the red side once again. But early skirmishes right from the get-go in the middle lane. Fortunately for them, they do have the sustains to do so. Grok, very, very annoying, has the passive regeneration, and the heals on top of the Minotaur. Well, not going to be an easy poking grounds coming from Orange Esports.
I mean, look at how fast they've already cleared that wave. And right now, AIM, even though he wants to actually go over to that purple buff to deny Rival, or at least force him not to use that Retribution, it can. Early rotation from Neo too.
Yep, Neo gonna go for a couple of harassments. He needs to force something out. Yubski is gonna be able to survive these rivals. Thinking about threatening the Little Wanderer, and he will get it for the side of TODAK. However, I want to talk a little bit more on Orange Esports Fredrin. This Fredrin pickup, it's okay-ish. I understand where they're coming from. They want to find a way to slow down the combos coming in from 4 mains. If you can tank out initial burst from 4 mains, you can turn the tides with the Appraiser's Draft on the spot.
I mean, this is what I mentioned yesterday, right? When you have Fredrin, it's literally just the hit confirm. As soon as he lands the taunt specifically on Rival, he becomes very vulnerable to full one-shot combos coming in from Subway because he can't just break out of it with a Purify, which he doesn't have. He's got Retribution.
Well, it's going to be a tough scuffle for now, but it all comes down to the first pre-4, 25 seconds left. But as of yet, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We've talked about the double concussive blast up on Orange Esports. It's a great way to be very tanky. You know, it's not the most ideal way, but it's going to be value damage across a full teamfight scuffle.
Yeah, actually looking at this, TODAK do really want to go for a team fight because Chiku guys just absorbed a little bit of the EXP minions. Him being level 4, Turtle coming up. TODAK, if they can win this team fight, I feel like that will set the tempo for this entire game.
Well, they're going to have to win 4v5 because Carry right now on that top side isn't going to be able to participate just yet.
Yeah, he's got a big ultimate as well. Since key Orange Esports, they're thinking to go for the wrap around. They're trying to go in for the flank, but they're getting marked on 2 fronts. Look at this. Yuki is zoning the back line. Chiku guys tanking the 2 fronts. There's no way you're going to be able to break through those tanks. And now with 4 mates in the equation, Orange Esports has no choice but to back out of this fight.
A good call from Orange Esports. You can see that Irtha was moving back up towards the gold lane. Aim, he should be totally fine here, but Chiku guys just holding them hostage, just holding up his maximum fury to say, hey, I got Minoan Fury, you walk in, we team fight, and we will guarantee win this.
It's so hard considering that, you know, which do you go for? Do you challenge the Minoan Fury or do you challenge the Wild Charge? Because like it or not, there was 2 fronts they had to go. Regardless of how they do it, TODAK is able to quickly respond and buy time.
All right, right now, very, very quick question. Orange Esports, if they do want to win a team fight, what should they do? Who should they focus on? But Chiku guys goes in!
Well, that's what we were talking about because focus on Stormy is going to be the way to go. That's the pretty much counter engagement. And TODAK, they dive on towards him. Subway goes for the counter engagement as well. Neo going for the taunt, but Rival, he still has the brilliance. He's going to turn the tides, but the sustain from TODAK is going to keep him alive. The heals coming in on this Minotaur.
Oh, they could have killed Rival there, but the taunt didn't connect on him. He was just slightly out of range. These early rotations coming out from Balance is costing him his lane at this stage of the game. Orange, they need to kind of slow things down, and I think they need to take fights prior to this. They need to make some hard reads on TODAK.
Oh, it's very, very, very hard to do so, but as of yet, you can see Aim, he's going to be trying to babysit and escort Balance to get some sort of farm. Momo is almost a level ahead and full gold plating on top of it all. I'm Offended doesn't connect, and that's going to be unfortunate. They will have to force to give up control just because of the fact that Stormy needs to set up for those Wild Charge once again. TODAK, great in identifying the situation. Focusing on Stormy is going to be the goal. However, top side again, Balance. He did not expect Yumski to be sitting there again, and here comes the follow-up. He gets picked off again. Chiku guys getting focused down the middle lane, but this is the Minoan Fury we're talking about. He's got the sustains. Can he escape? They have to dive this. Do they get the kill? Yes, they will, but here comes Yumski to try to prevent this, but eventually they will be able to narrowly escape this.
Nicely done coming in from Stormy to zone Yumski off. He still technically has enough damage to take out Subway, but if they steal this, it's already looking good. Turtle is already gone, that's fine. TODAK just want to play the lanes.
Yup, Yumski deliberately sacrificing his health to protect the purple buff is going to be the way to go, but Rival's already stealing the purple buff away from Orange Esports on the other side of the map. Orange Esports, they're in a very, very tough predicament right now.
Right now, Hidden, you yourself had talked about Orange Esports, the way that they need to take the fight. Rival almost died just now. So right now, I'm looking at Subway. What should he be doing right now? But before that, Neo is going to get caught just a little bit, but he can still tank the damage from Momo.
Personally, I believe that Orange Esports is in a position where they do want to actually take these team fights. The problem is that they have to take preemptive measures to stop Chiku from actually holding on to this Minoan Fury. They want to make sure that he either pops it early on maybe just one target or look to take out initiation from Yumski.
I'm really surprised by the itemization coming from Orange Esports. If you take a look at towards the aim, he's only got 1 match defense shoes. I was expecting a little bit more considering the amount of CCs that TODAK is bringing to the table. I would say getting out of CCs is more important than getting that physical defense where you're still not going to be able to do anything.
I don't know, man. This is one of those situations. Being 3,000 gold behind kind of doesn't give you a lot of options. Neo is taking a lot of damage, and TODAK is going to execute another fight down here.
Oh no, Wall Charge comes in. Neo's got the shields, but eventually the damage from Rival will be enough to chunk him down before he pops Appraisal's Wrath. So TODAK will finally take a tier 1 down bottom. 4 mains getting caught up. He's going to try and buy time. Chiku flickers forward. Not sure what he was thinking about it, but it seems like he's trying to scare Orange Esports off. And guess what? It intimidated them for sure.
Really good cancel coming in from AIM. That could have been a lot worse for Orange Esports. However, they are still bleeding out in the side lanes. Tier 2s are now under threat. Basically, all the Tier 1s in the side lanes are gone.
Yup, Yumski, he's going to be caught off guard as well. The taunt comes in, and here comes the pause as well. You hate to see it. I was a little bit questioning Yumski's position, but at the same time, is it his issue? But no, seems like there's not really an issue. Oh wait, there is. Yeah,
it's fine. It's totally fine because right now it gives us a bit of an opportunity to talk about when will Orange Esports be able to dish out the damage, because I feel like Amon, looking at the way that his itemization, he's building the Feather of Heaven first. So this Amon is going to stay in the fight a little bit longer, making sure that he has like, what, 12, 18 stacks, and then he's going to pop the Endless Shard. But my question is, they do want to bait out the Minuan Fury. But how? How can they do that?
I think the bigger question here would be on who should he target a little bit more, because when it comes to TODAK, the Amons itself, the only person that he can focusedly one-shot is potentially Momo, and every single time he tries to go for wraparound, there's this 2 tanks that just completely stops him from doing anything about it as well. So when you talk about baits, I feel like it all comes down to either counter engagement or they find a way to flank from the back lines.
Well, that's why you have the hit confirms coming in from Orange Esports. They have, again, it's not in his power to control who he's looking to one-shot. Ideally, he takes out a marksman, of course, but the steps they must take to actually set up for a situation like this, number 1, as LaFell mentioned, they have to bait out that Minoan Fury, but on condition that the side lanes are pushed out so they have first movement on the map. My guess is that they're looking for choke points, right? And if they are going to bait out that Minoan Fury, they have to put more punishment on Chiku specifically. But now that we are seeing adaptations from TODAK itself, they played the first 2 minutes of the game very differently from now 6 minutes into the game, where now Yumski not only rotates towards that top side, sometimes he even fakes it to walk back into mid.
Yep, and as of yet, we're going to be jumping straight back into the game. We will sacrifice Yumski in that engagement. You can see TODAK immediately release control to set up for the total fight. Chiku, guys, is still going to be there, but this time they do not have tank composition for about 5 seconds. So this total is most likely going to be heading into Orange Esports' favor. We do see cross-map plays on the top side as well for 4-Maze. He's looking to threaten the tier 2 up top. And it seems like it's going to be concedes coming in from TODAK. Easy total from the side of Orange Esports while they lose the tier 2 up top.
This is a smarter decision from TODAK. They understand that they don't have enough resources to completely win the fight, and it's better not to trade 50-50 when 4-Mace is getting an advantage on the side lane.
Yep, with the golden staff available on Momo, Neo, he's going to feel a little bit more from this vicinity, but with the wall blocks coming in, 4-Mace looking for the wraparound. He's going to try and force rotations, but since as soon as they take down the tier 1, they immediately going for the dive. Aim gets immediately chunked down with the Minion Fury, but after it's down, everyone backs out. They want to reset and wait for those cooldowns, and Orange Esports, there's nothing they can do about this.
That's exactly what TODAK wants to do. If they're going to make plays, do it as a team of 5. And now that they have side lane pressure, they've already cracked mid-tier 1, they're going to have so much more control over the enemy jungle, which puts Subway behind, which in fact puts Momo and Rival even further ahead.
Oh, Neo is in a tough spot right now. This Predator needs at least a couple more levels before it comes online, but at the same time, Aim, he face checks his way through, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. Do they overcommit? No, they don't. They get the I'm offended in, but 4-Maze survives with it. Oh, Chiku stops the momentum in. Valens tries to cut the back lines, but he doesn't want to take the unnecessary risk, not knowing where the rest of the members is, because here he comes. TODAK, they review himself. They go in for the flank. They go for the wraparound, but where's the damage? They don't really have so, and Rival finally gets taken down as they finally set up the opportunity, and now Subway is going to get more. Valens gets a double kill, and TODAK now seems to be making the mistakes this time.
Nicely played by Orange Esports. This time, they had the foresight to look a little bit further. They trade 50-50, and this is great because Orange Esports are the ones that are behind.
Yeah, right now, actually looking at the situation, it was very clutch that Stormy was able to terrify TODAK because they engaged, but then they were looking left and right. They couldn't do anything. We're going to look at an instant replay to see what happened because TODAK, like Darren said, they overcommitted, and that Terrify onto 2 people gave a lot of free space for Valens as well as Subway to get the kills.
Exactly. I mean, both Aim and as well as Stormy working in tandem together to layer that CC to make sure they get the maximum amount of time possible for Orange Esports to kind of regroup and punish the initial engagement. Now, this doesn't change the fact that TODAK are going to be playing 4-1. Even if they have to give up this Lord, it's not that big of a deal, but they want that push on the side lane, and now they pull Valens. I'm expecting the move movement coming in from TODAK.
Well, even God's bleed. TODAK, a little bit of slight miscommunication issue just now, but hopefully for now, they are going to be A-okay. They set up for the Lord. Orange Esports doesn't want to make that risk again because it was a clutch hook coming from A that kind of threw them off guard. But with the Lord in their hand, they are going to be able to come on top. But bottom side, 4Maze, they realize that 4Maze always like to go for the solid play. They go in for the focus down, and now the trades come in. TODAK trade a tank for an XP laner, but Subway, once again, from the back lines, doesn't seem to have the damage to chunk down the Lunox.
No, not yet, not yet. And I think Orange Esports made the smarter decision here to give up the Lord to actually go for a trade on the side lane. They got a kill onto 4Maze, and they only sacrificed aim for it. Not the biggest trade in the world, but they are behind. If you look at the items so far, 3 items achieved coming in from Valence. We need 1 more item from Subway before he feels relevant.
Yeah, but as of yet, you can see Orange Esports feeling a little bit more confident knowing that Valence is now level 12. Meanwhile, a big wall charge coming from Stormy. Catches too, TODAK. They might have made a mistake. Can they get the kill on Momo? Yes, they can. Stormy with the big setup for TODAK and for Orange Esports. And now TODAK is forced to defend against this. Rival pops the Brilliance, tries to clear the minions, but here comes Subway to clean house. And that is going to be TODAK losing a little bit more. Meanwhile, that's happening. The Lord is pushing on the top side. TODAK, all they got to do is just buy time. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. 4Maze is still surviving in all. Meanwhile, TODAK, they're going to be back online in 5 seconds. The Lord will be finished off from the side of Orange Esports, and now it all comes down to housekeeping. Orange Esports needs to back out this fight.
Wow, what a decision by Orange Esports. They're willing to sacrifice an inhibitor to make sure that they actually even up the goal against TODAK, taking a 4-for-nothing trade, which was great because they took out the 2 linchpins, Yumski and as well as Chiku guys.
I gotta say, man, Stormy was the real MVP. And right now, 4Maze is going up against 2.
4Maze in a tough spot. They need to call in the cavalry from side of TODAK before they make this next play, because as of yet, Orange Esports, they found the secret sauce. They found a way to allow Subway to get into the back line, which was the initial problem. With this time, Neo getting a little bit more items, he's going to be a little bit more confident. Chiku now going for the minion fury. Momo finally focuses on balance. They know that he does not have the winds of nature. It is on cooldown now. They are looking to re-engage. Rival caught in a pain spot. Subway completely blocked by the wall, and now TODAK, they want a little bit more. Stormy gonna be scaring Momo off a little bit more. TODAK, do they want to continue? It seems like they don't really want to because 4Maze is secretly ratting behind them.
Oh, that was a bit desperate coming in from Orange Esports. They didn't have aim to be able to cancel the Minoan Fury with the flicker. They have to play around their alt timings a little bit better.
Well, they have to play this safe. Stormy just got the wild charge once again. They have to make this work. However, Orange Esports win condition is up to Neo now. He needs a little bit more items if he wants to be the annoying Frederick that we know of. As of yet, we caught a brilliance of him. He's got Dominance Eyes, he's got Oracle, but he needs at least 1 more defensive maneuver if he wants to start being annoying or even win his 1v1 against a Paquito.
Right now, it really is about decision making because Orange, they can win a fight if Stormy was able to engage, because we saw that's what happened in the previous fight. However, they got to be careful because going up against Chiku guys, they got to know that this Minotaur is very, very tanky. If he counter engages, that's a lost fight right now against the Lord. This is a Luminous Lord. This is going to be crucial for both teams.
Yep, Orange Esports trying their best to chip away the Little Wanderer. 1 more auto attack. It seems like they will eventually do so. However, when it comes to housekeeping, the lanes are going to be shoved up on the top side. TODAK once again wants to bait Orange Esports in towards a choke point before they go for this next fight. Chiku reviews the position of aim, but the rest of Orange Esports doesn't seem to want to overcommit. You can see they're so far back, but eventually TODAK has the damage to chunk down the Lord, and 4Maze is going to try to cut the proxy the wave as well. They finally caught 4Maze. They were going for the setup. Meanwhile, the combos are coming in as well, but aim, he dives the backline. They found 2. They found Momo and Rival. The catch comes in. Mistakes were made, and Orange Esports picks them all apart. Double kill for Orange Esports.
The foresight coming in from Orange Esports. The foresight, they're willing to sacrifice a Luminous Lord to make this happen. Yumski's the only one available with minions pushing. They might be able to get an inhibitor back and actually recover from the early game damage.
Oh, Yumski, he needs to clear the minions. He's throwing his body to distract them.
Oh my God.
Orange Esports, they're ignoring it. They want to make a comeback, and they will take 1 game off TODAK. They bounce back from the 2 Olas, and now the journey still survives. Can they prevail?
Wow! This Gideon is top level Mobile Legends. It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. 1 mistake, just 1. It's all they needed Orange pushed all the way. They are still in the game.
What an incredible game. Truly incredible. What a call. I don't know. It shows the maturity, the strategic advantages, the timings. They knew exactly when they wanted to fight, and they found the opening aim. Wow. I'm surprised that TODAK took that bait.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, even gods can bleed. We saw a little bit of weakness being shown from the side of TODAK, a little bit of miscommunication, and Orange Esports, they immediately take a dive. But in that final fight, AIM, what a clutch. He almost died, he got the hook, he saw two of the squishiest target from the side of TODAK. Immediately, everyone just dived on the rocks as well as Momo.
You guys didn't see it, man, but Orange Esports fans here, they were all jumping. AIM was about to die. He was ready to die. Flickered in, pulled both of them in. No one was touching balance. And again, this is one of those things, right? If they are able to bait out the crowd control from TODAK, it's all Orange Esports. And right now, we got to look at the itemization for both teams because the damage from Orange was more than enough to finish TODAK off.
This really was incredible here because again, as soon as Chiku and Yumski both used their ultimates on two targets, they got instantly punished. They did not stand a chance. As soon as their front lines were gone, they had no peel. Paquito was already gone. The picks continue to start rolling through. And when you're looking at the itemization, specifically from Stormy, right, he's looking to apply as much damage as possible. He's not going for the traditional glowing wand. He's going for scaling.
Yep, 3 games in a row. Valentina 100% winning in this upper bracket finals. It just shows you how annoying a good Valentina can play into this game. TODAK, they understand that, hey, they wanted to try and limit Valentina's out as much as possible, but the Wild Charge was what completely destroyed their momentum. Wild Charge can knock up the Minion's Fury, you can cancel it to a certain degree if you time it properly, but it all comes down who has that first engagement first.
Yeah, Valen 7-2-7. Like, the damage from this Irithel has to be respected, but I hold it again. Stormy, I feel like most of the team fight that has been won, it is off of Stormy actually hitting those crowd control, not just with the Valentina skills, but also getting Yumski's Wild Charge to re-engage into a fight. Orange Esports, 13-minute game. This did not feel like 13 minutes, man. I thought it was 20 minutes.
What a game. It really was a game-changing moment there. And again, Orange Esports, I mean, I can't wait to see the post-game stats because they lost pretty much every single tower at that point. They lost every single Lord at that stage of the game. And they were about to lose it had TODAK just disengaged from that final fight.
Well, it came down towards the warming up period, right? You know, one little pause, one little mistake from Yumski kind of completely threw off their communication, and they were so desperate to the point that I would say greedy a little bit from TODAK, where they still going for discipline punishment. But I want to see who the MVP is from the side of Orange Esports, because that is going to be Valence. He identified the situation. He realized that TODAK tends to be greedy, immediately punishes them.
93% kill participation, 4,500 damage per minute, and the thing is, he only died twice. I would say both those deaths were his mistake, but after that, the positioning from him, he basically got a lot of free damage in the game just now, especially in the final moments.
Yeah, no, he really did. I mean, the timings were literally perfect, and I think Orange Esports really warming up and starting to think further ahead down the line about these fights and are willing to sacrifice, knowing that they can actually profit so much more if they hit the timings perfectly.
Yep, it all comes down to dodging the first initial engagements. You know, after the Minion Fury is down, after the Wall Charge is down, what's next? It's pretty much 4Maze is going to be there to chain CC, but when 4Maze is out of equation, Balance is going to get free reign to run down everyone from the side of TODAK. But in case you miss out on the action, let's talk about the highlights on how things happen and off. Early in the engagement, you can see TODAK, they have so much map pressure. They understand that they've got double tanks. They're pretty much going to win all this map control from the get-go.
Yeah, again, a lot of the plays coming out from TODAK are usually done as 4. They left 4Maze to kind of do his own business, and even sacrificing a turtle just because he can actually push out the side lanes even more. But as the game slowly starts to progress, they realize that they can't actually one-shot aim as quickly as they used to. They have to commit quite a bit. Lunox is a very ultimate-oriented hero.
And honestly, it's very interesting looking back into the highlights. Orange, they really use the terrain towards their advantage because every single time a fight in the orange buff area of Orange Esports map, they win the fight. Something about this choke point, something about the layout of the bottom side of the map, it really helps out Orange Esports. This is the second fight that they basically got a very big win in terms of the team fight in this particular area.
I mean, it's a fork. And in most situations, in these choke points, it feels like a narrow point where everyone kind of funnels back in. But once you actually fight specifically around that orange buff area, it is a very clear fork where there's literally only one wall that you can jump over, and you have to be in the orange pit. And if you're not there, it's too far, it's too deep of an angle.
I think when based on how Orange Esports kind of positioned themselves was that they were focusing on two different fronts, right? They're focusing on Paquito, they're focusing on the front lines, but at the same of now, the games are coming in. I want to tell you guys a little bit interesting fact as well, because apparently we do have a TikTok MPL playoff live carnival also happening on site somewhere around. Who knows, you might be able to spot your favorite celebrities up on site in tier.
Yeah, make sure you guys actually join the official live room to cheer for your favorite team because as you guys see, both teams, they need it. And I gotta say, Gideon, do not look down on a simple, small splash of water onto your face because apparently that's what Orange needed. They just like pop, 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 pop. We're ready.
I mean, I've heard a lot of solutions. People like, oh, if you're on a losing streak, maybe change your shirt, take a shower or something like that. I don't know if the effects are doubled for pro players. Like it feels like this is the way to do it.
Well, it's not over yet for now, but it's still going to be a very, very long time. Even though Game 3 was won from side of Orange Esports, it wasn't a very, very clean thing. We do see adaptations being made. We do see better communication compared to Game 1 and Game 2. Great reset. The pause was very, very much needed during in-between breaks. But now, can they continue that momentum? Is TODAK affected by the mental warfare?
I was just focusing on Orange Esports in their own rooms right now, looking at Kelvin, looking at Alice. They're both looking very happy. They look confident. And looking at the players coming up on stage, just by looking at the expression, I know there is absolutely nothing else in their head except for this next game because TODAK, they just need one more win. For Orange, they got to make sure they never lose after this.
There's just no more room for error. They cannot afford it, and considering that the tickets are on the line. But if you talk about stats a little bit more, obviously if they lose this series, they still have another second chance who's lower bracket. But who wants to take the risk when you can go all out right here, right now? But in case you missed out on the action, this is going to be the recap for game number 3.
But if we talk about the game recap here, we need to look at the compositions right now. As much as I would love to believe that Neo was looking to, try to get the hit confirmation, he was always either a little too late, but does force Rival to use the Brilliance super early on. I think Rival is giving him a lot of that respect, knowing that his team, as soon as the ultimates are down, they're basically dead in the water, and you can't expect Momo to kind of do everything because he's very short range. So I think for this upcoming game, if TODAK really want to end this quick, they're going to take blue side. They're going to draft around blue side.
Yeah, and actually looking at this game, speaking of drafting, it looks like Orange Esports right now, they're also increasing the amount of crowd control that they can have because I kind of feel like this is going to be the topic of this entire series because almost every single time anything, absolutely anything happens, it's off of team fights. Usually we see TODAK actually focusing on certain objectives, split pushing the map. We saw a little bit in the previous match where Formace with Paquito focusing on wherever the other 4 members are currently not there, right? But again, I kind of feel like it's all about team fights in the series.
I agree, and specifically because TODAK is playing a more flexible composition, it's not as linear, it's not as clear-cut as Orange Esports, where they're saying, hey, we want to play for this gold lane. In their composition, every single one that they've made so far just screams that the gold lane is our priority.
Agreed, and what better way to do it when you have Valentina is just so oppressive in the early stage of the game. Yes, arguably the double tanks was able to buy time, but you only need that one play. In this case, you can see that TODAK, they have a little bit better comfort towards dealing with against a Valentina composition, but they force themselves where they need to draft around that. I do not give value ultimates towards Valentina instead. And so far, 3 games, 100% win rate for Valentina. Do they ban it? Do they pick it? That's going to be a different question now for Game 4.
Just now, the camera just panned over Stormy's family. And I got to say, man, even they look very, very nervous. right now, TODAK as well. I kind of feel like that was kind of a wake-up call because they know how strong Orange is. It really doesn't matter how much advantage they have for themselves. The moment Orange sees a weakness, they're going to go for it. So I feel like we're not going to see a break in formula. For Orange, give it over to Balance. For TODAK though, who, like, Chico guys has been doing quite a lot. Momo, I would say, he is a threat, but the threat was not delivered in the previous game.
Okay, all right. I know where you're coming from. I do think that TODAK, if they were to play that game again in the exact same composition, I think they would actually win it over Orange Esports. It was a very slim mistake that they made.
Yeah, it was a very small window and opportunity, and Orange Esports was able to touch it. And you have to give props to the game. You know, somehow he figured a way to survive the entire run. But I like what you pointed out as well, Lafel. TODAK picking on towards first pick, they might want to prioritize the Valentina once again.
I'm actually going to give this over to Gideon because you called it. Like, throughout this entire series, Orange got the first pick. But now, TODAK, they have it for themselves. What is the big advantage for TODAK?
Now, knowing TODAK, the fact that they're probably going to go for a more flexible composition, they're going to go for double flex picks within their first pick. So I'm guessing, you know, Paquito, the Julian, something that's open, Lunox even. They've got a lot of different pocket picks that help out with this particular strategy. More importantly so, I think they can opt to actually play for the gold lane, take away maybe even a Claude if they're lucky to get it, unless Orange Esports bans it out right now.
I got to talk about Grok for a little bit because Orange Esports, we're going to see what they're going to ban out after this, whether they be the Valentina or such. Yep, the Valentina looks like is going to be banned pretty soon. A lot of teams in this playoffs has been using the Grok a lot. Is it a wise decision for TODAK to get it as a first pick?
I think when it comes to the Grog, you can flex it up a little bit more towards the XP lane here and there, but I feel like the biggest threat is still going to be Paquito. You know, the Paquito's got to be a first pick, no-brainer. You can play jungle, you play XP, and it's just not going to be okay. I did not expect this at all.
Yes.
I was like, all right.
Because ideally, you want to be able to pick your double flex picks, and most teams make this mistake in the draft. Yes, they get the single flex pick within the first phase, they have a high win percentage, but then they find the double flex pick as soon as it bounces back to them. TODAK, on the other hand, Momo has been playing oppressive matchups throughout this series so far. So the fact that he's getting Claude kind of allows him to play on an island of his own. It doesn't matter what Orange Esports pick at this point, unless they have Melissa, which they banned out.
I gotta say, man, for anyone that did not catch the regular season of MPL, Momo with the Claude is a very different beast because the way that he plays, it always looks like his power spike is way faster compared to any other gold laners that gets the Claude.
Yeah, I guess you can put it in that way, but at the same time, I feel like the Claude is just something that Valence can play a little bit more, even though it's not really the comfort pickup. But as of yet, I agree, you know, flex picks coming from Orange Esports, but Momo definitely, you know, is a force to be reckoned with. He gives you a little bit more tools to play cross-map plays alongside formates, which is something that TODAK likes to do when it comes to split pushing with a like a 4-1 or maybe even a 1-3-1 strategy, which TODAK tends to get very, very greedy based on this past few games.
Well, based on their current behavior, I feel like TODAK still want to play flexible. They want to be able to kind of look at the enemy composition, figure out what they want to do first, and then look for holes in between to fit themselves in.
Oh, okay.
Now, I was again sighing a little bit seeing the Grok as well as Paquito. Yes, they are very standard picks, but when you're thinking about the farmers, when you're thinking about these major ultimates now that Valentina is gone, then these power picks start coming into play because you can't steal it away since Valentina has been banned out.
Yeah.
Actually, looking at Orange Esports having the Paquito as well as the Grok, are we actually going to look at Orange Esports trying to draft a dive composition where they actually want to start the team fights a little bit earlier? Because having the Claude, you got to need those two items, right? You need the Demon Sword as well as the Golden Staff. Is this what Orange wants to do? Do they want to fight as much as they can?
Yeah, well, okay, I think before we talk about how they're going to fight this, I feel like as of yet, Orange Esports, would they pick the Diggy right here, right now? Because I feel like we've seen teams kind of adapt and mirror in the AoE support way, where they go for a Diggy against a Faramis. Yes, arguably Faramis is nerfed. We've seen teams adapt with Eve. We've seen, I think, RSG play a Xavier composition to deal with the Cult Altar. So I was very surprised that they ignored the Diggy. Orange Esports going for the Farfa instead.
Actually, personally for me, Orange Esports, instead of picking up the Diggy, it is quite valuable for them to pick up anyone else that has AoE crowd control, because whenever anyone picks up a Faramis, what does that tell you? They want to group up. And if they want to group up, might as well just stun every one of them.
I agree. I was thinking maybe they wanted to consider throwing, giving this Grok over to Neo in the EXP lane, just so that he can just sandbag this Yuzong for as long as possible, while the rest of the team can actually look for these bigger team fights with strong AoE, right? And when we're looking at this, right, I'm thinking that TODAK, the fact that they banned out the Irithel already tells us, like, yes, they don't want that extra movement speed so that he can re-engage into the fights. Orange Esports, they're saying, hey, let's get rid of this Julian to ensure that you don't have another flex pick, or more importantly, a composition that can run us down and to keep up with the tempo of the game. Because these laners naturally want to be able to push. The farm is, with the help of a good support that has wave clear, is going to actually contest against this Pharsa and as well as Grok.
I think TODAK's idea is just straight away shutting down Valent's composition from the get-go. But Orange Esports, they're thinking in a way where they just want to make sure this feathered airstrike gets off and just chunks down the Cloud Altar. In this case, the Julian can actually dive the backlines and completely stop the momentum. So I get where Orange Esports is targeting him, but the Marsha as well to make sure that TODAK has no opportunities to dive the back lines. But as of now, I'm not surprised with this, because if you think about it, do they go for a tank Marsha? I don't think TODAK will risk it though.
But before we even move forward, man, I gotta say, Orange Esports, Stormy actually picking up this Pharsa is actually quite courageous, because you gotta use Zong, you gotta Claude. It really doesn't matter what your front line is, they're just gonna go to the back line. Like,
it's high risk, high reward.
Do you think that this might be a bait where they're actually going to use Stormy to force Homebois as well as Momo into a unfavorable position? Like, it could happen.
It's a game of rock, paper, scissors, right? It's who makes that first initial move. If Pharsa drops down that feather airstrike, ideally you want to get one or two things out of TODAK. Number one, it's going to be the Call Altar. If Stormy can force out the Call Altar from Yumski very early on, he's already in the win. He can use Wings by Wings to get on out of there. As soon as he sees Yuzong coming with Black Dragon form, he has already won the fight for the team.
Yep, and once again, Orange is about to respond with the Amon again. So they do have cash potential, and I like this idea that Orange Esports is going for instead, because if you think about it, they're going for pick-off potentials, whereas TODAK, they're forcing 5v5 grouped out fights all the way through. They've got the AoEs, they can do it. And if you dodge the initial burst or you bait one crucial ultimate away from TODAK, that's it. Orange Esports is going to pick you apart bit by bit.
I don't know. I feel like they could have saved the jungle pick for the very last here, because Valens, it really doesn't matter what matchup he goes for. I don't think he's going to play Beatrix. I would make an argument for Clint. The fact that Irithel, Wanwan, and as well as the Melissa already gone puts him at odds. He needs something that can actually shove out these lanes. Brody, arguably, or even Clint at this point are his only options. And TODAK, the fact that they got Ruby as well as Fanny, now he's going to get locked out of this game.
I'm not Brody game.
I think it's a Brody game.
I think he's forced to play the Brody. Like, I was expecting maybe he's forced to play a Bruno to go for like an ultimate to deal with this clump up composition against TODAK, but with this Fanny coming into the picture, I think he has no other choice but to play the Brody.
I mean, there's one other like very niche pick, which is Nathan, that he did bring in before, but is it risky just because of the Fanny?
Okay.
I think it doesn't really matter. I think no matter what he plays here, he's going to get pressured by both Yuzong and as well as Fanny, and he has to get a Winds of Nature just for Claude's ultimate.
I think the idea, like in my mind, I was thinking, like, since we're throwing out names, right? I was expecting maybe a Mia, you know, to deal with the Cloud Altar. But no, okay, they go for the Leslie. Okay.
He's so confident.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, right? Leslie has been revamped, where right now the kill potential is very, very high. It really doesn't matter. Do you have a blade armor? Do you have any kind of armor? It really doesn't matter, because Leslie is going to have true damage in the game. She needs to skill. Arguably 3 items, but when that 3 items arrive, she can deal a lot of damage, and from a very, very safe distance if Homebois as well as Rival can get onto him. Again, we're going into game number 4. If Orange Esports wins this one, it's gonna be all 5 games being played here. I am very excited. The crowd is loud, so let's get into the game. Number 4, Orange Esports against TODAK.
Well, things are gonna get a little bit spicy. I wonder how Valence is gonna be playing this. Are they gonna play him on the mid lane or the gold lane? Seems like he's gonna be going down towards the bottom side. So that's gonna be a Leslie versus Cloud matchup, and I feel like it favors Valence a little bit more compared to Cloud rather early.
I beg to disagree. I think Valence is basically going to be playing under his turn for a majority of this game, because as soon as somebody affects it, and Orange Esports, they need to always have mid lane control. Look at this. Stormy wants to make sure that he wins this lane as soon as possible, because Valence is so weak in lane. He's only relevant once he has 3 items.
Oh, Valence is just harassing Momo. Look at he's just pretty much straight up outranging Momo from the get-go, and he doesn't even have the wave clear to do so. So I like a little bit early value coming in from him. However, middle lane, Chiku looking to get a little bit aggressive, trying to bait out rotations, but from the side of TODAK, it all comes down to Rival. Once he has this control coming in from this Fanny, he's going to be looking to set up a rather early play before things get out of hand.
Keep your eyes on mid lane. Stormy is sacrificing a lot of mana just to clear these waves fast to allow AIM to have free roam down to the bottom side of the map. Now, it's about coverage here. Subway is down there, so therefore Grok doesn't have to make a move just yet. Farsa needs to reset, but she's coming back into the lane as soon as possible, and Stormy still opting to go for the 3-1 and 2 sub-emblem build. He only wants 1 point in that movement speed. I don't know. I would like to see 2, but the magic penetration and just the raw magic power is relevant.
Yo, you talk about penetration. I like the adaptation coming from Yumski as well. He didn't exactly go for the Concussive Blast, but instead he went for the Nasty instead. However, bottom side, Valence, he managed to throw Rival off guard. That's one way to deal about it. We talked about whether Brody's a bright play. It seems like Leslie's not that bad as well.
Yeah, honestly, TODAK, just give this up. Give up this turtle. You don't care about it. You don't need it. Just go back down and re-dive him.
Yeah, right now, honestly, for Orange Esports, that was a very good showing from Valence. Making sure that he can survive a 1v3, that's great.
Yep, seems like TODAK, they want to try to set up a play for Mace. He doesn't have the Black Dragon. He's still in the Dragon from Doe, but here comes the Feather Extra as well as the counter author. They want to go in for some fight. Rival trying to dive the back line, but it seems like he's expended a little bit too much energy. He might be caught off guard. Guess what? He's trapped. They go for the wrap around, but Orange Esports, they don't want to take the risk to dive this. So that is going to be a little bit of trades, empty trades from both sides, but you can see the potential of both teams now.
Dang, man. Formaze is playing this really, really well. His engages are looking so very good, and Valence even opting to use his ult early just to make sure he doesn't take a bad trade against Momo. Previously, Momo, as soon as Momo gets his Blazing Duet, he's going to look to trade against Valence and force him to recall. Yep, right here.
Oh, as soon as you speak of it, and Valence now gonna be forced to back out. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but here comes Fanny as well. Rival looking for the dive. Valence, is he gonna be able to get the kill? But no, we're down for the auto attack. The Concussive Blast comes in, but the damage from the tower is not gonna be able to help him trade. So that's gonna be a nice dive from TODAK and a good, healthy gold plating in his favor. Orange Esports, they need to trade the turtle right here, right now, but TODAK, they're just slowing him down. They use the Feather Airstrike to zone off Yumski, but TODAK will gladly give the turtle by taking down Valence.
Yep, again, it's about this push and pull with these objectives. TODAK decide to sacrifice this turtle to get a kill and dive the bottom side. They even break Momo out of that tier 1, so there's nothing to worry about. The lane swap will come soon, but until then, TODAK, just take your time with this.
Ooh, you can see the tensions are pretty high. TODAK, they're not feeling a little bit oppressive as before. They're playing a little bit more safe and defensively now, waiting up on Momo's timing as well as 4 Maze before this next setup. Whereas Orange Esports is just making sure that Valence has free control of the farm. But as of yet, Yumski might just go for a couple setups, but the Grok coming from AIM is just a little bit too annoying to deal with. But top side as well, 4 Maze hesitated to make a dive as well. Yep, it seems like he's gonna try to make an attempt as well. Petrify comes in. Rival also gonna be joining the fight with the control. They get the kill in. Neo forced the flicker out of that. And guess what? Patience paid off. It all comes down to 4 Maze setting up the fight.
What a save coming out from Chiku, guys. Makes it just in time and max range.
And as of yet, bottom side as well, Yumski is going to get caught out. The ultimate coming from Valence is going to be there, but Momo, as soon as he shows himself, Orange Esports says, you know what? I don't want to fight this. I don't want to deal with the Blazing Duet, man. We're winning. Just play it safe, bro.
Right now, looking at Orange Esports, I think it's 5-0, but Stormy is going to get engaged.
Oh no, Stormy is going to be in trouble, but no! Clutch flicker to get out of that. Rival did not see that coming. What a clutch!
That, honestly, I think Rival could have played that engage a little bit better and saved the cutthroat for just that moment. I do feel he got a little unlucky there.
No. It's just Stormy being the KDA king, man. But I was going to say, Orange Esports, I think it's fine for them to even slow down the game a little bit. Now with the pause coming in, we can talk about it a little bit more. TODAK, they have a 1,000 goal advantage. However, right now, Orange Esports, I got to talk about this kind of trio kind of fight. Stormy as well as Valence, they're going to be very, very strong in the late game. But if Momo plays it well, he can basically heal both of them. So, looking at the late game, I got to talk to you, Gideon, as well as Terrence. In the late game, which composition do you actually favor a little bit more? Because 2 threats from Orange, but 1 threat from TODAK could potentially take out both of these crazy threats.
Personally, I think Orange Esports have a much better scaling composition in comparison to TODAK. And the number one factor is the fact that Fanny doesn't really scale, right? And when you're thinking about the Blazing Duet, yes, it's an extremely powerful tool, but the question is how relevant is Fanny going to be to break a Winds of Nature out of Valence specifically to allow this Blazing Duet to get maximum value?
I think I definitely agree with Gideon as well. I feel like Orange Esports has a little bit more value because of the fact that Stormy, if he gets all max items, one Feathered Airstrike completely chunks down the entire HP bar of Cloud Altar. And of course, if TODAK decides to clump up and if they get caught up with 1 or 2 combos in, everyone is going to be straight up silenced on the spot, and they will be easy pickings for the rest of members coming from Orange Esports. So it's all about catching with those timings, and I agree, Fanny is going to be the key player coming from TODAK Rival. He had a lot of attempts, but he needs a little bit more, especially in shutting down Stormy.
I think the most important, another factor here is the fact that Orange Esports' composition is a lot easier to execute compared to TODAK's. Because if you're thinking about TODAK, how do they actually break out from that later game fights? It has to come down to a few factors. They have to break the Winds of Nature, they have to figure out a good engage, and somehow Yumski has to have his flicker up while Formaze looks for engage with the Petrify.
Well, Genius one up on Subway. He's going to be able to scale Stormy up a little bit more in terms of damage output, but TODAK, are they going to try to make the play? Formaze scouts out aim in this vicinity. However, he's going to be left alone on the top side. He might actually get dived on. Fortunately for him, he does have the Black Dragon, so it's a little bit of housekeeping coming in. The Orange Esports will have the bigger picture, and that's going to be Turtle. He scouts out Chiku, Yumski as well. But seems like Rival, seems like he is going to get the Turtle. Meanwhile, top side as well. A couple of trades coming in, but there's nothing much happening from both sides. It's all about playing the waiting game, and I think Orange Esports, they are going to be late to the party. Yep, seems like they will concede the Turtle in his hands instead.
Yeah, and I think Orange Esports is doing a good job at just positioning themselves as if they're going to take this turtle, but honestly, they're not even looking to fight. They're looking for a pick. They're looking for somebody isolated to take a free kill.
Yep, ooh, aim. If he got the wild charge in, maybe, just maybe, Orange Esports might go in for the dive. However, they need a follow-up. CC and Neo nowhere to be found. He's making sure that Formaze is kept in check on the top side. But Yumski makes a dive. He catches Stormy. Where's the follow-up? Can they go for the snipe? Yes, they do. Great pull coming from Chiku with the Stampede. Pulls him back down from Herb, and TODAK gets a kill. Double kill for them. They lose Formaze, but they get 3, and now the oppressive nature comes in.
Oh my goodness, Orange Esports, they should know they can't go into these choke points against the Fanny. They just needed to push back towards their own turret, not try and go in towards the purple buff funnel. And instantly, Rival is getting maximum value from his steel cables, finding 3 targets each time he auto-attacks.
Yep, he's got to back out as well. Greed is kicking in, but they have to respect it. No retributions to the purple buff. He needs to go in for the setup, secure his own purple buff, and then fight for this next Lord Pit. 48 seconds left. This Lord is going to be the key winning factor for Orange Esports. If Orange takes it, they're back in the game. But if TODAK takes it, Orange Esports is going to have a little bit rough time. Stormy's position going to be a little bit more important now than before.
Actually, looking at this game right now, Orange going up against TODAK, I was about to question TODAK, should they increase the level of aggression here? Looking at the items, Momo is all ready to fight. But looking at Valence, he only has 1 item. It looks like he's going for a Blade of Despair. Is this a good choice?
Well, it's going to take a little bit more time, but hold that thought for now. Formaze, they're going for the wrap around. He tries to catch a zone off Subway, but he's in the middle of all 5 men. Feather Airstrike finally comes in. Rival tries to go in for the push, but no, he got KO from Neo and no follow-up return trade for him. Meanwhile, this is happening. TODAK realizes that, you know what, we just lost him. Guess what? We are going to try and trade up with tier 2 up top instead. Nothing we can do. Can we get a little bit more? Orange Esports, they have to make a decision. Lord Pit or defend the top side. And it seems like their decision is going to be setting up Subway up top instead. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Neo trying to get a little bit of a catch. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to find anyone yet.
It's about trading gold here, and I think TODAK are making these aggressive plays and are willing to sacrifice pawns. In this case, unfortunately, it has to be for Maze because he's the only one who can get in and out of fights a little bit more effectively, but they're even supporting him with Fanny just in case he's able to chunk somebody low. I think that Orange Esports want to just drag this game out for as long as possible. Every minute being wasted by TODAK is a minute that Orange Esports is slowly gaining an advantage.
Well, Yumski in a very, very risky position, but Orange Esports, they don't really want to dive on him yet. They scout aim out, but aim is going to be rock solid, dead hard, and just chilling right here, right now. As this ultimate getting baited out, but there's nothing much happening, just roaming. What's Yumski and
Aim's just showing how rock solid and rock hard he is.
Yeah, that's pretty tanky for him, but finally they concede control, realizing that the top side's lane is going to be shoved in from side of Orange Esports. So TODAK, they will show rival on the top side to defend.
Right now, looking at this kind of situation, both teams are looking at who actually pulls the trigger first. So, Orange Esports going up against TODAK. What is Orange looking to bait out of TODAK, and what is TODAK waiting to bait out of Orange Esports? But before that, Aim managed to get one. Stormy gets a kill.
Oh my goodness, that's a big catch coming from Orange Esports. Chico immediately demolished before the fight even begins. No count altar for at least a couple of seconds in. However, he does have the passive ability. He's going to be able to join the fight immediately. Yumski gets spoken down in, and here comes the catch count altar. Orange Esports, they have to run for their lives, and they did not realize how quickly it's going to be happening. Rivals go for the back line, but instead gets caught up by Valence, and because of that, they lose the Fanny. TODAK now has no more ultimates. They have to back out, and Orange Esports taking full control in this game.
I think this kind of answers your question, LaFell. This is what Orange Esports were waiting from TODAK, a commitment on ultimates. They got the Black Dragon form, they got the call altar, they basically got everything, and now the catch continues.
Oh, the I'm Offended is going to be their big mess up because Aim is going to be able to survive this now. 4-May is going to get wrapped around from Neo. He gets one, and he gets another one. Oh, no! Chico gets the trade-off. He survives. He even things out, but the odds are not good because Momo, he tried to get the Blazing Duet, instantly gets shut down. Sit down, Momo, Orange Esports says, and now the Lord is going to be in their favor.
3v2, and if Grok gets Retribution out of Rival,
wait.
they've got everything that they need.
Wait, did Aim get it?
He got it.
Oh, no.
Purple bomb.
They got everything.
Oh my goodness, what a performance coming from Orange Esports. What a turn around.
The tempo just spiked up, man.
It doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. And as I mentioned, every minute being wasted by TODAK is an advantage going over to Orange Esports. And this Lord secures their lead and gets them and guarantees that they make it to the later stages of the game. This is where Orange Esports is going to start piling up. And gold advantage, you can already see by the gold rankings, Valence top in the charts.
All right. Right now, the game is paused. Perfect time for me to ask the question, all right? Now, I asked what was Orange waiting to bait out, and like you said, they baited out all of the ultimates because of the Lord. Right now, Lord is marching up top. They have the range advantage. Valence as well as Stormy, they can get out the damage a little bit easier compared to TODAK. So, with this first Lord, it's just an Elemental Lord. It is not a Luminous Lord. At what point, what does Orange want? Because we got to look at the situation. They could overcommit, and they could give a little bit too much to TODAK. So with this first Elemental Lord, what are they looking for? How many inhibitor turrets are they looking for?
They're looking for one inhibitor turret. That is the best case scenario. If they get any more from that, TODAK has made a significant mistake because Orange Esports, their composition is really good at sieging. With the true damage, the extra range that you get from Leslie, and the fact that you have a Farsa of all things to guarantee something out of TODAK, let's see how TODAK responds. If the call altar comes out, expect to see the Black Dragon form to be committed as well. And once those two are down, oh, Momo, he has to find that window to get into the middle of Orange Esports without getting knocked out by the wall charge. by not getting pushed back by the KO punch from Paquito.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Orange Esports decision making, right? Like they realize that finally this is going to be our win condition. And what was really surprising is that every single time Rival tries to go for the backlines, Leslie finds a way to slow down the momentum momentarily, and they immediately go for the jump. And when it comes to this composition that Orange Esports is trying to play, right now, TODAK is in a situation where they're getting pressure so much, they're making a lot of overcommitments to try and punish it, and that's the TODAK Langka strategy, right? Hit you so fast, you're not able to react. Guess what? After 2 losses from Orange Esports, they're reacting to it now. Now it all comes down to TODAK's favor. How do we react back?
Honestly, balance, 5-hit play, the way that he's playing this Leslie is kind of imitating a Moskov. He understands that I'm not seeing Rival, he's coming for me. So he's actually waiting kind of close to a wall, which is kind of like baiting Rival to come in, and then he's gonna kick the Fanny in the face and stun him just for a little bit. But because of the true damage from the Leslie, it's gonna be a little bit too much for Rival to really do anything. And every single time Rival goes to look for balance, there's got to be at least one other person from Orange there to back him up.
I mean, oh man, the timing keeps on happening. Another technical pause coming in, but this gives us a little bit more time, right? And yes, the knockback is very good, but I think what really sets it apart, and most people need to keep in context here, that this is professional play. The communications between the members of Orange Esports is at an all-time high. So as soon as that knockback happens, his team responds in kind to the Fanny engaging into the backline. So if you're planning on doing this in pubs and thinking, oh, Leslie is the ultimate counter to that Fanny, that is not the case.
Yeah, it all comes down to communication, right? I definitely agree when it comes to execution, it's going to be the way to go. But what really surprised me was the aim was able to identify that there is a stray target. The biggest threat here was, like you said as well, bait out the count altar. But instead of baiting out the count altar, they did something even better. They forced Chiku to kind of lose out his passive ability before he actually respawned. And I was very surprised that Chiku was able to re-engage that fight. Things looked a little bit good prior to that fight before that Lord Pit. But eventually, what Orange Esports realized was that, oh, it's okay, we back out. The moment everything goes down, there's nothing much we can do about it, because eventually they are gonna get slowly peeled away by the Leslie or even the Forza.
Yeah, right now looking at here, AIM, Orange Esports, we are panning all over Quill City Mall, and we can definitely see it is packed. In fact, for you guys, if you guys are not watching the screen, we just had a redemption code for you guys. And talk about communication, it looks like Subway has some issue with his headset. And this just shows at this level of play, it has to be crisp. It has to be perfect. Even a slight delay in comms is going to cost a lot. And all of the fans here, they're looking so happy. Everyone is still here hoping for TODAK to win, but I gotta say, man, I want to see all 5 games, Gideon.
I'm looking forward to it too. I'm really excited to see how this is playing out, and it feels like TODAK's momentum that they got from the first 2 games has kind of died down here. Orange Esports now really taking full control, and now the fact that they are refreshed, they are warmed up, most importantly. They're not making the same mistakes as Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, I like how they were able to react very, very quickly now. TODAK, they like to play the mental warfare. Orange Esports, they will finally be able to get the reset. This time, they're just playing it against TODAK. You can see the faces on TODAK as well. They're making a lot of mistakes. They're getting pressured. But will this take completely affect them? That's going to be my question. However, I like this dude's attempt. Putting his ML ID, for the codes as well. Is Muton going to give him? I don't know. But he might get a couple of good friends here who actually add him.
Hey, it depends. If he turns that card around and shows the last 3 numbers of his credit card, that'd be great. What else? What else do you want to show us? Come on. Come on. Who's brave enough to do it?
Phone numbers.
Phone number.
Home address.
Social security. Give us everything.
I think someone said he was single as well. Why don't you just drop your own number? Who knows? People might actually text you as well.
Oh, Caster.
And
hands.
Hey.
You know what? This is why we love the fans. They know they got to show a little bit of love to us as well. And this is why I love the fans, man.
The fans here, I mean, I heard, based on what I've been hearing, whispers here and there, we have people coming all the way from Johor in buses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a kind of surprising factor. They had like a battle chant prior to the show. But as of yet, the game will continue. Will Orange Esports bounce back, or will TODAK defend? Because as of yet, Subway is going to try and take a tier 2 up top. They will concede Lord control in the hands of TODAK. So TODAK will get an easy defend unless AIM has something to say about this. Wall block is there. Formay taking a little bit too much damage. They don't want to take the risk, but Rival still thinking what he needs to do. He doesn't have the purple buff, so that is going to put TODAK in a very disadvantageous position.
Okay, so Orange Esports decide to take the safest play possible. They're not committing too much to anything. They're just using the Feather Airstrike. They're also using Leslie's ultimate to get some vision to know what TODAK is up to, so they don't have any aggressive positions around them. So TODAK just making sure that they can defend their inhibitors. Orange Esports looking for a mistake.
Yeah, right now, Orange Esports, they're really holding down the map. So, very quick question. TODAK, who are we looking at to make a play? Is it Momo? Is it Formay? Is it Rival? Who is going to start the downfall of Orange Esports?
I think if anyone was to start the downfall of Orange Esports, it's really between Formay and Yumski. And I'm looking particularly at Yumski because the only times he can make big plays is when he has Flicker.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised by itemization from both sides as well. As we can take a quick look on the itemizations, both teams not having their immortalities up yet. I think AIM is going to go for it for now, but I think right now both teams, they have to take a little bit slow pill, try to build up those immortalities instead of making mistakes right now.
I beg to differ. I think Orange Esports, they need to commit to getting 4 full damage items to make sure that they scale, especially for the core, Stormy, and as well as Valence. Everybody else, yeah, think about getting immortality, but they need to get tanky. Subway, he's got his 4 items, so he's eventually going to get his immortality one way or another.
Right now, it's 14 minutes in the game. It's not like super crucial. If someone dies, it's not going to be 1 minute just yet. It's going to be around 30 to 40 seconds. But we saw that Orange Esports right now giving the orange buff onto Valence. You thought Leslie hurt before, he's going to be a little bit more now.
Yeah, and look, oh, it's so smart using the ultimate to actually open up the map to not risk somebody getting caught.
Yeah, this is so smart coming from Orange Esports. A little bit of map control as well for vision control, but TODAK, you can see Momo from the side. He found Stormy, he's looking for the flap as well. Blazing Turret comes in, immediately Subway tries to take a jab at him. Unfortunately, doesn't have the damage. Count Alter comes in, Formay tries to re-engage. They get the trade on the jungler. No jungler from Orange Esports. They have to force the fight now, and here comes Rival. He finally dives them. Valence will narrowly escape this, but Orange Esports, they have to back out now. No jungler available means the Lord is going to be out for grabs. TODAK, can they find time? Because AIM, he gets a 3-2-man wall touch, but Valence, he gets rolled back by Yoski. He did the AIM play on him. He did it in your face. Orange Esports, you think I can't do it? Guess what? I'm the better player. And now Neo left all alone against TODAK. Yumski buying a little bit more time. A second I'm offended to allow Chiku to get the kill. TODAK comes up on top, and now the Lord is going to be in their favor.
Okay, with the Luminous Lord, TODAK should be able to get at least 1 inhibitor off of Orange Esports, but let's not forget that Orange Esports does have some good high ground defense. What happened there, Valence? Why did he flicker into that position? I think he wanted to go for that nasty combo to get double the true damage there. Yeah. The knockback auto attack instantly to his first ability to get the auto attack again. A little slow on the combination, but unlucky at the same time that he got hit by Lord.
Yeah, right now we got to analyze what happened just now, where it looks like the person that made the play was Momo. He saw Stormy and he thought, you know what, that's enough. But Subway made a mistake. He died, and then Orange Esports, they thought they could outplay it, and Valence, he did well, but the moment he got caught by Yumski, the damage from the Lord, the damage from TODAK, that was enough to make a potentially good play into a mistake. TODAK used the Lord to their own advantage.
2 opportunities to actually make it happen, and both of those times, it was a little wasted from either team.
Oh my goodness, Rival! You talked about late game potential. Where does Fanny get the damage? That's the damage right there, because Neo out of commission, 35 seconds on the sidelines. Lord going to be coming in for May. He's going to be dropping the Black Dragon preemptively with the count outs. Are the zoning of Orange Esports, but all for the purpose of taking the outer turrets. second one down. All of them are out potentially, but do they force the issue? Do they go for the crystal or do they go for it all? Because now TODAK, they have to make a play. The Stampede comes in. They get the catch. They're going for the dive with the trunket coming from Subway. He's going to keep them alive, but look at this. They focus on the crystal. They take it into the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, TODAK, your first M Series representative here for MPL MY.
Nicely done by TODAK. They make their way towards M4, booking their tickets right now. GG, well played to TODAK. What a turnaround.
But that was an amazing game, man. Orange couldn't take it, but hear the crowd. This is the first representative that is going to Jakarta. And Orange Esports is not over for them yet, but it's not going to be easy. They're going to the lower bracket. And right now, both teams, man, this is quite the struggle, but we're going to go over to the stage where the host will take over to talk to TODAK.
Pasukan TODAK!
Pasukan TODAK 3 berbalatian 1 menguncikan bahawa mereka lah wakil pertama akan ke Jakarta untuk M4.
Wow, okey, kehadapan wira-wira kita. Hadapan sedikit tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka, tetapi seperti biasa saya nak pass mic terlebih dahulu dekat rival. Di manakah rival?
Rival mana yang paling tinggi?
Rival. Saya ada sedikit sebanyak ingin ditanyakan. First of all, awak adalah rookie dekat pasukan TODAK. First season dah masuk ke playoff. Tak cukup lagi pergi ke Jakarta sekarang ni. Apakah perasaan awak sebagai seorang rookie di dalam pasukan TODAK?
Perasaan happy lah sebab first time main MPL terus dapat pergi M Series.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, nak tahu siapakah, kalau ada seorang insan yang boleh dinobatkan yang menjadi motivator awak, yang memberikan sokongan, semangat kepada awak, siapakah orang-orang tersebut?
First kali family lah.
Ada datang hari ke tak?
Ada.
Ada, abang ada datang.
Dah tunjuk kan?
Ya, boleh tunjuk. Mana kawan abang?
Mana?
Oh, kamera boleh tak kamera tunjuk. Lambai sikit, abang Raven. Kuatan Raven, satu prestasi yang cukup cerbelang, satu prestasi yang cukup baik. Okey, ada satu kisah saya nak pass kepada mungkin Komis lah kot, selaku antara pemain yang lama juga dengan pasukan TODAK. Ini soalan daripada peminat fans TODAK sendiri. Nama beliau ini international fans tau. Nama dia Francis sekarang ini. Since dah layak ke M4 sekarang ini, dan tak pasti lagi siapa yang akan bertanding. Tetapi kalau ada 2 ataupun 3 pasukan yang TODAK ingin berjumpa, ingin bertanding dan ingin bantai, siapakah pasukan tersebut?
Maybe kita orang akan pilih RSG lah sebab semua pun tahu RSG punya gameplay pun strong. So RSG lah.
RSG. Okey, satu pilihan baik dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki mungkin berjumpa dengan mereka. Saya kat Mars.
Asyik awak yang tanya, saya pun nak tanya juga. Kan, saya boleh bergaduh mic. Okey, soalan pertama saya nak tanya, no pressure. Saya nak tanya kat Ciku lah. Selaku boleh kata orang yang paling lama dekat dalam TODAK ni. Okey, Ciku, M4, back to back. Pemain-pemain TODAK ada rasa burn out tak? Dengan training, dengan schedule?
Kalau dari training agak burn out juga sebab banyak termasuk kan. Tapi kalau dari penat ke apa, rasa tak sebab orang manusia kan tak pernah rasa cukup kan.
Wah.
Dia nak lagi lah.
Wah, dia tak pernah rasa cukup tu, dia macam dia cover sikit. Sebenarnya tamat sebenarnya TODAK nak kemenangan. Okey, last lah soalan dekat nak pergi ke Jakarta nanti ke M4. Isteri tak ikut ke?
Isteri ikut Bali, yang M4 tak ikut.
dah ada view dah. Okey, tak apa. Alright, kita akan pergi ke mic check terlebih dahulu di dalam perlawanan sebentar tadi.
Terima kasih.
Dapat. Nice! Tengok. Dia berapa. Aman, depan. Biar Rebel. Nice! Atas. Ada siap. Dapat. Tahu. Tengok aku. Tengok aku. Benar.
There you go. I don't know what happened just now, but there you go. TODAK, they're going to be the representative for Malaysia. And looks like, you know, it's a bit controversial, but they're actually looking at RSG to follow them to go to Jakarta.
Kind of interesting. I don't know. It could be taken both ways. It could be you know, they really want to beat RSG PH or RSG SG.
I assume it's RSG PH based on MSC's performance.
Hey man, RSG SG recently got their ticket to M4. I'm just saying.
I'm just happy they didn't say RQ. because I feel like Formies was asking, it's like, we wish there, it's like, RQ is like, I'm not gonna say that. But either way, right now we're gonna look at itemization for both teams, and the draft is interesting. The items are interesting, but again, it's all about the gameplay. But Valence here with the Leslie, do you think it is a strong pick, Gideon? What do you think?
Personally, I think considering that Orange Esports were looking to play towards the later half of the game to make sure that they have that lead that they were looking for, to have that scaling that they were looking for, yes, it works, but the laning phase was just so very weak from Leslie. Like Claude, every single time Momo had Blazing Duet, he just goes and clears the wave, almost kills Leslie, forces that recall, and rinses and repeats until the end of time, just so that they can go even in lane. And Claude is just more relevant in these team fights. I personally think that Orange Esports, had this game gone for 3 more minutes so that Leslie can actually pick up that endless battle, this could have been a big game changer.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time, I feel like based on this draft, I feel like both drafts has a very, very clear win conditions. It's pretty 50-50, but I have to give props to 2 particular players, right? One is going to be Yumski, 2 is going to be Stormy, because if you think about it, every single time, I would say big major fights that actually happened was clutched because of Stormy as well as Yumski. 1 HP clutches, boom, they survive. Momo as well, 1 HP clutches, boom. And I feel like Subway overestimated his damage to actually one-shot Momo, even though it should have been a kill onto Momo.
Yeah, I thought that was just really unlucky, to be fair.
Adina Shield, man.
Like, after this, we're going to look at the damage, but if we're going to talk about shouting out the players, Momo, I think he was the start of the downfall of Orange Esports. The moment he saw the 2 members of Orange is like, I'm going to go in and I'm going to create a lot of trouble for them, but TODAK, apparently, Rival did 41,000 damage. Valence tried really hard, 47,000. And to be fair, even though Momo only did 26, I feel like that 26 was all that was needed.
It was valuable. It was extremely valuable. And TODAK found an opening against Orange Esports to punish them and end the game before people like Stormy and as well as Valence were able to hit their item power spike. Now Valence, his build is super expensive. Like, he was basically the same gold as Neo, yet Neo had like 4 items compared to Valence.
Yeah, and Valence, he was going for the ultra late game potential, right? We talk about true damage scaling. He needed those value attack power to actually penetrate his mark. He needed to one-shot people. In this case, his clear objective was to make sure that Rival gets taken out of the equation from the get-go and then follow on by Momo. But I feel like Yumski's tenacity pickup on his emblem what kept him alive a lot in this situation as well. And we saw how Yumski was able to replicate what AIM did towards TODAK with that Ruby play. And it just shows you that Ruby, if given the right circumstances, can immediately turn the tides with the I'm Offender setup with the Flicker.
Yeah, Yumski, the forgotten one with 5 total assists, but AIM as a sandbag, he took the most amount of damage here in this game. Orange Esports, I feel like towards the end of the game, they were like a little bit panicking because a lot of those engagements, I kind of feel like they didn't have to do it. But for all the fans, you guys have voted. So any MVP, Kita, your choice for the MVP, it is Chico, guys. Throughout this entire series, he has done a lot. Gideon, if you could explain, Chico, guys, what did he do this entire series against Orange?
Honestly, Jiku, for the first half of the game, he was getting some really impressive saves with the Cult Altar. Very simple job, very effective job. But when it comes down to pressing an advantage, when you find those openings with those big engages coming out from both Momo and as well as Formaze, you have that Shadow Stampede to come in at awkward angles to pull them back into the fight to ensure that you maintain that lead.
You know, I got what I wanted for today's watchouts, to be honest. You know, I talked about the watchouts for today, who's going to be the better shot caller. Shiku guys obviously was the better on the overall series, but I was able to catch a glimpse of Balance's gameplay and decision making in Game 3 and Game 4 in particular. So I'm pretty satisfied with how things went now, and I'm really looking forward to see whether or not Orange Esports bounce back to challenge TODAK once again.
It's going to be very difficult, man, because the lower bracket match after this is RSG against Team HAQ, and that match itself, I have no idea who's going to win. And then Orange has to go up against the winner of that match. Is not going to be an easy road for them. But with that being said, knowing TODAK, they will not take the grand final likely because, yeah, they secured a spot going to Jakarta, but I'm pretty sure they want the back-to-back champions.
Oh yeah, and especially since it might even give them an advantage here when the draws come through for M4. So making sure when you have those two spots, you want to be champions. You want to have a slight advantage.
Yeah, looking at the highlights here, let's talk about it. TODAK against Orange Esports, a lot of back and forth, but what was the moment Orange Esports start to get a lot of momentum, and what happened that TODAK took it back?
Well, to kick things off, I think, number one, TODAK, they were able to kind of start pushing momentum mainly because of this Fanny, right? And a couple of misplays in terms of where they are rotating back to fall back in these situations were wrong. But Orange Esports, on the other hand, the way that they were making sure they were taking their picks, making sure that they got their advantages, and more importantly, just working around the alt-timers made all the difference here. Like, Valence was able to actually get these knockups on Fanny, were able to allow Orange Esports to open up the map without putting people at risk.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the decision making as well, I agree that the rival was the biggest threat, right? You can see multiple times that Orange Esports, the moment they figured out a way to deal with rival, they kind of forgotten them and they shifted their entire focus onto Momo. This was the moment where I think Orange Esports kind of dropped the ball a little bit because the moment they forgotten about rival and the moment rival kind of hits you when you least expect it, that is where it hurts the most because they have been so focused on him. And the moment they shift their focus to the Momo, they have to make a decision. Who do we focus first? Is it Rival or is it Momo? In this case, they chose Momo and it allowed Rival to perform what we just did right here, right now.
Yep. Again, if there was just a little bit more time for Orange, this would have looked so different. The panic set in too fast against Orange Esports.
I feel like Orange, they will look back into the game and there's going to be a lot of what ifs, right? What if Neo got a kill in the Lord, even sacrificing himself? What if Neo could run away? What if Yumski didn't catch Valence? That would, like, again, this is such a crucial game. They're gonna look back into the game like every single second. What if we did this? What if we did that? But I hope they don't linger too much on the what ifs and actually look at the next match, because looking at their upcoming opponents, because again, they have one more chance to get their ticket to M4, and it's not going to be very, very easy. With that being said, we're going to look at how Yumski actually played the map, how he moved from the start of the game to the first 5 minutes of the game.
A lot of priority in the mid lane, right? It's a lot of contention there. He needs to make sure that when they do rotate, that they have the farmers to come at weird angles. But more importantly, it's just to defend these lanes. They know that their opponents will have first push, so he has to relay this information constantly to the side laners to make sure they don't get caught out.
Yeah, considering how Yumski was rotating this map, I was expecting a little bit more aggressive nature from his playstyle, but because you're up against a Croc, right? So the best you can do is just mirror him as much as possible. He's trying to provide as much mid lane control as possible, and I would say this is near identical to a perfect roaming, as best as he could have done in the first 5 minutes game for an early roamer against a Croc.
I'm actually just surprised. This is just 5 minutes of the game, but so much movement from Yumski. I kind of feel like this is a situation where he was having the responsibility of telling the team, what can we go for? And I feel like he's moving all over the map, both in the EXP lane and the gold lane, and he's saying, not yet. They haven't done a mistake. We can't risk this.
Yeah, he's moving around with a lot of conviction here. He knows where he needs to be, and more importantly, gathering the information to make that call for the rest of the team, right? But Who is he giving this call to? Specifically, we're thinking about Rival. He's hovering around that purple buff so very, very often, but he's never held up in one place. From the 11th to 16th minute of the map, he is taking aggressive angles. He is looking to clear these waves fast, knowing that he is a Fanny with a full damage build. If he gets a pick, this game's over.
I think this is the perfect timing to discuss the heat map of Rival in particular, especially towards 11 to 16 minute mark, just because of the fact that this is pretty much a downtime of Rival, where Orange Esports found a solution to deal with this oppressive nature of Rival with this Fanny. And after him shifting his focus, going for that, you know what guys, I need some farm, I need levels. He's been focusing on his buff, going for split push action throughout the entire fight. And in that final moment, the moment he hits his level 15, this is where Rival was able to kind of catch Orange Esports off guard, because they thought for a second that Orange Esports had a way to deal with Rival, but guess what? He was one of the nails to the coffin of how the game concluded in that final match.
Honestly, I'm just happy to see whenever we see a Fanny heat map, there's gonna be a lot of like spots where you don't see him moving, because technically Fanny doesn't walk, so he doesn't register. So this is quite interesting looking at the way that he's pathing toward the game. He's looking more towards those side lanes, making sure all the minions are very, very healthy. But yeah, overall, great game from TODAK, and we're gonna see them in the grand finals. Did you guys actually thought that TODAK is going to the World Series 4 straight times here?
I was fairly confident overall.
Yeah, right now we're gonna look at the brackets here, so we're gonna solidify this. TODAK is going to the grand finals. Orange Esports is waiting at the lower bracket final. It is going to be a best of 5, but whether they're gonna meet against RSG, whether they're gonna meet against Team HAQ, it's not gonna be easy, man.
Orange Esports, they've got to count their lucky stars, right? Right now, they had a very, very long day against TODAK. Obviously, they are going to be having an even longer game later on. So, as of now, it all comes down to whether or not RSG Team HAQ's game is long enough for them to catch the break and bounce back from the defeat. Can they bounce back from a reset, or maybe they're feeling a little bit down? But like I said as well, it's not over yet until it's completely over. In this case, RSG Team HAQ, they still have an opportunity to take down Orange Esports if they advance forward.
Gideon, very, very simple question. Your personal experience, you've been in the MPL for so long. Orange Esports, do you think they can reset their mindset? Because again, that was a very tiring match. Can they reset? Can they come in to the lower bracket final with a fresh mentality?
I think they absolutely can. I think they've dealt with the teams before during the regular season. They have a good track record against RSG. They have a great track, well, I would say a 50-50 track record against the THQ. And ideally, RSG knocks them out so they can continue the momentum. With that being said, I do think that Orange Esports, despite being tired, they are professionals. They've been to a world stage before, specifically Valence. And with a team that has this much experience and some fresh new rookies that are good at the game, I don't think it should be much of an issue to meet TODAK back in the grand finals.
I like how Gideon is bringing up a lot of what-ifs. That's the beauty about playoffs, right? Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. And for these guys watching at home, did you guys manage to predict your victory? Because this is going to be the winners on the bottom side as well. If you see your name down below, you will be walking away with exclusive skins brought to you by Moonton. But as of yet, TODAK, congratulations for them. For now, we are going to be seeing them tomorrow for the grand finals. But as of yet, based on the drafts, Orange Esports, they have demonstrated that they are able to reset based on Game 1 and Game 2's performance despite that overwhelming loss against TODAK. So I hope in the lower bracket finals, they're going to be A-okay. But as of now, if you guys enjoyed MPL, please do let us know. You can scan the QR code right on the bottom of the screen. Let us know how you guys enjoyed the moment. Do you have any feedback for us? Please do let us know, and hopefully we will be able to improve it for the next season.
Your feedback matters. Whatever you guys feel we can improve, we shall improve. But right now, we got to remind everyone, this is what we're fighting for. The M4 team slots, where Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, as well as Latam, each 4 of these have 2 slots. Mekong, Brazil, Cambodia, MENA, Turkey, North America, Myanmar, and Singapore, they only have 1 slot. And I gotta say, most of the slots have been filled out. And MPL Malaysia, we have 1 slot open. And I can't even predict who's gonna go there.
Well, guess what? You can also get the chance to win a trip to M4. All you gotta do is pre-register in a Google form provided in MPL MY official Facebook and Instagram. Post a picture with the caption why you are worthy of winning the tickets to M4. Include your in-game ID and server ID as well. And you can also register at Kill City Mall during the grand finals tomorrow. 2 lucky winners will be chosen for an all-exclusive 3-day 2-night accommodation, flight tickets, as well as an M4 grand final ticket will be fully covered for you. And I want to go there, man. I know you guys are going. I know about me.
I have no idea about that, but we got to look at the next match. It is going to be between RSG going up against Team HAQ, where if we look at history, Team HAQ always had a favorable matchup going up against RSG, but RSG they do not stop training. After their match, they instantly set scrims. And right now, RSG, if they win, that's great, but I'm worried just a little bit. What if they're burnt out? Because this is a crucial match. You do not want to be number 4 or number 3 for MPL Season 10.
No, absolutely not. Being the top 2 is going to be the most important thing, and I think RSG, they've done a lot of work, but is enough against Team HAQ, and especially after the performance against TODAK, I don't know, it's a little tough to say.
Yeah, and with that being said, the crowd, if you thought it was loud just now, we're going to look at RSG going up against Team HAQ, where I feel like the entire mall will shake. We're going over for a break. But after this, RSG Team HAQ, 1 will be eliminated, 1 will move on.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas ke bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homeboys? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homeboys mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikugas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homeboys. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homeboys di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious actions.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion marah, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of mobile legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Hanya ada satu pasukan saja yang akan melayak ke diri ke peringkat seterusnya. Adakah pasukan Team HAQ ataupun pasukan RSG? Dan sekarang ni anda bersama saya Sid dan juga Mas sebagai pengacara anda untuk series kita yang kedua pada hari ini.
Satu pasukan kita telah kunci. Satu lagi slot direbut oleh 3 buah pasukan. Tapi kali ini, hello.
Okey, sementara kita tunggu Mas punya mic. Dah okey dah mic?
Tak ada. Ada sekarang.
Ada. Okey.
Maafkan saya.
Sambung balik
Maafkan
saudara
saya.
Mas.
Okey, satu pasukan dah dikuncikan. Lagi 3 lagi buah pasukan akan berebut satu slot dekat sini. Dan penentuannya akan ditunjukkan mungkin daripada perlawanan ni RSG lawan dengan pasukan Team HAQ.
Ini perlawanan yang cukup penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Kita suspense sikit. Pasukan manakah yang akan melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya? Ataupun saya dah dengar suara daripada RSG. Mereka merasakan pasukan mereka yang lagi layak. Team HAQ, adakah anda rasa pasukan anda yang lagi layak? Wow. Saya suka energi macam ni sebab mereka yang menggambarkan pasukan mereka dekat sini. Kalau penonton-penonton di rumah berada dekat sini, korang dah boleh rasa aura yang cukup hebat. Baik daripada kedua-dua penonton dan penyokong pasukan untuk RSG dan Team HAQ.
Yang bestnya untuk RSG dan Team HAQ, daripada hari pertama playoff mesti ada bendera, mesti ada banner. Memang pasukan ni mempunyai ultras yang cukup memberikan semangat kepada pasukan. Shout out untuk korang semua RSG dan juga Team HAQ.
Alright, jadi sekarang ni sebelum kita memulakan perlawanan kita, seperti biasa kita akan memanggil wakil daripada kedua-dua penonton. Manakala saya berdekatan dengan Team HAQ, saya akan pilih seorang pemain. Awak Mas, awak pilih
yalah
daripada RSG.
Alright, RSG saya pilih abang ni lah, boleh? Macam comel je, boleh naik ke atas pentas. Kita buat taunting sikit untuk pasukan RSG. Okey, berikan tepukan.
Okey, untuk RSG kita dah ada. Untuk Team HAQ, abang yang memakai topi yang cantik ini, berbaju warna hijau, mencari jalan keluar untuk menjadi wakil kepada pasukan Team HAQ.
Saya ada penyokong yang pakai baju RSG.
Hati dia adalah penyokong pasukan Team HAQ. Alright. Saya rasa kita tersalah mic ni. Cuba awak cakap. Okey. Sekarang manager kata okey. Alright. Kita mulakan dengan RSG dululah.
RSG dulu. Okey. Tadi Adin dulu, sekarang saya pula Okey. Bang, bagi taunting sikit. Kita kata pedas-pedas sikit, panas tapi respektif. Kasih sikit kat pasukan Team HAQ belah sana. Boleh? Boleh. Okey, 1, 2, 3 silakan.
Pada Team HAQ jangan start taunting lah kalau takut kena taunting balik.
Alright.
Okey.
Satu jawapan. Kalau dalam rap battle, dia panggil dia mic drop.
Ui, dia buat macam ni.
Okey. Awak mewakili ribuan penonton-penonton dan penyokong-penyokong pasukan Team HAQ. Santai. Balas balik kepada diorang.
Kepada tim RSG, jangan yakin sangat. Kalau confident, habis. Kami ada 2 kembar. Kami misteri. Hebat. Main dengan Min.
Oh, mantap, terbaik.
Terbaik. Dia guna dua kembar tu dah. Wah, gila.
Alright.
Betul-betul.
Okay, please.
Mak, Aiban dah nunggu TV.
Saya pun nanti. Okay, terima kasih, brother. Terima kasih
banyak.
Kalau kita biarkan lagi, takut mereka yang akan main. Jadi, terima kasih diucapkan kepada saudara baju hijau dan juga kepada penyokong daripada RSG.
Yes.
RSG Team HAQ, you guys ready ke belum?
Tak cukup kuat. RSG ready? Kuat.
Team HAQ ready? Sampai hilang suara saya.
Sampai hilang. Okeylah, kita buat satu kali. RSG Team HAQ, are you ready? Okey, kuat.
Alright, jadi kita akan memanggil pendekar-pendekar dan pahlawan-pahlawan kita masuk ke gelanggang perlawanan RSG dan juga Team HAQ.
Team HAQ.
Ya, pasukan Team HAQ menjejakkan langkah mereka untuk klaim semula tron mereka di upper bracket dan menentang merempuh pasukan RSG.
Mereka tewas di peringkat upper bracket, tetapi bukanlah penghairan kepada pasukan ini untuk berhadapan dengan lawan mereka. Perlawanan yang cukup penting.
RSG MY.
RSG MY ini adalah pasukan biru putih. Sekali lagi akan menunjukkan mereka punya miracle kepada pasukan Team HAQ.
Mengekalkan line up yang sama apabila mereka menewaskan musuh mereka ketika peringkat playoff. Kali ini mereka cuba bangkit untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan yang sebenarnya cukup kuat, iaitu Team HAQ.
Ya, dan penjabatan salam tanya di antara kedua pasukan masih ada lagi semangat ke kanan, tapi ada kedua-dua inilah pertarungan mereka meletakkan tanggungjawab terhadap coach dan analis untuk pasukan RSG dan juga Team HAQ.
Kita ada Kuja dan juga HY daripada RSG. Kita ada Pops dan juga Asmail daripada Team HAQ. Jadi, English caster, BM caster, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and there is no question the intensity of this match is going through the roof. My name is Lavelle, alongside with me is Stafa and Gideon Q. Before we move on, I just gotta say, we love our two hosts, man. You know what? Shout out to Mars and Sif. They're quite the characters, aren't they?
They definitely are. And you know, everything happening here today, all because of you guys at home. 2 buses, honestly, arguably 3 buses coming all the way from Johor just to watch these games happen. This entire area is filled up to the brim. There are 3 floors, and 3 floors are filled with people.
Stafa, come on, man. How do you feel? You can't even walk straight without someone here looking at the game.
It is honestly incredible the amount of support that we have gotten from all of you, the fans who have come all the way here to Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, to show your support to the teams live in person. But now, RSG versus Team HAQ. Let's talk a little bit about their keys to victory.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Mid-area domination, jungler impact, as well as disciplined team fight. We got 3 things here. But Gideon, if you could only choose one, what do you think is the most important factor for RSG and Team HAQ?
I think right now the most important factor is going to come down to mid-area domination. The combination of mid laners as well as supports need to be on point. Quick clears, side lane impact, get the jungler involved, and you've got a recipe that's gonna work.
Now, when you point out the junglers, obviously we have 2 very notable jungle players on either side. Link Eza versus Gary, both of which love their farm, love their fighting, love the snowball off of kills. So I'm hoping that they won't allow that over-aggression to take over. We still need to see some very disciplined team fights.
I gotta say, man, both these junglers, they're amazing on the Karina, where Ling is during the regular season. He did a lot. And Gary yesterday, he got the savage. But right now, we gotta cheer to our fans. Looks like everyone, not everyone, but most of them are going on the side of RSG. What do you feel about this, Gideon?
I think this is to be expected. RSG fans are extremely dedicated, considering that the team's performance during the regular season has been a little inconsistent, but with the leadership of Huja, I think things have changed for the better.
Yeah, but right now, for you guys at home, if you guys do want skins, because we see here in the crowd, everyone is asking for skins, all you guys got to do is actually predict who will win this match alongside your game ID as well as server ID. Make sure it is interesting so that our admin can choose you out of like the hundreds and thousands of comments. And if you guys are lucky, you guys stand a chance to win a skin worth 749 diamonds.
I imagine
this guy says he's hungry, but he wants RSG to win.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're gonna all be hungry for victory overall, right? This is already the third day of the MPL Season 10 playoffs, so stakes are at an all-time high.
And we know you guys mean the most because you guys see the games. You guys know who is the real MVP, so make sure vote any MVP. Kita scan the QR code so you guys can choose whether it's Team HAQ, whether it's RSG, who is the real MVP for the team.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who they're going to select this time around. Again, we've been getting very typical MVPs, but I'm waiting for that big play to change it all, to turn the public opinion.
Yeah, again, we got to see stuff like this is the lower brackets, right? You do not want to get third or fourth place here in the playoffs.
Absolutely not. These are going to be the final 4 teams we have left. And at the end of today, we are going to have our official 2 M4 representatives, the final 2 teams of Season 10. And both of these teams up on stage definitely want that to be them.
Right now, we're gonna go into the draft between RSG and Team HAQ, where in terms of drafting, we've seen Team HAQ and RSG having quite unique picks. But if we want to say a type of way that they do want to play for RSG, what kind of strategy do they want to go for against Team HAQ?
I think as of right now, RSG MY is playing very much around their mid lane as well as support. I think Lexia has really come into his own after the 2-week break from the regular season to make these bigger plays. The Cho is the #1 thing I'm looking for RSG MY to play around.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting thing to watch out for. Lexia, definitely a player we would not have expected to bring out a hero with that kind of complexity in a role that we know he's not too familiar with, but he made it work. As for the other side, of course, Team HAQ, they've got the twins, they've got that 5G connection that they can rely on, and Min obviously will have a lot more roam experience in comparison.
Looking at RSG as well as Team HAQ, both Panda as well as Lolios, amazing gold laners. Do you guys think that we are going to see them actually contesting the Claude, or is it going to be a dangerous pickup here?
I think it is a little bit of a dangerous pickup because they both want to play for domination. It's not just about how they actually play around the team fights, it's who actually is able to win out these lanes that predetermine how they play for the mid and later stages. I'm just a little bit worried about Panda because in their matchup against, in their previous matchup against Orange, he was doing well in the earlier phase, but the inconsistency compared to Lolios, where he was just great throughout his games, it's such a stark difference.
Staffa, because of RSG MY's bans, it is actually quite unique. The Atlas as well as the Dyrov has been banned out. Why do you think they banned this out in the first stage of the ban?
Well, Atlas, I think, is a pretty obvious thing, especially for most Team HAQ fans. Min loves the Atlas. They don't want to allow Team HAQ to have that big team fight initiator. The Dyrov, though, going to be a little bit more unique. It seems like they are focusing hard onto Lola because they recognize that he doesn't have the largest hero pool. And if they give Iris a very easy lane in that EXP side, he can really expand his influence over the map.
So Gideon, right now with the Dyrov having banned out, do you think the Esmeralda will increase in value to the point that perhaps RSGMY wants to take it in the first rotation, but because Team HAQ, they are second pick, I would say they have a better condition to take off the Esmeralda.
I would definitely agree with you here. I don't think RSG MY is likely to pick up Esmeralda as a first pick in comparison to something like the Cho, arguably even the Melissa as well. And I think even Team HAQ are trying to open up the draft even more. Farmis is still available. Banning out the Balmont to make sure they can contest for neutral objectives does put a lot of emphasis on RSG MY to really think about that first pick.
I'm loving the bans right now because they're really focusing on each other.
Your team
1-1 as the first pick. Panda on this 1-1 has been amazing so far, but Team HAQ, they have banned out the Balman, and RSGMY, they even stated in interviews, if they have the Balman, they're gonna live in the enemy's jungle. With the Balman being banned out, do you think that Gary, he will actually choose an assassin type of jungler that will skill good in the later stage of the game, like a Ling.
Yeah, I absolutely
Or
think
the Fanny.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think Team HAQ is going for here. Giving the assassin heroes over to Gary Ballman is easily the best counter to these types of heroes in the jungle, and something that Link Eza loves as well. So they're going to instantly lock in the Paquito and the Iritel. Most likely, this is going to be Gary's Paquito as well.
This is quite interesting. I mean, like, if I am Ling Eza in this situation, I kind of do want to go for the Fanny, or do you think this is a little bit too risky taking it now?
I think if RSGMI wants to go for Fanny, I think that's completely fine. There's no real reason to be afraid of just yet from Team HAQ, but it does give them a lot of opportunity to potentially punish here. I'm more surprised that Irithel is going to get picked up this early on. It feels like you could have picked up Melissa at this stage of the game. It could have been very easy for you to kind of zone away, or at the very least, look to contest for your lane. But I think Team HAQ has something in mind here. RCMY, they respond with the Esmeralda, something that we have to take note. Dairoth is missing, so therefore, Phoveus is probably not going to show up this time round.
Yeah, interesting enough, it looks like Irithel has spiked up in value because a lot of teams does like this Irithel pick, because even with the Dairoth not in the game, there's still going to be some armor reduction here. And Esmeralda picked up, the Ruby picked up, so looks like it is going to be a little bit difficult for Team HAQ if they want to engage straight on to Panda with this 1-1, because it looks like the front liners from RGMY is already quite solid.
And honestly, I feel like the way that RG is drafting here is kind of taunting Team HAQ. You see the 1-1, you see the Ruby, instantly you want Phoveus, but they already locked in Esmeralda saying, you can have Phoveus, we will win against you in lane easily, thereby putting Team HAQ in a very difficult situation, because like you mentioned, that front line is a bit of a problem.
Good catch, Stafa. Right now, Team HAQ, they're going to pick up the Fanny for themselves. We can hear the crowd, because even Gary himself on his TikTok page, he said, I can only play Fanny. Of course, that's an obvious lie, but that shows the level of confidence he has for this hero. But so far, Team HAQ as well as RGMY, both of them look very, very solid. However, looking at how RGMY has been drafting, it looks like Kuja is thinking 2, maybe even 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, I think as of right now, artillery mages are not going to get banned out for the side of RSGMY. If so, the most that they're going to get rid of at this stage of the game is most likely going to be the Farsa. I would make an argument for it, but then again, looking at Team HAQ's lineup, I love the fact that they pivoted from, oh, let's go flex this Paquito. Instead, let's throw Fanny into the mix and make sure that 1-1 feels that pressure throughout the game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree as well. Transitioning the Fanny into the jungle to put Paquito against the Esmeralda is probably the best choice that Team HAQ can go for at this stage, because they need to make sure that Iris doesn't get a free lane. This is the playmaker on the side of RSGMY. Looks like they're going to elect to ban out the Barats as well in the second phase. They don't want to allow RG to have these easy tanky junglers where Link Eza can just easily walk around the map without feeling threatened at all.
Actually, yeah, looking at the bans from Team HAQ, it does seem like the way that they feel RGMY is trying to draft, like I said, because they have very, very strong frontliners, perhaps they want to brute force their way against anything. If they want the purple buff, try to fight and everything. So I feel like Team HAQ, they have a general idea of what RGMY is trying to do. The Farsa has been banned out. This is quite interesting. The Baxia ban? Gideon, do you think the Baxia ban is warranted against RGMY?
I think it's a little bit warranted. It does kind of tell us that, you know, Team HAQ is considering the options of if Link is able to get these big frontline tanks, they're going to have more than enough peel up against the 1-1. The only thing they haven't considered yet is that Karina might just be a little bit more effective in this particular draft that they have against Team HAQ. But RGMY, oh, are they going to set up for Eve? I mean, they're banning out the Lilia. I thought they wanted to pick the Lilia up for themselves. They've got a really great peel comp so far.
Yeah, but I think what RSG recognizes right now is that they have a composition that's very weak to zone control. And if Team HAQ has zone control, they can very easily dive into the backline, something RSG wants to avoid at all costs. That's why you eliminate the Lilia that can plant down the minefields, the feathered airstrike from the pool, thereby allowing Lolios to have a safer time standing in the back of their team comp.
Ooh. The Karita has been picked up, so right now if they do want an Eve, it is going to be very dangerous. But the thing is, in my mind right now, is Lunox, because RGMY used a Lunox to win their game, making it so that they are here today. And Izanami, if the 1-1 as well as the Lunox is there, they do have to scale a little bit, but because they do have the Ruby as well as the Esmeralda, they can stall out. But my question mark is, what is going to be the jungler?
I think at this point in time, RSGMY might want to consider getting Karina here. And Karina has a decent clear speed, at the very least can threaten this Irithel if they decide to jump in towards that backline. You at least can play forward and one, but I think it's still risky, right? Because if you do pick the Karina, are you going to go full damage? Are you going to go for full tank? And I think the tank might just be a little bit better here.
I guess we'll find out. Looks like Karina.
You know what? He didn't high five. We called it. We know RSGMY, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit happy.
I can understand that. You predicted it perfectly. The Karina and the Lunox being the final picks for RSG. I do feel a little worried for Link Eza because this is not the ideal choice. It's basically the only thing he has left in his hero pool. And the rest of RSGMY scales very late into the game, which is exactly what Team HAQ was going for.
Yeah, so right now, Team HAQ, they have the Fanny. Looking at the draft, it's just Ruby that can really deal with this Fanny. So RSGMY, will they actually be confident enough to go into the jungle of Team HAQ? Because looking at Lunox going up against Kadita, who do you think is going to win the mid lane matchup?
Personally,
difficult question, huh?
It's a 50-50 here. Like, you have to get a kill pre-level 4. And the fact, oh, actually, Team HAQ opting to go for the Lolita. This is it. Yeah, this is a great option. At least you have a way to try and stop the shots for the crossbow of Tang. You have a very clear disengage mechanic in case your initial pick doesn't go through. And now RSGMY has to be a little careful for mid.
You know what? I'm liking the draft of the first game here in the series because it looks like both teams here, oh my god, it's so loud. I think Team HAQ, they brought drums. Yeah, they brought drums. And guys, if you guys are here, you guys can hear the roar and you guys can hear the bass all over Quill City Mall. But either way, this is gonna be the first match. RSGMY, Team HAQ, best of 3, winner goes up against Orange Esports, loser goes home. Let's go, game number 1.
Now this is going to be an exciting one right here. You can hear the reverberations through the audience, through the hall, as we prepare to enter the game and unfortunately get a little bit roadblocked as we're going to be starting off with a pause. However, this does give us more of a chance to talk about what's going on this game.
You've casted MPL for a while. How do you feel about the energy from Team HAQ right now?
I mean, I've seen a favela before. I haven't seen a drum so loud that I feel it on the stage.
Yeah.
Shaking my feet.
Dude, like, we got drums. We got, like, what, a 2-meter tall Lord here? Look at the camera, like, this is the kind of crowd that we want, Stafa.
Absolutely. This is basically the crowd of our dreams here at an esports event live. And if you guys haven't been able to drop by Quill City Mall to join us here in the audience, you're missing out.
Oh my god, that banner. Qualifier, check. Playoffs, check.
M4, it's like, over there we gotta like lose a little bit of confidence. But either way, guys, again, come to Quill City Mall. It is free. And you talked about it, but we got like 4 buses, and all of those buses are filled. Tomorrow is gonna be the same deal. Stafa, you don't know this, but before the mall opened, before the casters arrived,
oh yeah,
the audience, they were already waiting outside. They are that dedicated. Imagine, we haven't started mic check, and everyone is just like cramming in, wanting to get inside the mall.
Honestly, now I'm terrified for the grand finals happening tomorrow.
Wow.
Imagine what's going to like. This is only day 3 of the playoffs.
Oh, look at that!
People,
look at that! Whoa!
Fancy.
Looks like somebody's got another event after this, but can't wait to see who's making it to the grand finals before it happens.
This is literally that meme, you know. Got another event at night. Got to attend MPL first.
I like the priority here. No matter what happens, MPL first. But gotta give a quick shout out because that makeup is actually looking pretty good.
It's building up. It's building up. Unfortunately, I don't know. We've got a great cast of cosplayers. Not to, oh my god, the chanting has started. The chanting.
Oh. Like Team HAQ did, like up there, you guys can see. Here's the thing, you guys don't know this. You guys can feel it, like, you can hear the sound, but here, we're feeling that vibrations. This is one of those moments where I kind of don't mind that there's a pause just so that we can absorb all of this.
Yeah, just to shake things up. Guys, grab the code down below while you still can. Last reminder to do so, but hopefully this technical issue is going to get cleared up soon, because I'm very curious as to see what this Wanwan is really going to bring to the table. Because, again, Wanwan has been banned out so often during the regular season and throughout most of the playoffs as well.
Actually, yeah, I want to jump on that question as well, because Lolios is a great goal leader. I think all of us here can agree. Panda is awesome with the 1-1. Do you guys think that the 1-1 is more of a deny rather than Lolios himself really wanting the 1-1?
I'm gonna be honest, I actually think it is more of a deny. RSGMY, they definitely recognize that Panda liked the 1-1 just from watching his games yesterday. And even though I personally don't think that the hero is that effective, yes, very strong, but requires conditions to be met, I'm not sure if it was really worth denying away.
I feel the opposite way about this. I do think that Wanwan is good enough and honestly brings a lot of pressure into the lane, especially at level 1 when you're up against an Iritho who has a weaker laning phase in comparison to the Wanwan, especially when you include the battle spell Inspire. Level 1, if he is able to chunk him out to 10% HP, he's basically won the lane.
We actually don't talk about this too much because Mobile Legends, they develop very, very fast. Before this, during the laning phase, it's not really like looked upon that much. But especially Lolios and Panda, I like the way that they're manipulating the wave so that even if it's technically a losing matchup, they can manipulate it to be a way that the matchup is actually super winnable. And here I want to see whether Lolios or Panda is actually able to start a freeze, making it so that they will win every trade. But we've got back into the game. And Team HAQ, RSGMY, so far, we haven't seen anything crazy except for Min, but Lingeza still secures the purple buff.
Min, he could be in danger right now. He's surrounded by 3 members of RSGMY. He's gonna flicker, try to get past Lexia, as here comes Gary, but Min will be the first. Oh! Gets the 2-man breath of the ocean right under the steel cable spam, beating 2 kills over the Team HAQ.
Beautifully played by Mon there, making sure that he uses the Ocean Oddity to close the distance, petrified to hit secure the breath of the ocean. Nicely done by Team HAQ.
This is terrifying right now. You can see there's a lot of... Where
did he go?
That is a lot of damage from Min.
I'm guessing that was like a maximum charge Guardian Boa, and it just like, bam! Died? Like, don't underestimate the damage from Lolita, I guess?
I suppose. I don't even... If I was in Izanami's position, I don't think I would have died there as well, but I guess not. Things are looking a little dicey here for RSGMY. Now the Team HAQ is starting to build up that lead.
And this is exactly what they were going for, right? With their draft, Team HAQ basically set it up so that all of the lanes of RSG are going to be a little bit slower with these late game heroes, so they want to use this momentum.
Yeah, so far, I think we need to keep in mind that Lola is not exactly having the best laning phase, especially against Iris so far. He is calling Mon E here for some help. If they're able to pull this off, because Mon should hit level 4 off of this next wave, we'll see how this goes for RSGMY.
Ooh, but down here, they're going to be able to find Izanami. What are you doing down here, my friend? The turtle now going to be contested as the Numenon Blast secures it with Gary. Lingeza now in danger, dashing past Min and Gary. Iris will be able to buy him enough time to escape as Lexia forced to go out the other way. Team HAQ coming out on top.
Really unfortunate. Lexia used this retribution early on, allowing Gary to steal this away with the help of the Numenon Blast for sure. I definitely think Lola could have actually gotten the kill there on Lexia, but he was a little scared of the ult.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he actually got the Cyclone Eye, so he dashed away. I think maybe he was like, I want to dash a different direction, but oh well. But right now, with the pause coming in, I do want to ask, right now, Team HAQ, they've got a very good early game start. Now, what do they want to do next? Because I kind of feel like RSGMY, they can't really do much except for scaling. So now that Team HAQ, they have a small advantage. What else are they looking for? Controlling the jungle or the lanes?
Well, I would personally think that Team HAQ, they mainly want to control the enemy jungle. They recognize that Link Eza as a player relies very heavily on Snowball. That goes double-fold when he's on a hero like the Karina. If he doesn't get a good start, it's very difficult for him to continue scaling up with his team.
I agree with you there, but I think, for Team HAQ, if they want to get maximum value out of this, they're going to mirror this Karina. If she's going to the top side to clear her jungle, that's where you send your mid lane and controller over there to make sure it happens. My God, I can literally hear my eardrums ringing here.
I love it, but right now I want to talk about the gold lane because I was talking about how they're manipulating it, right? And Panda, he was able to establish a freeze. So Lolios, if he wants the farm, he has to be a little bit overextended. So will Gary be able to use this and try to kill Lolios a few times in the early stage of the game? So that's why in my head, it's like, if they want to go to the jungle, they can. If they want to go to the lane, especially Lolios, they can. It's just that which one is a better priority right now?
I think we have to keep in mind the game state of the lanes, right? Let's say if we do see Panda taking a terrible trade and really needs a little bit of a push to get back into the game, that's when the supports start making their way down to the bottom side of the map. And the same thing goes for the top side of the map as well. Either way, it depends on this lane state. If they are not too out of the game, it's fine. Leave it as a 50-50, keep it volatile, ensure that you do not die, and if you do, that's when you call for the cavalry.
But I feel like there's also the possibility that Team HAQ could purposely allow RSG to shove the waves in because they know that they are going to have stronger map control with the mobility on Gary, with Min and Man obviously being very active around the map. So as long as they stay around their towers and force RSG closer to them, they can get the gank and only then play aggressive.
Oh, if that is the case, then I would imagine that it's off of the rotation of the jungler. Let's say if it's the gold lane, for example, let it push into you so that your opponent has to walk out a little further out. Then maybe we can get a setup going.
Well, hopefully they are able to achieve that right now, as Team HAQ has very quickly built up a 1k net worth lead. Next turtle nowhere in sight. So this could be a chance for RSG to take it a bit slow if Team HAQ don't decide to push the issue.
When we look at the sub-emblems, we're seeing, okay, if you have movement speed, max that out as much as possible, but Lolita opting to take more cooldowns than anything else. Just regular health and cooldowns, not even base stats for armor or magic resist.
We can already see Team HAQ applying a lot of jungle pressure. Gary knows that he will be superior to Link Eza at this point, as the Karina has not been able to snowball to any extent. And the longer they can maintain this lead, the better position Team HAQ will be. Iris, he's gonna know his limits. He's absolutely fine down here.
Yeah, but you can see the rotation coming in from Mon. He's gonna proxy this wave super early on. So that means Team HAQ is gonna have first rotation and control over the bottom side with 20 seconds on the clock for Turtle.
Right now, I do want to ask, because it looks like Link Eza is probably going to be a tanky.
Oh,
before that.
Well, that's exactly what they were waiting for, man. He wasn't waiting to clear out the wave. He was waiting for Iris to come back, get the ambush, shove out the bottom tower, and guess what? The turtle is respawning on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, nicely played coming in from Mon. He made sure not to reveal his face to the wave or even to the turret. Now that they have it, topside getting attacked.
Panda going to be given information by Min. He's looking for the Numan on blast, but will not invest the flicker. I think that's the smart choice. Not enough damage on Iritel yet.
Yeah, but this does mean that the turtle falls into the hands of Team HAQ, right? Iris is basically having to try and look for pressure.
Up and now, they're going to be grouping up real hard. RSG, 4 players in the mid lane, but too late to actually respawn to the turtle take. Team HAQ right now, their macro management is very impressive and making it difficult for RSG to do anything.
Gideon, I gotta ask, right now Team HAQ, 2.4 goal lead ahead. RGMY, are they still in an okay spot or should they be worried?
I think they should start getting worried here because they are on the cusp of losing at least a 5k goal lead to Team HAQ by the 7th minute, and it really comes down to this upcoming play, right? If they lose that mid-tier 1, they're going to have 0 pressure, and then that 5k goal lead is guaranteed to be in Team HAQ's hands, and that's what they're positioning for.
Ooh, is Anami gonna get taken down to 20% HP?
Oh no!
And they find Link Eza in the bush, not having any backup. Team HAQ now we're gonna connect the pulls. They're looking for Lexia. I'm offended. Actually does buy him time. The flicker over to the tier 1. So he'll get out safely for now. Team HAQ, they're just going to stand there. They're going to zone out RSG, take a free tier 1 mid.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Team HAQ now have opened up the map so much. They don't really care about the top side because they want Irithel to scale for as long as possible. And rotating down to the bottom side of the map just to collect as many waves as they can, that's totally fine. But now the dive.
Yeah, Gary looking for Lolias. Actually, no. Looks like he will settle for the gold crab here. Not too certain if he had the purple buff, so it might have been a bit risky to dive on that. But the more pressure Team HAQ applies, the better of a state they'll be in. Ooh, hold on though. Lola gonna get caught out. I'm offended. 1v2 crossbow of Tang already activated. No way Lola escapes. I feel like that flicker was a little wasted.
It was a little unnecessary, but here comes Gary.
Yep, he's still looking for more, but this is 1v3. He dropped Lexia real low, but no energy, so RSG bites back. But look at Team HAQ, they're in the bottom lane. They're pushing the tier 2. Man looking for the setup, but Panda, he's out of position. Linkeza secures it. He could chain it onto Min as well. Regen, not gonna be enough. Double kill falling into the hands of the Karina from RSG MY.
What happened? Like, all of a sudden, RSG MY, they got stronger?
Man, he just missed that Breath of the Ocean. He needed to land it on both targets, and Linkeza was able to jump back into the middle of the fight. And Panda never stood a chance against Karina, but now Lolita's in trouble.
Lola gonna get bursted down by Lolias and Izanami. RSG MY suddenly turning the tables and threatening Team HAQ in their own jungle.
This is the pressure that, again, not expecting a turnaround like this. Team HAQ made very correct plays. They were looking to trade objectives to speed this game up for themselves. But RSG MY came the victors, and now they're losing all their tier 1s all at about the same time.
This is pretty bad, honestly. Team HAQ, it's not as if they made a really notable mistake here. It's just RSG MY capitalizing heavily on the single opportunity they have been given. And in an instant, they are the ones with the net worth lead.
We've seen games where the advantage is shifted, but I think that's the fastest shift we've seen. All of a sudden, they win up top and the bottom. I kind of want to see it all again, but it looks like an engagement here. Lola has to run away.
Yeah, this is pretty bad right now for Team HAQ. RSG feeling themselves. So Team HAQ, they're still grouping up. They want to take structures, but RSG have managed to pick up a couple items. It's becoming very dangerous for them.
Yeah, they're just losing out on tempo right now. They can't really do too much about the situation, and now losing a tier 2 on the bottom side. Lolio's even getting himself a Winds of Nature to ensure... Oh boy.
Oh, they're looking for it. They get the Breath of the Ocean. Rough Waves done. No! Finish him off. Gary will be able to chase him down. Linkeza trying to buy time, but he's not going to drop anyone low enough to get the chain. So Team HAQ gets out with a free kill.
Okay, at least that's something. At least they got the kill onto Iris. They lost their tier 2, but it's not about map pressure for Team HAQ. It's about looking about these picks, speeding this game up to get Fanny and as well as Panda in a much better position.
Yep, but RSG, they know they're scaling up. They want to continue pressuring. They're now in the jungle. I'm offended, gonna find Min. They're just CCing them. Crossbow of Tang has been activated, but Gary is causing havoc. Linkeza has been found. Crossbow of Tang will find Min, connects onto Lola for the double kill, going over to Lolios. But now they've overstayed their welcome. Panda has a heavy crossbow. He gets his Anami, picks up Lexia for the triple kill, going to Team HAQ.
2 for 3 here. Really smart of Lolios to actually hold off on that Inspire and then using it in the middle of his crossbow of Tang to actually extend as it chains from one target to another. This is going to be a very important lord now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty 50-50 as well, but Gary is the one around. Crossbow of Tang is available for Lolios, but he is saving it. He doesn't want to waste it. Forces out the rough waves from Man. Team HAQ losing control over the Lord Pit. Gary, he wants to take out Iris, but the Esmeralda, super duper tanky. RZMY retain control.
Oh boy, Gary doesn't have his retribution. This is going to be really bad for him. How did they get in on this fight? They need an angle.
But RSG are just denying every possible angle, and now Lolios, he's going really far, chasing down Min. He cannot get a crossbow of Tang, but he has Wind of Nature. Not enough though. Why are you all the way up there, my friend? Lolios falls to Team HAQ.
And he had the crossbow of Tang. He greeted out for this towards the last second, and now Team HAQ can capitalize this on some more. The tier 2 should fall off of this next wave.
That's quite an uncharacteristic mistake there. Lolios just seemed to get a little bit more too aggressive. He thought for sure he would get the crossbow of Tang in time onto Min to actually keep himself alive.
In my head, that was kind of characteristic of Lolios. He wants that flashy 1v2, 1v3, 1v5. And like he didn't say it, he had the crossbow of Tang, but just that microsecond it really turned things around. But right now, with the Lord here, RGMY, do they want to go crazy and try to fight against Team HAQ again?
I don't think so. I don't think they have enough information. They see Paquito on the top side, but where is Kadita? Where is Irithel?
Ooh, they did find Iritel, but Linkeza not gonna risk the fight right now. He knows that he is not that farmed that he can just instantly one-shot anyone. They need to take this slow, make use of the Lord to potentially take this tier 1, which they're gearing up for.
Well, Iris doesn't have enough mana. He has to recall here. Lola cancels him, but the bottom side with the Lord is pushing in RSG's favor. Gary, he's got to get on out of there eventually, right? The mid-tier 1 is still up for Team HAQ.
Well, I think Team HAQ should have no problem defending against this, honestly. Gary already doing a lot of damage and getting out as well without losing too much. So this is an impressive defense. RGMY, though, looks like they still want to pile on the pressure. Is this a good idea? Gary might be diving a bit too far. They get the pull onto Min in the backline. Man getting the rough waves. Doesn't manage to execute anyone, but here comes the Numa blast. Gary gonna get the killing spree onto Linkeza. The drive-by going to end in Team HAQ's favor.
Dang, that combo was so fast coming out of Gary. You don't even get to really react to it as if you are playing carry. You're just hoping for the best at this point.
Honestly, looking at the situation, Gary with a fighter emblem, even I did not expect that much damage. But RGMY, they're still considering mid and Loliels.
Yep, that's quite dangerous there. Gary definitely does have the Blade of Heptaseas. Definitely a bit unusual considering, as you mentioned, he is going for that Festival of Blood emblem rather than the usual killing spree or high-end. Actually, no. No Blade of Heptaseas.
Just full penetration, Hunter Strike, and as well as Malefic Roar. He even has an Athena's Shield just in case Izanami tries to one-shot him as well, or even Linkeza if they even manage to try and commit on top of him. I thought the Radiant Armor would have been a little bit more effective here, but at the end of the day, it's about how much you maximize your 2 damage items.
Luminon Blast gonna be flickered. They find one. Iris caught out by himself. Mega kill going to be picked up by Panda as Team HAQ secures another tier 2.
I think at this stage of the game, this Luminous Lord is going to be important for both sides, but it's dead even for both of them. I think Team HAQ, they just need to play the lanes. They just need to make sure that RSGMY responds.
But they walk into the bush and Man gonna get burst down instantly, giving away the crossbow of Tang Min. Gonna be able to block it for a short while, but he falls. Not before buying time for Gary, though, to come in. The mega kill for the Fanny. And Panda finds one for himself as well.
Okay, they can actually fight for this Lord right now. They need to reset, get back to it, and Lola just needs to buy time. Lolios doesn't have the Winds of Nature anymore, so this could be a big vulnerability for RSGMY.
Yep, Lola, he's here providing vision. Iris will eventually find him, but Gary is already here. Both Linkeza and Gary, they do have their retribution, but Gary being zoned down, will he be able to pick it up? But he's gonna get shut down by Lolios right afterwards, though. All things considered, one could say pretty worth.
That was highly worth. Highly worth.
Right now, Team HAQ, again, they're still in the lead, but it looks like RGMY and Team HAQ, every split decision, because it's always like, what do we want to go for? The Lord, the team fight. And I think Team HAQ, they got to realize RGMY right now, they got to look at Lolios because he doesn't care about objectives. He wants to fight. And if he overextends, that's game over for RSG.
Yeah, he definitely has to watch out his positioning a little bit. But now Panda gonna start on Lexia. The flicker used and wasted because he mistimed it with the I'm Offended, allowing the Lord to crash with literally no HP. Iris unsuccessful in his defense.
Oh, this is so scary. That one I'm Offended could have changed the game had he caught Panda in time. Oh!
Ooh, they get the tower. Here comes Izanami with the brilliance. They're all stacked up on Team HAQ. Wind of Nature popped by Panda. He buys enough space. He gets out. Iris is dropped. Immortality on Linkeza popped as well. Petrified just to keep him in place a little bit longer. The Karina wants to run, but there is no escape as Team HAQ takes him down.
Played beautifully by Team HAQ there. Panda continues to live longer than he should. Linkeza did not get his ult reset like intended, but got very, very close. With no inhibitors, no mid inhibitor, Team HAQ will take full advantage of this.
And here comes Gary. He's got Lolios instantly. Lexia falls right afterwards. Izanami, the only one, and he cannot defend against the full power of Team HAQ. They will secure victory in game 1 of this series.
What a back and forth between RSGMY and as well as Team HAQ. Not a moment to breathe. Team HAQ now up by 1 point.
We gotta look back into the draft, man, because Team HAQ, they banned out the Bowman, and that really showed They wanted a Fanny. And Gary, I gotta say, man, you gotta respect this guy, Fanny. If you have no way to counter it, then just bat it out. I feel like RGMY, they got a lot of information there, but we gotta look at what they talked about in the game.
Woo! Oh, gelas man. Mari go. Nih. Aku hati. Woo! Aku tak. Mati. Lanjut. Kena kau. Go. Dia ada buat mana? Gelas. Bom. Ambil belah. Tadi trik. Diamond. Dulu lah.
Nice. Wan tak ada Wan. Tak percaya.
Boleh.
Team HAQ starting off with a big advantage. They just need one more win. But in this kind of situation, RSG, they did lose. But looking at the game, there were a lot of good plays from RSG, but also a lot of mistakes. Gideon, do you think it's about the draft or mostly about the gameplay?
It's tough to say because, again, I would say that RSG had a composition that required a little bit more execution, especially when it came down to sports. Lexia up against Team HAQ's Man. Man just was a little bit more effective this game.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Now, I feel like in terms of what factor contributed to this result, I do kind of think the draft and gameplay came into it to a certain extent, with Team HAQ focusing very hard on Link Eza because they know if he gets on a snowball hero and he cannot snowball, instantly the jungler on RSG is disabled.
Right now, looking at Team HAQ, I want to focus on Gary because having the Festival of Blood, usually a lot of people with the bad name, Festival of Blood kind of signifies that they just want to create chaos. They just want to create trouble in the team fights. But here, Gary, he played this like he's using the Assassin emblem. So what do you think with the Festival of Blood and then basically full damage except for the Athena shield?
I think Gary understands that if he's going to chase somebody like a Wan, he's going to get kited to a certain degree. So with the Festival of Blood, it gives him a little bit more health to make sure that he survives certain engagements, and especially this one when he's chasing down the Wan, specifically who has the weakness finder. So the double penetration ensures, doesn't matter what you build, I will kill you.
It's honestly a very interesting playstyle because he's focusing hard on the drive-bys, but now, let's have a look at who the MVP is going to go over to, and it is none other than, of course, Gary from Team HAQ.
Well deserved. I think really there's no words to describe how effective Gary was playing on this Fanny. You expect impact from a Fanny? Give this man his one trick and he will pop off.
I mean, if he's confident enough on his own TikTok, like you said, I'm basically a one-trick Fanny. This is one of those situations, even if you do have a plan to go up against it, being a best of 3, now being kind of a best of 1 for RSG, I don't think they can take the risk anymore.
I really do love Gary's gameplay style overall, though a lot of Fanny players tend to overstay and rely heavily on mechanics to get themselves in and out of trouble. But Gary, his job was just to come in for literally 1 or 2 seconds, do the damage, get out, regen with that Festival of Blood, and then re-enter. It's a very safe style and makes use of his penetration as well as survivability.
I would argue that it's because of his mechanics that he's getting in and out this effectively. Like, look at this! Gary literally gets a free setup from Mon in the earlier stages of the game and takes those kills and one kill, 1 assist, and presses his advantage into the side lane.
If we want to talk about mechanics, we got to talk about Gary as well as Mon, because I kind of feel like Mon did so much in this game in terms of engaging and disengaging.
Yeah, I think the Kadita was a really good pickup for Team HAQ after they saw that RSG, they're picking up a lot of late game heroes. So it's very easy for him to roam around the map and get setups for the rest of his team, thereby snowballing his cores and allowing them to take control of the game very quickly.
I mean, I would like to imagine that Team HAQ took more control over this game, but even RSGMY were putting up some really good fights here. Like Lolios, this big outplay here already set them up for victory, and then immediately it all goes wrong once they couldn't get that disengage and Mon finding a pick of his own. So I think that if RSGMY, they have to have a lot of faith in Lolios to allow him to do some of this stuff, but he needs to profit. He needs to give that return of investment.
Staffa, I do have to ask, Lolios made one mistake where he tried to 1v3, he pushed too far ahead. Do you think if it did not do that, RCMY can hold on to their advantage a little bit more and could possibly win the game?
That was definitely a big mistake by Loliels, but I will not attribute RSGMY losing their advantage purely to that one play. There were definitely also situations where the entire team of RSG just kind of pushed their aggression a little bit too far once they regained a certain sense of ground. Loliels obviously being one of those players, but he is not the sole person responsible for them falling back behind.
We gotta look at history because again, every single time Team HAQ goes up against RSGMY, they have won every single game. Do you think this is a rock, paper, scissors situation where Team HAQ, the way that they play is just the right sense of things to do to go up against RSG? I'm a little bit lost, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
They are the scissors to RSG's paper. I get what you're trying to get at here. It feels like Team HAQ has got their number. I feel like they really understand the mentality and as well as the behavioral habits coming out of RSGMY. Lolios overextending, and more importantly, they really understand what Lexia is trying to do at the end of the day. So Team HAQ is just shutting him down with Min and Man having much better chemistry compared to Lexia and Izanami.
Yeah, honestly, I do want to emphasize that on that a little bit because Team HAQ really does feel to be RSGMY's Achilles heel. Overall, the players on RSG like to scale. Izanami, Lexia, and Iris all need a little bit of momentum to start getting off the ground. And Team HAQ has Min and Man super aggressive in that early game, so it allows them to very easily invade and stop the momentum from ever building up.
I gotta say, I'm very blessed having two English casters with a wide range of beautiful vocabulary words because I was a little bit lost there, but you guys understood what was going on. Looking back at the recap, the damage from Lolios is actually quite high, 62,000 damage for Team HAQ. Panda, even though we give the highlight onto Man as well as Gary, almost 70,000 damage. Now, the Iritel as well as the 1-1. Should the 1-1 again be something that both teams have to look at, either pick or ban?
Absolutely. I think in the hands of Loliels, he was definitely about to make the ultimate play here during the playoffs. If he got that 1v3 off just at the right time before the Shield War came up, he had an opportunity to kill everybody since he had Inspire. And the same goes to Panda as well. I think both are very efficient with their marksmen of choice.
Looking at RSG, this is a very stressful situation because they started in the lower brackets. And every single game feels like a best of one for them. In fact, talking to them after they win, they don't even have time to celebrate. They instantly look for scrims. They instantly look for more opportunities to actually train. And even though they lost, Ling Eza as well as Iris, they look very, very happy. They look very, very confident. So going in to game number 2, I hope they're in a very good mental state.
Mental state is important after all. Managing your psychological state in these sort of situations makes a big difference. But let's talk a little bit about the players. We're going to be comparing some notable names up here.
Okay, that's one hell of a head-to-head.
Wow.
Gary being compared to Albert, one of the best junglers in the world. I mean, he's got the stats here, but again, the average KDA is going to be the big difference because Albert overall has been playing, I would say, more of a tank role. He's not exactly getting the greatest assassins in the world. You're not going to see him on Fanny more often than not. We've seen him play his Lancelot, we've seen him play his Zakai as well, but when we're comparing him to Gary, the game win rate, the only difference is 2%, but the average damage per minute, we can throw that in the mid because MPL MY, we like to fight.
I gotta say, man, now looking at this, I kind of want to see Team HAQ going to M4 just because, in a way, Gary right now, in MPL Malaysia, we got a lot of good junglers. He's gotten, like, savages, he's gotten a lot of great plays, and his Fanny, like I said, he only needs 1 or 2 seconds, but, like, I don't know, man, Gary, in terms of mechanical skill, he's out of this world, dude.
Hey, man, that's a 3-point difference in terms of average KDA between him and Albert. I think that speaks a lot here. I do think that Gary is a good jungler, don't get me wrong, but they need to find a playstyle that works against an international audience. And I don't know, right now it works here at MPL MY. It may not necessarily work during M4.
Yeah, this is a situation to kind of talk about the different playstyles within a single role. As you mentioned, Gary being a much more aggressive jungler with the assassins, with the fighters, and Albert obviously focusing more on objectives, on tankier heroes, which is why his KDA looks a lot healthier. And it works here in MPL MY because, like you said, we love to fight, but over on the international stage, that's not always going to be the case. So let's see if we see something different this time.
Yeah, apparently in Malaysia, we hold a lot of anger within ourselves. And we use Mobile Legends as a very healthy
form of expression.
Thank you very much. I was struggling to find a PG way to say it. But going into the game, Team HAQ going up against RGMY. Team HAQ, they are going to take the first pick. And RGMY instantly, even though they could technically do it, they're just going to ban out the Fanny. Even with Balman, I think even Linkeza is like, even if I get Balman, I don't think I can do too much.
To be fair, I am surprised that Team HAQ was still able to actually get a Lord steal on it, especially since Linkeza was trying to build full tank anyways. So getting rid of the Fanny is always going to be a good option, but Team HAQ making sure that Linkeza isn't going to get consistent heroes. Ban out the Balmon, make sure you ban out the Akai at the same time, get them both out of the picture, and now Linkeza is forced to play a high-risk, high-reward style of jungler.
Well, it worked out really well in game number 1, so why wouldn't they replicate it? And now that Team HAQ are on the blue side, by banning out these junglers, I feel like they can honestly use Wanwan as a little bit of a bait to force RSGMY to choose between Wanwan and Claude going over to the hands of Panda.
So Linkeza, Karina is one of his better heroes, but looking at the game just now, Gideon, do you think it's a little bit better if RGMY prioritizes Linkeza first? Because looking at the way Team HAQ is banning things out, it does seem like they're targeting onto Linkeza.
Nope, I don't think so, because I feel like RSGMY generally don't play for the jungler to begin with. I definitely think that if they were, they would be, setting things up for a Ling, a possible Lancelot coming out from Linkeza, but his overall performance during the regular season does kind of tell us that Linkeza isn't at that level to push that final hurdle in terms of pressing an advantage and finishing off a game.
I agree with you there, but we also cannot deny the impact that is necessary for Linkeza to truly contribute to the game. If he doesn't get the space he needs to start snowballing his momentum, you can see that he falls off very heavily if he doesn't have an easy hero to fall back to. And that is the vulnerability on the side of RCMY that they're really pinpointing right now. That pressure point is a big weakness for them.
This very much sounds like Lingeza's in an Amber trial being like,
oh
hearsay, Lexia, I need more space. And Lexia's like, why aren't you making more impact?
Hey, let's talk about Izanami because he did a lot when he got the Faramis. The Faramis has been nerfed, but let's talk about Izanami. I feel like that is a safer thing to talk about. RGMY banning out the Claude, great bans. Valentina is open, and mine, I think, has a very high win rate on the Valentina.
I'm thinking about this, whether Team HAQ actually want to pick it up, because at the end of the day, it comes down to who they're playing around. This first pick is going to be the Valentina, so sure, I guess giving it to him is good, but ideally, what are they trying to play for? Are they still trying to play for Panda?
Not just now, Valentina appeared on screen. She is so tall. I did not know she was like that huge.
I mean, I feel a little bit insecure for you bringing that up, so thank you very much.
Definitely.
No, I like tall women.
Yeah, I've definitely felt the same thing about seeing some of these players as well, Rival, Zayed, why are they so tall? What do they eat? But overall, I think Valentina, very safe choice for Team HAQ. We already mentioned Man, very skilled with it, and I think this is actually kind of terrifying for RSG because I get the feeling Team HAQ wants to combo this with something like the Atlas and just make it so that RSG cannot play the game.
Oh, that's actually a really good point here. I think, okay, to be fair, RSG MY, they're taking a very safe route. This is very typical of RSG MY to do. Once they've dropped the game, immediately we're seeing comfort picks coming in from both Izanami and as well as Lexia.
RSG MY did this against Homeboys when they were able to get a Chow as well as the Lunox. They instantly win mid, and then Lexia basically lives in the enemy jungle, making sure that there is no rotation towards the gold as well as the EXP lane. So RSGMY, I think they're really pulling off all the stops, and they're using the best composition that they can do right now. And with that being said, Team HAQ, Min, with that Atlas is going to be quite a troublesome feat for RGMY. I kind of feel like they should be prepared for a situation where someone has to split push. Try to avoid the team fights.
But that's exactly what Team HAQ is already prepared for. They know that RSG are going to avoid the team fights. Most likely, this is going to fall into the hands of the EXP laner on a hero like Uranus, like Esmeralda. So what counters those heroes? The Dirov locked in by Team HAQ.
I think RSG MY, if anything right now, if they really want to make sure they can shut down Team HAQ, just play a Diggy. Play a Diggy, throw this Cho over to Iris. I'm sorry, Lexia, if somebody has to make a sacrifice, it's gotta be your role.
But with that being said, Team HAQ, with the Alice, Valentina, as well as the Dyrov, this Dyrov can go either way. Can go to the EXP, can go to the jungle. And why this is so terrifying? Because it really doesn't matter what Iris uses, because no matter where Gary goes, they're gonna get a win. But the thing is, I kind of feel like Dyrov, he has a ticking time bomb as well, where in the early stage of the game, he's gonna have a lot of impact. But as a jungler in the late stages of the game, it's gonna be more and more difficult because he has no flicker. So if he mispositions, that's it, game over.
And that's why as well, I'm actually thinking that Team HAQ will still want to prioritize giving this over to Lola. They're just holding on to it for a while to see who actually it will suit more. Because RSG, we can already see, they're just going for full comfort right now.
Right now, I'm seeing the confusion on Gideon's face, and I feel like it is because of the Esmeralda ban. What do you feel about this?
I totally agree. I think Esmeralda is a bit of a wasted ban for the side of RSG MY. I feel like Team HAQ, even if they did get Esmeralda for themselves, it at least gives you an opportunity for counterplay. You can go for a possible Uranus. You could obviously go for possibly Masha as well, which they also banned out. So I feel that RSG MY might actually make this happen. Team HAQ just banning hard divers as well. So RSG MY, they understand, hey, we want to protect our gold laner. Same goes for Team HAQ.
Team HAQ are drafting so smart right now. You see the Esme and the Masha ban, you know 100% Iris wants to play Lapu Lapu. Those are heroes that Lapu Lapu has a hard time laning against. Team HAQ recognizes this. They're not gonna give RSG a comfortable hero to dive in, to have iframes with the Raging Slash, so they ban it out.
I was thinking of Fredrin as well, but Gideon, you play EXP lane quite a lot. What do you think about Fredrin in this current lineup?
Well, it really depends on what his matchup is going to be in, and I think that RSG MY are suspecting that Team HAQ is just going to let this Dyrov stay in the jungle and not really go into the EXP lane, and they're willing to take the risk because Iris will stand a chance against the Dyrov once he hits level 3. Prior to that, he basically doesn't touch the wave.
I gotta talk about execution right now immediately because RSG MY 1, 2, 3, 4, these guys looking like they're focusing on one target at a time. Yes, they have ways to hit multiple people at once, but it's mostly going to be about pickoffs. Going up against Team HAQ, now having the Kimmy.
What?
Kimmy?
Let's talk about RJY just a little bit later. Kimmy, I have no words, Stafa.
I don't have words either, honestly. Kimmy going into the hands of Team HAQ, and now I'm honestly confused. Yeah, I'm actually very confused.
I think this is going to be gold lane Kimmy. I think I don't want to say it's just because of the Karina, but it feels like it as of right now.
I can kind of see this, right? Because if Team HAQ, they get a very good lead. 2 kills. They just need 2 kills in the early stages of the game. Dyrov can do that. And then Kimmy, if has 1 item advantage, no one, absolutely no one, can handle her damage. So this might be a quick game between Team HAQ and RSG MY.
Yeah, it's all about snowballing for the side of Team HAQ. I think RSG MY are playing very safe, very standard, but there's a lot of outplayability with flickers as well as ultimates coming in from Lexia and as well as Iris. Keep your eyes on those 2 players because they are going to be the spearhead of RSG MY.
This is going to be an interesting match because for both teams, for both sides, they're having a very high mechanical trap because there's so many opportunities to outplay, but there's also so many opportunities to make mistakes. This is potentially the last game of this series. Whoever wins will have 1 opportunity to go to M4. We're gonna go into game number 2, Team HAQ, RSG.
RSG, you can imagine there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. After all, they are potentially one game away from being sent home. So close from tasting that chance to move on into M4. So you can imagine that they are going to be playing like their lives depended on it.
Yep, and their lives do depend on it. So I'm a little afraid for RSG MY because right now we're seeing some new tech coming up from the side of Team HAQ. And the fact that Panda is going to be playing on this Kimmy begs the question, what is this matchup like against the Irithel? I don't know too much about it. For the most part, there is a lot of outranging coming in from Panda himself, but I think the lane eventually evens out.
Yeah, but speaking of that, right now there's going to be a lot of focus on the mid lane. Lexia taking a lot of poke damage from Team HAQ. Lola wants to chase him down, but not quite able to finish him off. Link Eza going to be able to escape as well, but Team HAQ do pick up the Little Wanderer.
I like the team play coming out from Team HAQ. They're even calling for Lola and actually rotating the map. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
I gotta say, man, Loliels died there. So right now, Panda can have a small lead. I mean, Gideon, do you think that Panda by himself can snowball this a little bit later?
For sure, for sure.
Ooh, but Izanami gonna be forced to flicker away. Abysm Strike gonna miss on Lexia as he flickers over the wall, but he's still stuck between 3 members of Team HAQ. And now the snowball on Gary has begun.
It has officially begun, and Team HAQ, they've got all the key, have all the ingredients to success here. Lola is not gonna lose this lane against Iris. He just has to clear the waves first and take first rotation. Iris can get a level lead, but it really doesn't matter if he can't get into the fight.
I gotta ask, if RSGMY, the way that they win this game is to slow down the game, my question is how? What do they have to do to make sure that Team HAQ stops the snowball?
They have to stall, they have to bait out the ult from Min and then look to punish Gary immediately.
But that's so difficult to do. RSGMY, again, their draft doesn't have the best early game pressure, and that's why Team HAQ feels so safe, taking control of the Riverside. Iris, he does get the taunt onto Lola, but here comes Min. He gets the Fatal Links onto 2 members, and Gary instantly transfers, but Way of the Dragon finds the tear-off! Gary has already been picked up. Lola gets Iris, but without the enemy jungle, Link Eza gets the turtle. He gets Min. He follows it up for the double kill onto Man as well.
What was I telling you? They needed to bait it out, instantly look to punish the Dire-off, and that's exactly what they got off of this. Now, Iris and as well as Lexia, they have the base stats to actually survive the initial burst because Team HAQ don't have the items just yet.
I see, and that's what allows RSGMY to take a slightly more aggressive stance. Perhaps the Fredrin choice actually does work out quite a bit here because, like you mentioned, he's not afraid of being pulled in by the Fatal Link, so Team HAQ needs to be a bit more wary with their initiation.
Yeah, I'm more afraid about the top side here because Loliels is taking a lot of damage on that top side, and Panda, he's just slowly farming up, and the fact that he also has the mystery shot means that he's going to scale so much faster and hit those item power spikes compared to Loliels way quicker.
But Loliels, he's already taken down the entire gold shield up there.
Oh, but right now, Man here, Lexia gets a kick.
Yep, they're gonna kick him right under the tower. Literally nothing the Valentina can do. So now Team HAQ, they're looking for some cold-blooded revenge onto Iris in the bottom lane. 1v3, even Fredrin not gonna survive that. But Panda now being dived up in the top lane. Here comes Lexia, here comes Izanami, and he is gonna pick up the kill.
Well, I take that back. He's gonna get the gold shield, and he's gonna get a free tower off of this. Loliels is out of this laning phase. He's done with Panda. And more importantly, the fact that Team HAQ has been losing on all fronts, it's good that RSG found something.
But now Min, he's looked like he wanted to look for it, but RSGMY definitely respect this Atlas right now. They've already dealt with this plenty of times in the past. As long as they avoid the Fatal Links catching them out, they actually outscale in damage now.
In interviews, Lexia has been telling us that he is practicing on a show, and so far right now, it does look like it's on his shoulders. And the moment Lexia goes in, Izanami will not actually, he will not hesitate. He will go in. So RSGMY, 1,400 gold lead. How good is this for them? Min goes in.
Gets the 2-man Fatal Links. Gary sets up, but gets stopped by the Abysm Strike. And Min forced to flicker away. Link Eza already securing the turtle. Lola jumps in with the Electo final blow. Lexia very low, but Lola gets the kill. In exchange for Manto, as Link Eza grabs that kill for himself. RSGMY now in the middle of Team HAQ's jungle. Panda being chased down by Loliels retreats to the safety of his tower, but purple buff will be free for the taking for Link Eza.
What a stressful situation situation. I mean, I thought that Lola was going to whiff it entirely, but he still had the execute to secure at least one of those kills. It could have been a double had he played it a little bit better, but I think RSG MY, now with a very clear lead, Team HAQ, Min, you've got to stop ulting the two targets who don't matter that much, Lexia and as well as the Fredrin.
I can understand why it would be tempting though. RSGMY are taking advantage of that subconscious desire to get the multiplayer fatal links, even if it's just on 2. And so Lexia and Iris are just comfortably walking up to Min, baiting him and forcing him to use it because that's probably the best chance he's going to get.
Boy, I mean, let's wait until Min gets his flicker back up. Maybe he can make something happen specifically on either Izanami or maybe even Loliels. The fact is, Iris is getting, he is getting packaged up, wrapped up, and thrown into the front of Team HAQ.
Yeah, but Lexia, he's looking for the kick, gonna force out the Brilliance as the Abyssal Strike gonna be stopped by the way of the Dragon. Min not even able to use Fatal Links. Taken out. Gary gonna follow as Iris picks up the double kill. He gets a stun in the backline. Panda picks up the kill onto the Fredrin. Looks like RSG stayed a little bit too long, but it is still a 2-for-2.
That's so unlucky for Gary. I feel so bad for him. His Abyssal Strike gets cancelled. He walks up, and by the time he notices the Wrath coming out, the Artisan's Wrath coming out from Iris, he instantly dies because of all the great health Iris has built up being in the front lines.
Yeah, Gary right now having a bit of a rough time. The Dirov needing to be right in melee range is causing him a lot of distress thanks to the amount of crowd control from RSG, who are now looking to shove this bottom tower.
No.
Loliels might be in danger, but he's able to jump away just in time, so Lola successfully defends the tier 1.
If Lola had execute there, he would have definitely tried to jump on top of Loliels and force him to at least use that flicker, but now the rest of the team is coming in. Let's see how Lexia plays this.
Yep, Min, he's going to be able to stop Iris from jumping into the backline, but Lexia is who they need to be wary of. Way of the Dragon onto the Atlas, but in the wrong direction, so Gary gets the Abyssal Strike with the Fatal Links, but 2 ultimates are now down. They're connecting onto Iris, who's dropping real low. He's somehow still alive, as Man gets the flicker. Way of the Dragon himself onto Link Eza, and they will give the shutdown over to Panda after Gary secures the turtle.
Nicely played by RSGMY, and this time it was Lexia who was too eager to get the kill. Team HAQ punished very valiantly. I feel like Man should have flickered on towards Izanami more than Link Eza. I think that would have been a little bit more effective.
I mean, I don't know, man. Just now, Man look a little bit like Min. Look like both these guys, it really doesn't matter. They both know how to use the Way of the Dragon. Where RSGMY, they basically just lost their lead right now in terms of gold. They have basically neutralized. Now, going into the stage of when the Lord is going to be available, Team HAQ and RSG, based on the draft, who has the better advantage here? But Lexia is taking a bit of damage from Panda.
I think they have to play this a little bit slower from the side of Team HAQ. Like, as much burst as they think they have, Gary is not finding the time and space to actually get these combos off because he's either getting cancelled out by Lexia's third hit of G Kundo or falling into the taunt of Iris.
But Lexia, he gets the flicker, he mistimes it and gets caught with a Fatal Link, so he dies. Loliels jumping in, applying a lot of damage, but now he has to back things up. Here comes Izanami, he tosses the Darkening, he's aiming down Min, but gets kicked by Man into the tower again. The Way of the Dragon stolen by the Valentina, and now Iris is left in the lurch, abandoned by Loliels.
Nicely done coming in from Team HAQ. I mean, they're slowly coming back into this. They're playing it slow, but having to lose out on their playmaking capabilities because of these aggressive plays from RSGMY. They need to keep in mind about battle spells.
Well, so far though, Team HAQ, they're definitely maintaining their pressure. They're controlling the momentum. RSGMY starting to play a little bit desperately here. They want to be able to pick up kills, start snowballing, but Team HAQ are the ones outplaying them by taking advantage of their overextension.
Lexia right now, it kind of looks like he's trying to bait out Min, but it looks like he's being baited out all the time. So Lexia, what should he be doing right now? Because I think the engages haven't been very good.
I think Lexia just needs to open up the map. Doesn't really need to use that Way of the Dragon until he finds an ideal target.
Or Iris gets a 2-man taunt, and that will allow them to secure the Lord. But Iris, he might be abandoned for this. He's going to have to flicker away, and he's just going to sacrifice his life to buy time for the rest of his team to escape. But here comes Lola. Is he going to look to cut off any of their paths? Nope. They're just zoning out RSG to take this mid-tier 2. Team HAQ already coming out on top.
Oh boy. I mean, It could have been a little bit better there, but I think RSGMY, they had to cut their losses, and Iris understood that if he ran back into the team, the rest of RSGMY is going to get caught in the mess.
But speaking of getting caught, Lexia, a little bit out of position, he's fine, gets hit by a maximum charge, just so Panda can say, I see you there. The Lord pushing up, but they will have no problem defending against it.
Yeah, the high ground defense is really, really good. Pandas should be able to cut this down, no problem. And look at his build, he's already got the Glowing Wand, Genius Wand, as well as the Ice Queen's Wand.
Honestly, I feel like the concept of the Glowing Wand on Kiwi nowadays is absolutely terrifying after the recent revamp to the item.
It's kind with Glowing Wand, like, again, this is a situation, no matter how tanky RGMY is, they're gonna go down. So I kind of feel like Iris, if he wants to go to the front, he has to basically understand he is 100% going to die. But then RGMY, they gotta capitalize on his death somehow, because in my head, the way that it should work, Iris goes in front, taunts a lot of people, everyone focusing, but look at here, Lola is gonna get targeted.
Yeah, he kind of mistimed his eye for an eye there, but he is still a Benedetta, so he is able to escape easily from the clutches of RSG, and Team HAQ knows they are now a little overextended. Looks like, though, they're not gonna take the risk. They're not too sure where the rest of the players are on the map.
Yeah, with the majority of the players, in terms of damage dealt, going to be coming in from a Team HAQ, I mean, it should be in Team HAQ's favor, but it's still so very close. Like, RSGMY at any point of time could look to outplay the situation. It's not coming down to macro plays, it's really coming down to outplays.
Well, speaking of outplays, Min, he's looking for someone. He's gonna find Lexia in the bush, uses the Fatal Links on the Cho, sets up for the Abysm Strike. Lexia will fall. Iris gets a nice taunt, but he is out of position, and Lola is cutting off the backline perfectly.
Oh, no.
Gary, he might have jumped in a little bit too far, gets his immortality popped down. Abraser's Wrath hitting multiple members as Min will be sacrificed. Lola, he jumped way too far. He got taunted. He's going to get picked off by RGMY as Iris slowly burns down to the Glowing Wand damage. Man, he gets the kick onto Link Eza, but not enough damage as Panda has to run away from Izanami, and that is going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
Panda is just kiting like an absolute beast here. He is making sure that he's maintaining the perfect distance and even popping off his sprint to ensure that he doesn't actually die to Izanami as soon as he comes out of the Brilliance and goes into the Chaos Assault. So Link Eza, smartly enough, does take that Winter Truncheon. He can look for these bigger engages and then back away whenever he wants to, buying that extra bit of time with Winter Truncheon.
Ooh, man, he's gonna actually waste both Flicker and Fatal Links. Lexia, he manages to escape, and those are valuable cooldowns.
Huge timing, a huge timing. This could be RSGMY's opportunity to punish.
That's what they're looking to do. They're gonna start on the Lord. Man, he does have Way of Dragon looking for another pickoff. Min, he doesn't have Fatal Links, but he can still jump in front. Man gets the kick on Izanami, but in the wrong direction. It's Gary. Picks off Iris in the front. Lexia looking for the kick onto Derov, and he does get it, securing the Lord for Link Eza. But Lola and Man are dismantling the backline. Lolios is gone. Gary picks up the double kill. Link Eza, he'll be able to run back to base. Lola, he's still keeping an eye on the Izanami. He wants to dive the tower, but he needs a little bit more backup to secure the kill onto the Lunox.
Oh boy, where's the support? The maximum impact clears up one side of the way, but this inhibitor turret is gone. There's not enough members to actually protect it.
They're gonna get that tower for free. Panda, he'll have no issue soloing this Lord by himself in the top lane. Team HAQ, their net worth lead only about 3K, but their gameplay so far has been top tier.
Right now, man, my heart has been dropping so low. RGMY, they're staying in the game just because they have been able to secure the Lord. But again, that's just slowing it down. Right now, Izanami as well as Lolios, they are being focused on. RGMY, they really gotta handle their timings because Team HAQ, time and time again, if Panda is free hitting, I don't see any way RGMY can win the fight.
Yeah, I think they have to get their targets early on and they have to do it fast. They're willing to sacrifice the outer tier turrets, but they're very close to the 42K mark, which is what we should expect here for RSGMY to really start popping off. Panda still top of the charts with the help of Mon. Lolios only in 3rd place in that damage ranking, and I think that Lolios, he recently got that Scarlet Phantom. The question is that going to be enough now that Min has immortality?
I honestly don't know. Panda and Man, they're doing so much DPS, and they weren't even hitting their power spike before this. And now that we're approaching the 15 minute into the game, the Valentina, the Kimmy, they're going to hurt a lot, even with the Radiant Armor, thanks to both of them having the Glowing Wand. So RGMY, it's very difficult for them to itemize against this while also keeping an eye out for Gary and Lola.
I mean, look at the positions that they're taking out here, right? They're scouting for Gary and Lola. They're making sure that if they do see them, they can start backing off and thinking about smarter decisions. Lola, he is willing to go up front. He knows that he can get away with this.
He's actually going to force the brilliance from Izanami, but now Lolios comes out with a heavy crossbow. He gets the kill. Gary, though, finds Lexia on the opposite side. Min looking for the fatal links. He isn't quite able to get it, but Gary somehow catches off Izanami in the backline. Lolios gets hit with the maximum charge, so he's got to retreat full swing as Link Eza is now getting caught out. The taunt from Iris trying to save him. Link Eza can be able to dash through Min, but it's not enough as the monster kill will be picked up by Panda. 3 members of RSG dead. The base exposed. There is a full minion wave down here with 2 cannons for Team HAQ to potentially use to push in and end the game. Iris, he gets a nice taunt in the backline, but not enough. Lolias doesn't have his cooldowns. Man, gonna force him out. Fatal Links doesn't quite connect, but Lolias, he is out of position. Lexia comes back, but he is by himself, and Team HAQ will secure the crystal. They will send RSGMY home and move on to the lower bracket finals.
GG, well played for Team HAQ. They've made it another step further to make sure that they qualify. One more hurdle to go.
And another team is going to be sent home. I mean, no one could have predicted this game to be like that, but Team HAQ, they look so happy. They're going up against Orange Esports again, where Orange was the one that pushed them to the lower bracket. But RGMY, what an amazing game from them. They started in the lower brackets. It was a stressful journey here in the playoffs. Respect for them, because RGMY, they played so well. We're gonna go over to the stage for the host to handle this situation.
Adat permainan, ada yang menang, ada yang kalah. Kali ini kita tidak boleh nak nafikan, tetapi berikan tepukan kepada RSG. Mereka menyerikan bukan saja daripada pasukan RSG sendiri, malah kepada penyokong-penyokong mereka yang sangat-sangat sporting.
Tak putus-putus mereka bagikan sorakan, sokongan walaupun Team HAQ telah berikan semuanya. Begitu juga dengan RSG. Jadi kita berikan ruang untuk Link Eza.
Link Eza, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir bersama-sama dengan coach. Anda daripada minggu pertama sehingga ke saat ini, anda antara pasukan yang boleh dikatakan antara pasukan yang mungkin akan pergi ke M4, tetapi mungkin rezeki bukan berpihak pada anda, tapi persembahan yang ditunjukkan sangat-sangat menakjubkan. Mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat-peminat pasukan RSG.
Oh no, sorry though guys. Tapi thank you korang tetap support kita orang ya guys.
Wah, bagi sorakan sikit. Mungkin saya nak tanya sikit untuk, bukan tanya lah, bagi kata terakhir daripada coach mereka sendiri Kuja. Ada kata-kata terakhir untuk fans-fans RSG.
Okay, first kali alhamdulillah lah kita orang sampai ke tahap ni, dan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang. Terima kasih sangat-sangat. Terima kasih pada fans Team HAQ, RSG fan. Thank you so much. Dan kami minta maaf setakat ni je kami boleh sampai, dan insyaAllah kami janji kami akan cuba lebih baik lepas ni. I love you too.
Yes, RSG MY akan janji nak come back stronger, dan inilah dia momen untuk mereka bow buat kali terakhir pada MPL MY musim yang ke-10. Dalam kira 3, 2, 1, bow.
Berikan tepukan kepada RSG MY. Tanya, kita akan jumpa sekali lagi untuk musim yang akan datang. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Team HAQ bersama dengan manajer mereka dan juga especially Aiman. Sekarang ni saya nak tanya terus kepada Aiman. Satu lagi langkah sebelum menjadi pasukan rookie yang pertama mewakili Malaysia ke M Series. Apa perasaan awak?
First of all, syukur alhamdulillah kepada Allah SWT kerana beri kemenangan kepada kita. Bukan kami yang bagi menang, tapi Allah SWT yang bagi kami menang. perasaan terkejut ah. Kita orang tak expect sampai jauh macam ni. Tapi alhamdulillah top 3 cukup bagi kami. Cuma kalau ada rezeki lagi ke M4, insyaAllah kami akan buktikan. Kami akan pergi ke M4.
Ya, dan mungkin soalan seterusnya saya nak tanya player, pemain mereka sendiri ya. Saya nak bagi dekat Lola lah. Lola jarang kena interview. Kan? Alright.
Depan sikit. Jangan malu-malu, korang menang ni. Depan sikit.
Alright. Soalan saya senang je. Lepas ni korang akan menentang Orange Esports. Ada tak sikit kata pedas nak bagi dekat Orange Esports? Sebab ini revenge match.
Lola masih dalam terkejut, masih lagi dalam keadaan terkejut.
Boleh bincang?
Apa yang awak nak cakap dekat tim Orange? Lepas ni korang lawan Orange sekali lagi.
Lama.
Dia tengah
bincang.
Nasib baik kita ada banyak masa, tak apa.
Kita orang akan bermain sungguh-sungguh lawan Orange lagi.
Dan itu yang paling tenang. Ada lagi tak yang pedas? Tak ada? Ada?
Gula Irfan nanti.
Gula Irfan.
Dan saya ada soalan daripada penonton. Awak lah, saya tak tahu. Nama belakang tulis Team HAQ. Lain kali tulis nama senang saya nak kenal. Alright, depan sikit. Nama penyokong ni, nama dia Roland Gerard. Okey, soalan dia, adakah korang akan bawa gameplay sebentar tadi berhadapan dengan pasukan Orange sebentar nanti?
Sebenarnya untuk game Orange petang nanti, kita orang akan buat keluar gameplay yang lain lah. Kita macam lawan RSG lah. Kita tunggu lah nanti.
Tunggu?
Nana ke? Itulah dia kata-kata semangat. Dan kita nak bagi ruang sikit pada Team HAQ bagi kata terakhir pada fans-fans Team HAQ yang telah datang dekat sana tu. Wah.
Saya nak ucapkan, pertama sekali saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang hadir. Fans Team HAQ, fans RSG MY, terima kasih sebab sudi untuk memeriahkan venue kita dekat Kuala City Mall ni. Dan kepada semua orang, jangan lupa untuk terus sokong industri kita ni supaya industri kita ni lebih besar lagi. InsyaAllah.
Let's go! Jadi, terima kasih diucapkan. Tahniah sekali lagi kepada pasukan Team HAQ. Kita akan saksikan apakah yang mereka katakan dalam mic check sekarang juga.
First time mati ni. Mati dah. Wah! Oi, bukan bos stream. Ini mati. Oi, baik. Dia men. Wow. Dah. Sila dah. Dah. Aku boleh. Dah. Mati dah. Oi. Kanan ban. Woi. Mati. Dah, gapai Red. Ada pergi mana Red? Dia betul dah. Lagi. Wah je. Go.
This is the second and final day of the playoffs, and we can see there's a lot of emotions here. Team HAQ, overwhelming excitement, and for RSGMY, I'm glad to see, even though, yes, they are sad, but they kept their heads up high, and they're still looking forward for next season.
Yep. I mean, RSG played as good as they could get at this level. They tried their best, but Team HAQ they've got the secret sauce.
As we mentioned, it just seems to be this unfortunate rock, paper, scissors situation where Team HAQ was able to perfectly pinpoint the vulnerabilities on the side of RSG that they could make the most use out of. And that is what allowed them to achieve this clean sweep victory moving forward into the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they really got the secret sauce because even in interviews, Man even said they have a specific way to fight against RSGMY, and going up against Orange a little bit later, they have a specific way to fight against them as well. But now, looking at the items, it is a 60-minute game, 22 kills for Team HAQ, RSG, 12 kills. Gideon, what jumps out to you in this game?
I mean, number one, it's this... It has to be the Kimmy tech here. The Kimmy tech was really smartly played because I think Team HAQ were expecting RSG MY to go back to their familiar roles, to go back to comfort heroes.
Yeah, but honestly, the Kimmy was a really good idea in this situation because they saw that RSG had a lot of tankier heroes that could protect the backline, and recognizing that there has been a recent buff to Glowing Wand as an item. You can see RSG, they've got 3 Radiant Armors, and the Kimmy and Valentina were still just breaking straight through.
Absolutely, and this is a stacking effect. But when they have two glowing wands, they work in tandem with each other. And the fact that Panda does have an Ice Queen's wand, that's the first thing that he was looking to build after Genius. He made sure that Fredrin could not run away. Cho did not feel comfortable getting in and out of fights, allowing people like Gary to get consistent hits, shredding armor, and then looking to punish.
Genius 1, reducing magic resist. Ice Queen 1, slowing them down. Glowing 1, giving more damage to any magic damage dealers. And Gary with this dire off, there's just way too much damage reduction over here. But overall, RSGMY, we gotta say Rich Guy and the carry Panda. 770 gold per minute, 79,000 damage. I gotta say, man, this Kimi, it was a very risky pick, but it played off.
Yeah, it really did, because there were just so many ways for RSG to get on top of Panda. Flicker Way of the Dragon, third hit of G Kundo, get run down by Loliels with the explosive crossbows, getting taunted by Iris. Link Iza probably wasn't going to be able to do much, but Izanami could basically one-shot him with the Brilliance alone.
On top of that as well, I feel like we have to talk about the brilliance of the Team HAQ draft. They were just so smart with the way they picked this lineup. Starting off with obviously their comfort picks, the Valentina and the Atlas. They saw RSG, they want to respond by just bulwarking the backline, having heroes that can pick off, that can stand in front and protect Izanami as well as Loliel. So what do? They pick up Lola with that Benedetta to just completely split the fight in half. You want to stand in front of us? Well, we're going to be behind you too.
In this competition, man, like, I gotta say, even as a caster, as a neutral party, I can feel the sadness and excitement here in the air, but we gotta see who is the MVP that is chosen by the community. And in this game, the MVP, Gary, as a jungler, being compared to Albert, this guy is definitely a playmaker for Team HAQ.
Absolutely. He has a lot of trust in this game. He's not on the Fanny. He could have played other playmaking junglers. He could have played Lancelot. He could have played Ling if he wanted to split push on the other side of the map. But instead, he let his team set it up for him, and all he had to do was press a couple of buttons.
And you can imagine that he wasn't breaking mentally as well, especially for someone like Gary who wants to be aggressive, who wants to rack up kills. There were so many fights in which his Abysm Strike would have gotten a kill, and he just gets disrupted in the middle of it. That really messes with your momentum, with your tempo. But it didn't matter to him. He continued playing the game and then continued snowballing with his team.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the highlights that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, and Panda and Man, they were amazing. But I gotta look at Gary, because a lot of times while the team fight is going on, I see 90-degree turns from Gary. He just has the presence to know, yes, I see a target in front of me, but I can smell someone on my left, on my right, 90-degree turns, and then getting those crucial kills. He just has amazing map presence.
Speaking of map presence, I just feel like Team HAQ continues to display their macro sense as a team here, being able to move around the map, coordinate in terms of their presence in the top lane, in the river side, taking advantage of the enemy's movements to apply the most damage, and obviously the individual players themselves making insane plays. Man, constantly getting those Way of the Dragon counters against Lexia.
I think the best way to describe it is the fact that Team HAQ has some really incredible micro overall. I mean, the way that they are making decisions in the middle of this fight, preemptively using ults, trusting that the teammates are going to follow up upon it, is really key to turning the tides against RSGMY, who has a very strong laid out plan. If we look for the engage, if it doesn't happen, we disengage. Simple as that. But Team HAQ take it one step further by pressing their advantages and really looking for these small outplays to open up this huge can of worms.
Well, we gotta say this, man, like, these are the best players that Malaysia has to offer, and they're really showing their stuff here. Micro play, amazing. Macro play, phenomenal. But either way, right now, there's only 3 teams in the MPL stuff.
Yeah, and I personally feel very proud, because these are literally the teams I put in my top 3 when I did my ranking at the end of the regular season. So hey, maybe a little bit of future sight there, but let's recap a little bit on the keys to victory we mentioned earlier.
Yep, number 1, mid-area domination. Min, Man, ridiculous with the amount of control that they had. I mean, game 2 alone kind of tells you that it's like, even if it's not mid lane domination, I'm going to impact the side lane straight away.
And the thing is, we can definitely see that Lexia and Izanami, they try to keep up, but there's something about Mid and Mind, man. I mean, the audience that Sif and Mas brought out, that guy is from the future. He knows what's up. It's like Mid and Mind is going to destroy you guys. And hey, I got to say, he got a good point. Mom is on TV.
And that's why they called the 5G connection in the first place. But obviously, we can't give all the props to Min and Man. The jungler impact, we already mentioned Gary, being able to be compared to world-class players, despite this only being his second or third, I think, MPL in total. So that is just pure impressiveness.
Yeah, it really is impressive, and I think Game 1 really shows his capabilities with a single target hero, and then after that you give him something like Dairoth where a lot of these plays are out of his control. He just has to be there and still makes it work.
Yeah, in terms of the discipline team fight, I kind of feel like the second game really showed it off, especially with Panda. He put himself in a situation where he could get into trouble, but his team is just there to make sure that he's not really touched that much. I want friends like that.
Yeah, and
I don't like getting touched.
And I also...
You don't like getting touched as well?
Yeah, probably not. I would think so. But yeah.
Either ways, we gotta look at the heat map here for Min. And I didn't mean it that way. But after the small laughs coming from you guys, now I see it. But either way, 30 seconds to 5 minute 30 seconds of the game. Mid is basically everywhere. The EXP, not so much, but other than that, he's everywhere.
Well, let's look at this heat map here where you can clearly see where exactly Min has touched across the map. And in these many different points, he's making sure that he's controlling the riverside more often than not only to deny the rotations from Lexia, but looking for openings, because if he sees that Lexia isn't matching him, immediately he's looking to make a play in one of the side lanes.
What I like about Min is the fact that he kind of adapted his style. In the first few minutes, he was mainly using Fatal Links to catch out Lexia, to catch out Iris, and that didn't really work out well for his team. So after that, he uses it in such a way that baits Lexia. He just walks up to them the same way they did to him, forcing them in a situation where they're constantly contemplating when is he going to use the Fatal Links? Does he even have it?
Adjustment mid-match is so important, and we don't talk about it too much, where you could make mistakes in the early stage of the game, but how you adjust later on, that's very impressive. Now Lola over here, we can see as well. This is why we say, in terms of macro play, Team HAQ, they control every single thing, and this is what is dangerous about their draft, is the point where they have a small snowball generating a 1,000 gold lead for Team HAQ. Feels like 7,000.
It really does. And I mean, the way that Lola is actually rotating across the map is rather interesting, because not only does he understand that, yeah, he can actually not participate in a couple of these fights, go down, clear the wave, and then move back into the enemy jungle just to make sure that he can either catch somebody lagging behind to start a 1v1 or initiate a skirmish on his own towards very vulnerable camps exposed towards the lanes. Rivercrab, for an example, is a good one, and as well as the Corbeau.
When you take all of that into consideration, as well as his performance overall, I'm honestly just really impressed and proud of Lola as a player, because it just feels like he's come so far from his performance at the start of the regular season, from last season as well. He always felt like he didn't quite match up in terms of performance to all of the other MPL players, but now bringing out complex heroes like the Benedetta and showing off what he's capable of, I'm looking forward to seeing how much more he can grow.
Yeah, honestly, even the community, they criticized Lola for quite a bit, for quite a few weeks. And throughout that time, I was like, I get you guys want to criticize him, but I don't think it's that much. And now he's really showing that he is one of the best EXP laners here. With that being said, looking at the playoff bracket, we have confirmed that RGMY, they are no longer in the running to go to M4. TODAK is waiting for Team HAQ or Orange Esports to fight against them tomorrow. These three teams, I'm going to give it over to Stafa because you called it. How do you feel about this now?
It almost feels like destiny, honestly. We already saw from Season 9, TODAK and Orange Esports, they were the grand finalists, our representatives for MSC. And now, every single player from that grand finals is in these final top 3 teams of Season 10. It's almost as if history has repeated itself. If you thought fate doesn't exist, somehow it has a way of creeping up on you.
Is this the new El Clasico?
Possibly. I think this really is. I mean, let's show some of the MPL predictor winners here down below. If somehow you got the game numbers right, congrats to you, bragging rights, but also check your account to see if the skins have already been cashed in.
Now, since we're talking about history repeating itself, Team HAQ and Orange Esports, this is also a rivalry between both teams. And in terms of how many times they've been each other, it has been up and down, up and down, up and down. In the playoffs, Orange did win against Team HAQ, but Orange today doesn't look the best. So honestly, in this upcoming game, I don't know how to call it.
Personally, I feel that if you were to split TODAK's skills and as well as the way they think about the game separately, micro and macro, you would get Team HAQ as well as Orange Esports respectively. They are two sides of the same coin. They just haven't figured out how to make both of them work together. And I feel like, honestly, with Team HAQ and Orange Esports, only one of them can make it across. They have to really fulfill that other side to maybe win a championship here at MPL MY.
And it honestly is heartbreaking because Orange Esports and Team HAQ, these two teams really give you the sense of wanting to root for them, wanting them to go far. But only one of them can move on. And it'll be very exciting to find out who it is because that is going to be the match that ends day 3 of the playoffs.
We've been hyping it up and my heart is already breaking. Seeing RSG go, I don't know how I'm going to handle this next one. Because like you said, we kind of want both Team HAQ and Orange, but one of them has to go home. Get it.
Every day, 2 teams get eliminated here in the playoffs at MPL MY. Today is no different. But to wrap things up, it's going to be a best of 5 to see who is going to get that last slot into M4. It's all on the table now.
I gotta say, I invested myself emotionally too much into these teams. And for all of you that's continually watching throughout the playoffs, we want to say thank you very much. You guys have been amazing. Now, with the next game, we're going to conclude who is going to the M4. So we're going to have a short break. But after this best of 5 is going to be all or nothing. See you guys then.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Fokus utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lot. Mereka dapatkan Lot. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homeboys di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan menendang.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin, tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord, dikukas kat bahagian belakang, melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homeboys di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, RED Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Tugas utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homeboys di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatics dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Fokus utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan TODAK menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
TODAK tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Team HAQ? Dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey, hey. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Jauh melangkah kini telah tiba di lower bracket finals. Team HAQ bakal bertemu sekali lagi dengan Orange Esports. Tapi sebelum itu, saya ingin dengar suara di kuil City Mall.
Wow. Ini merupakan perlawanan terakhir, tetapi saya masih lagi merasakan energi daripada kesemua yang berada dekat dalam kuis City Mall. Dan selamat kembali ke dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-10 playoff hari yang ketiga. Dan anda sekarang ini bersama saya Sid dan juga Adin sebagai pengacara anda untuk hari ini.
Hampir tersyasyul sebentar tadi. Baik, inilah dia perlawanan yang dinantikan daripada pagi sehingga ke petang. Kita dah tahu pasukan TODAK yang wakil pertama, tapi kini kita mencari wakil yang kedua untuk pergi ke Jakarta menentang untuk M4 membawa nama Malaysia. Milik siapakah tiket tersebut?
Hanya ada satu pasukan saja yang akan melangkah bersama-sama dengan pasukan TODAK. Adakah itu akan milik pasukan Orange ataupun peluang pada pasukan Team HAQ untuk memberi pembalasan dendam?
Wow, tak sabar untuk kita saksikan sebab diorang dah bertemu. Awal tadi kemenangan didapatkan ataupun sebelum ini kemenangan yang didapatkan oleh Orange Esports. Jadi bukan setakat nak dapat tiket M4, nak dapat peluang untuk juara Malaysia, tetapi ada juga dendaman yang mungkin ingin dibalas nanti. Tapi kita kena move on to our next segment, iaitu Cam On Me. Terangkanlah sikit Sid, macam mana?
Alright, simple je Cam On Me. Kalau korang datang, means korang tahu. Kalau korang tak tahu, means korang tak datang. Okay, tak. Kamera akan cari penonton-penonton yang dekat sini. Once kamera fokus dekat korang, korang tengok dekat screen. Macam sekarang gambar saya. Tapi lepas ni ada gambar hero. Korang kena post hero tersebut. Sebagai contoh, Adin tolong post Digi. Macam tu. So far korang faham kan? Buruk betul awaknya ni. Alright, jadi korang kena tengok siapa yang kamera cari dan korang kena post macam gambar hero dekat atas screen. Boleh tak boleh? Nice, spotting.
Okey. Sementara kita tunggu kamera kita cari wakil yang pertama. Jadi mungkin yang dapat tekan betul tu nanti, diorang boleh dapatkan hadiah juga daripada motor daripada MPL. Tapi nampaknya dah ada.
Okey, mana?
Alright.
Oh, kat luar. Okey.
Kita memang tak nampak rasanya.
Okey, kita asas.
Okey, boleh tolong bangun tak? Boleh tolong bangun sebab senang sikit nak gaya kan apa-apa posing nanti.
Yes, betul. Harap tak ada sampai melibatkan dia kena terbang ke, harap tak lah. Okey. Tengok dekat skrin apakah hero dan kami akan teka sebab kami tak nampak. Okey.
Memang saya tak pandang tapi kita berharapkan dia punya posing sekarang ni.
Okey.
Okey, ready ya? Dalam kiraan 3 2 1. Cukup menarik.
Boleh buat lagi sekali tak?
Cukup menarik. Saya kena diri belakang awak lah. Dia macam kena jauh sikit.
Macam mana, Akak? Tadi dia ada ke bawah dah, tak ada ke bawah dah. Ada.
Okey, faham. Dia punya tu macam ketukan hammer.
Saya ingat joran. Bukan.
Seorang Roma tanker yang digunakan oleh Team HAQ sebentar ni, adakah ianya Lolita? Betul.
Bagus.
Saya janji tak pandang belakang.
Okey, terima kasih. Anda berjaya mendapatkan hadiah.
Skin code.
Skin code. Dan thank you sebab spotting. Alright.
Okay.
Kita akan cari next person.
Dia bukan mangsa, selalu cakap mangsa. Dia bukan
Kita akan
mangsa.
saksikan kamera
Lelaki
akan
dia.
mencari
Oi,
siapa.
adik!
Adik, jangan marah adik.
Marah.
Okey, adik, simple je adik. Post. Nak dapat hadiah tak? Okey. Nanti tengok dekat skrin. Hero apa? Adik main ML tak? Main. Okey, mesti tahunya. Okey. Adik diri.
Okey.
Adik nak awak kena teka.
Tadi saya dah teka. Awak cuba teka pula.
Saya
lepas
takut
ni.
hero dia lain.
Tahu sekali lagi. Macam melembarkan sesuatu. Budak kerja okey. Macam rasanya awak dah dapat jawapan Sin.
Lagi sekali last. Oh, dia baling tombak.
Okey. Siapa yang baling tombak?
Kalau dia kecil, saya rasa pupur dan kupar. Betul! Nasib baik saya tahu jawapan.
Tadi sakit belakang sikit.
Sakit. Alright. Terima kasih adik. Emma dah bagi hadiah. Yes, tahniah.
Tumpukan gubernur adik tadi. Woo! Saya ingat Moskov. Tapi Moskov tak kecil.
Alright, next. Kita lagi seorang.
Okey, siapakah orangnya kita nak cari sekarang ni? Adakah kat atas, dekat bawah?
Kalah menang itu pasti untuk Team HAQ.
M4 itu mesti. Okey, boleh tak diri? Kita minta dia berdiri terlebih dahulu sebab senang sikit nak menggayakan.
Jauh ni datang daripada Johor.
Wow, gaya mesti kena hebat. Orang Johor gaya mesti kena hebat. So, hero akan keluar sebentar saja lagi. Kita kena tunjukkan apakah gaya dia untuk kita teka sekarang ni. Boleh?
Dari
boleh.
ni,
Dah dah. Okey, cuba kira.
1, 2, 3.
Weh.
Mungkin time awak pula sakit belakang.
Macam mana sekali lagi sebab saya rasa saya kena tengok angle sini lah. Mungkin lebih sesuai lah kan. Macam mana? Okey. Okey. Ada tarikan belakang. Okey. Saya ingat dia buat milkshake sebentar tadi sebab selalunya.
Persoalan dia, tiga-tiga tadi semua macam ni. Okey, jawapan awak Adin.
Saya rasa dia adalah seorang marksman. Tadi saya dah teka dekat adik sebentar tadi tapi jawapan salah. Tapi sekarang ni saya nak teka. Adakah ianya Moskov? Betul? Okey.
Betul! Alright. Kita ada 3 pemenang sebentar tadi. Oh, ada lagi satu. Produser suka.
Alhamdulillah.
Main baling-baling ni.
Betul.
Alright, kita cari siapakah yang bertuah. Dah jumpa.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Nice abang. Alright. Abang boleh nampak skrin? Okey. Dalam kiraan 3, abang boleh buat sekarang. 1, 2, 3.
Okey. Tak. Okey, faham. Ada tak cara lain ke? Cara dia attack ke? Basic attack dia macam mana ke? Mungkin lagi senang nak buat. Okey.
Abang buat love ke tu?
Ada tocang.
Oh, ada tocang.
Ada tocang. Macam mana lagi? Ada lagi gaya? Okey. Dia lompat.
Adin, awak kena teka lah. Dalam fikiran saya dah benda lain dah.
Kalau saya rasa macam ni, tocang, kemungkinan adalah 1-1 kot. Betul tak? 1-1.
Betul!
Okay. Kalau saya ni, dah macam ni. Kan saya tebang ke kan? Crossbow attack kan?
Nasib baiklah, bukan kamera tunjuk kawan. Alright, jadi thank you so much sebab korang memang sumpah sporting. Tetapi kita akan terus masuk kepada bahagian yang serius kerana kita akan memanggil kedua-dua pasukan daripada Orange Esports dan juga pasukan Team HAQ.
Orange Esports.
Pasukan Orange Esports walaupun jatuh ke lower bracket tetapi semangat mereka masih lagi di tingkat yang teratas.
2 kali mereka bermain dengan best of 5. Mampukah mereka mengekalkan momentum untuk bermain pada hari ini?
Team HAQ.
Team HAQ dengan adanya ekor Team HAQ memberikan semangat Walaupun ini adalah rematch, tetapi mereka yang ingin menumpaskan pihak lawannya.
Baru segar daripada kemenangan ke atas RSG sebentar tadi. Adakah mereka mampu mengekalkan momentum yang cukup penting lawanan terakhir pada hari ini?
Benar sekali, tanda hormat diberikan kepada kedua-dua pasukan sebelum mereka bertembung. Tetapi perlawanan ini tak akan berjayanya tanpa coach, tanpa analis mereka.
Yap, dua orang penting ataupun dua watak penting yang akan menyusun strategi untuk memastikan segala perjalanan mereka berjalan dengan lancar. Jadi, kita akan terus saja pass kepada caster kita. Please, take it away guys.
Thank you so much, Siv, as well as Adine, for that amazing segment with all the audience here. We feel so much emotions from the players, from the community itself, and all that is here. My name is ICBaby12, and this is Gideon, and on my left is going to be Stafa, as we are going to be your commentators for this very important match. Today, there's just so many things happening across the days. The games itself, and we've already eliminated RSGMY. Now, one more team will be eliminated for the playoffs, and one more will advance into the grand final, securing the final ticket for M4. Which is going to be? Is it going to be Orange Esports or is it going to be Team HAQ? Gideon, I want to ask you about this. HAQ or Orange? What do you think?
Honestly, Team HAQ, with the energy that they're bringing, an entire drum to chant for the teams, it's hard to say that they're not going to win this. After all, this is the revenge match against Orange Esports, who knocked them down into the lower brackets in the first place.
Yeah, before that, let's talk a little bit more on the watch out. Safa, I want to ask a little bit more on what you expect out of Team HAQ versus Orange Esports. Mine personally is going to be the Fanny versus Leslie matchup, but what about you? Min, Man versus Aim Stormy combo. What's that story about?
Now, we already are fully aware of the 5G connection between the twin players on the side of Team HAQ, Min and Man. We know that they play very well together, but obviously we can say the same for Ain as well as Stormy. In comparison though, how will they perform in the mid lane? Will they be able to control that part of the map? Because that is very important.
Well, we talked about the gold lane consistency coming in from Gideon Q. We feel like Valence has been playing around, Orange Esports has been playing along with Valence, whereas from the side of Team HAQ, it seems like they're using Panda as a bait. Can you tell me a little bit more on what kind of consistency are we talking about here?
This is mainly directed towards Team HAQ because Panda, he's got his moments to shine, but when the game gets really long, his positioning becomes a little sloppy in comparison to OE, where we see Valence really start to pop off in the later stages, where it's very clear what he wants to do. Hopefully, we get to see this in this match.
Well, this is pretty much our watchouts here so far. What about you guys at home and on site? Think about this match. Seems like a majority is going to be siding onto a Team HAQ, especially on the on-site itself. But on the online presence-wise, we do see Orange Esports also going to be having a little bit of win. And the thing about playoffs, anything can happen. So I'm grateful that you guys have been supporting your teams as well and showing a lot of things. But of course, we are going to be giving some amazing goodies as well for you guys at home. So be sure to share your prediction for this match, write your most creative comment, and include your game ID and server ID by hashtagging MPL Predictor. Who is going to be the winner of this best of 5 lower bracket finals?
Well, it's going to be tough to say personally for me, but I do feel that, Team HAQ, they've got a very solid chance, and after a clean victory, hey, I feel like they've got the momentum behind them.
But at the same time though, if we're talking about history, it was Orange that sent Team HAQ down to the lower bracket. So I guess we'll find out. And on top of that, seems like we'll find something else out as well.
Yeah, for you guys watching at home as well, this series, once again, will not be decided by us on the production. It is going to be you guys. So be sure to watch the entire series and hashtag any MVP kita and vote for your choice of MVP. The MVP of the entire series will be solely dependent on you guys' vote. So be sure to watch out and find out who is the best star player that made them secure, well, their ticket to M4 in this case for Orange Esports, or is it going to be from the side of Team HAQ? 10 players, your choice. 10 players, your choice. But we have a little bit of a shout out on screen as well.
Why not?
Well, why not? Follow his IG, man.
Man's on the grind. This is some Sigma grind.
gotta build up
right
followers,
here.
bro.
They've got to build up their followers, but with 7 seconds, I can't wait for this game to start already. It's a best of 5. Team HAQ against Orange Esports. Let's jump into the drafting phase.
This is going to be quite a drafting phase to watch out for. Now, obviously, we all know that the grand finals are going to be happening tomorrow, but some may argue that this is going to be a match with even more stakes to it, as this will determine our other M4 representative.
Well, while I was on a break in the second series between both HAQ as well as RSG, I was able to catch a glimpse of the conversation from RSG. They were so worried about Gary's Fanny, and it makes a lot of sense why Orange Esports don't exactly want to deal with it. They've had, I would say, a little bit of a PTSD moment with TODAK, and now this time, they're just respecting it, don't want to take the risk. I was expecting to see maybe a Leslie versus Fanny matchup again, but it seems like they just don't want to do it. They're off going to be the point of interest now, as well as the 1-1 coming tip for Team HAQ. What else are we going to be expecting to see here, Gideon?
I feel like the fact that Orange Esports is really taking into consideration what Team HAQ played in their previous matchup against RSG, that they're banning it out. If it's Dairoth as well as Fanny, I would expect at some point we're going to see the Wan, which is banned out by Team HAQ, also the Melissa.
But could this be a possibility that Orange Esports understand that Lola has a comfort hero of playing the Esmeralda a little bit more, and maybe picking it up for themselves to allow a little bit more opportunity for Orange Esports to draft themselves, or maybe even the Valentina?
But Team HAQ,
it's gone, okay.
Yeah, Team HAQ specifically, though, doesn't really like drafting Lola's EXP lane that early on in the draft because they recognize they need to win the EXP lane matchup. So although they are on the red side, which is more ideal for picking up the Esmeralda, I don't really expect we'll see it in the first phase, but that also depends on what Orange Esports will go for themselves. They seem to be focusing very heavily on Gary in these first few bans, and now eliminating the Claude as well.
With Claude already gone, I'm expecting Wan to also get axed here. I feel like people know that Valence is good on Wan, he's good on Claude, and he's also really, really good on that Melissa, which makes picks like Paquito, for an example, really difficult to pick up.
Well, the Paquito is still going to be hovered, of course, as of yet, but it seems like it will be slide off onto towards Orange Esports side. Do they prioritize on Paquito, or do they prioritize on maybe even a Faramis? That's something that I'm looking for to see how Orange Esports decides to take the tempo, because need I remind this, Melissa is, like you said as well, up for grabs, and they have first-hand experience in the upper brackets, and like Staffan mentioned as well, Orange Esports was the one to knock them down, but it seems like they are leaning on the flexible play. Paquito is going to be the first pick choice for Orange Esports. Team HAQ has so much opportunities to set up for more.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, getting Grok in as well as the Melissa isn't too bad. It doesn't mean that Orange Esports doesn't have counterplay to this. They can still pick up Yuzong, they can still pick up Cho as well, both of which do really, really well against the Melissa, especially when she uses her ultimate.
I'm a little bit curious here. What is Team HAQ going to be drafting for Gary once again? You know, we saw the Fanny early today. We saw a little bit more with the, I would say, the Benedetta as well. So, I don't know. It seems like Dirov was something that Orange Esports just knew. And, well, as soon as I say this, the Dirov being banned on first phase, Team HAQ, they understand the situation. They're going to draft the Esmeralda and Atlas. What are your thoughts on this, Stafa? Is this a deadlock to straight up lock down the roamer, as was the XP lane coming from Team HAQ?
Well, we already know that Min is very comfortable picking the Atlas into basically any team composition. He doesn't care if he gets counter-picked, he's gonna find the Fatal Links regardless. The Esmeralda pick, even though the Dirov was banned out, I felt like didn't need to be revealed so early on, but Team HAQ want to solidify that they have a hero that could somewhat match up to the Paquito in the EXP lane, if that is where it ends up going in hands of Neo.
Yep, Orange Esports, their response is very smart here. Getting the counter pick and Diggy, making sure that Fatal Links isn't really going to be a big factor in this matchup. But more importantly, I thought Stormy was going along the lines of maybe Farsa. I don't think Eve was going to get picked up here, but Lilia was going to be my second option as a way to say, hey, if you're going to play picks, at least I have Black Shoes to get out of there. I'll double it up with a Purify just to make sure.
I was expecting maybe along the lines of maybe a Hellcurt jungle pickup just to kind of mess up the combo timings with the Fatal Links, but I don't think Orange Esports is going to be risking it, right? But I'm a little bit surprised by Orange Esports hero pool, considering that they've shown so many different variations of the picks earlier today with TODAK, and now they're finally sticking to something they're comfortable with the Diggy. Expecting maybe, and just maybe, Team HAQ might be bringing the Faramis, but seems like that's not going to be the case. They will prioritize the Irritail coming in from Team HAQ. So, will the Faramis be a threat here?
I personally don't think so. when we already have the time journey on one side and the fatal links on the other side, I don't really think Faramis is going to be contemplated at all. Yes, you could still play it as a mid laner, but I personally am not a big fan of it nowadays. If Team HAQ does really want to double up on that to try and counter the time journey, I could see them potentially trying for it. But I think it's better to have a hero that just has solid mid lane control, because Lilia has a really powerful level 1 combined with the Diggy.
Now, I've got a question for Gideon as well, because Team HAQ is in a very, very tough situation where they kind of headlock themselves with this Atlas, which heavily depends on these fatal links. How can they bait out this time journey? How do they recompensate the current draft here, Gideon?
I think number one, we have to look at potentially artillery mages coming out from the side of Team HAQ. I think, again, Yve probably isn't going to be the best pick because, again, real-world manipulation, time journey out of there. That's one way you could force it, but with no ideas on what Orange Esports is going to bring out in the EXP lane, and the fact that they're banning out Barat specifically does kind of give me the idea that they want to play around Gary specifically for an assassin style. It could be Ling. I don't think it would be a bad option, but Orange Esports already taking into these considerations, banning out the Hayabusa.
Nope. Speaking of assassin playstyle, seems like Orange Esports do smell a little bit whiff of it. Balmond completely ignored it. As soon as I say it, Team HAQ will ban off the Balmond. So Orange Esports might be in a situation where they are going to be forcing this Paquito in the jungle role, perhaps, and maybe have Neo play something else. I think Stafa did mention about the Cho as well, which is something that Orange Esports, I think, may consider forcing Neo to play this. But I don't know, I feel like a Cho versus an Esmeralda doesn't necessarily be a good matchup.
No, I don't really think Cho is going to be contemplated by other side at all, personally. What I'm surprised about is the Balmond ban on the side of Team HAQ. I actually thought that they were going to pick it up for Gary themselves. But based on the fact that they banned out the Barat and the Balmond sequentially against Subway, it seems to lead me to believe they want to force Subway back onto the Amon, or Gary wants to play an assassin, maybe something like the Karina.
Well, that's the thing. I think I agree with Sadafa here. Considering what the bans are, considering the position that Orange Esports is in, opening up options like Karina and as well specifically on the Amon coming in from Subway doesn't seem like a bad idea. Looking to one-shot your opponents is always good, and Team HAQ locking in the Assassin as expected. I'm surprised they decided to go for Lancelot instead of Ling, but I guess they don't want to be dependent on the purple side, which is very near to the mid lane, which they will not have control over.
Well, good shout here coming from Gideon regarding the Assassin play already coming from Gary, but the question remains, what other artillery mage can actually match up to a Lilia? If you think about it, Yi forcing out the time journey is a way, but do you really want to expend such a huge ultimate just to bait out a time journey, or do you force like maybe a Lunox, maybe even a Kadita to just potentially one-shot the Diggy before he can actually do anything about it?
I think Team HAQ are considering both of those options. Orange Esports, more importantly, going to be locking in the Karina and as well as the Brody for themselves. Karina just goes well into dealing with Irithel, who's very auto-attack based. Brody is just a lane bully overall. So now that mid lane doesn't have control, Team HAQ babysitting the gold side of the gold lane is not going to be an option because, again, Diggy just does a much better job in that matchup. And with no mid lane control, where does this Atlas go to?
Well, looking now at the completed draft on the side of Orange Esports, I think Kadita definitely is the best choice for Team HAQ right now. They love to combo it with the Atlas. Having the Kadita as a presence will have a lot of easy ways to just force out the time journey. He goes in, Breath of the Ocean, doesn't even have to use his ultimate, can force that ult out of the Diggy and set up for the Fatal Links.
Oh, seems like that might be the case here. They've got 5 more seconds. Team HAQ, what do they go for? It seems like it is going to be the Kadita coming from Team HAQ. Great job, guys. Seems like both teams, they've pretty much identified what is going to be the win condition, but can they execute it? But based on this draft, quick predictions, guys.
I think Orange Esports has a much easier comp to pull off compared to Team HAQ. The onus is going to be on Team HAQ to make the plays happen during the mid-game, but for the earlier stages, it really depends on the picks.
Yep, I agree with Gideon there. I think Orange Esports, their comp, gonna be much easier to play. Time Journey, much easier to pop as compared to what Team HAQ is going to have to go through. There's a lot of hoops they have to jump through in order to catch out their opponents this game.
Well, we've heard from the experts, and now we've got the VR for you guys for the lower bracket finals, the decider match for both Orange Esports and Team HAQ. Who is going to be the first one in? First game in this best of 5 series. With this series and draft being drafted on from both sides, a lot of homework has been done from both these teams, but eventually there will only be one that comes up on top. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. We're heading into its game number 1 for the lower bracket finals. This is Orange Esports versus Team HAQ.
Orange Esports on the blue side, Team HAQ on the red. This is going to be an all or nothing, a qualification to get to Jakarta to participate for M4. And now purple buffs being started on both sides. And as we mentioned before, Stafa, again, the mid lane, there's not going to be much control, so the supports instantly break off and look for some side lane pressure.
Yeah, Orange Esports having Stormy on that Lilia is going to be very easy up against Man on the Kadita. His clearing going to be much more powerful. And we can see AIM, when he's playing on this Diggy, he does like to babysit that gold lane. So it's going to be up to Team HAQ to make use of his presence up here to perhaps control the other sides of the map.
Are we going to be expecting potential dire hits up on Man as well as AIM rather early based on the roaming items, based on how they tend to lean on it during the regular seasons?
Expected during the 6th minute or so. I think Man still needs his first item to still be relevant, to look for those big one-shots and then start building up the dire hit once Min has activated his own roaming blessing once he's done.
But now looks like Min going to do a little bit of harassment up here in the top lane. They obviously want to focus on the gold laners this matchup very much. Panda, Valence going to be important playmakers for either side.
Now, I've got a question here. Is Team HAQ going to be focusing a little bit more on balance, or is it going to be AIM? If you think about it, we've seen teams kind of adapt to the playstyle where they want to focus on the Diggy to try and reduce his stacks a little bit more, or they just use this Diggy as a protection for balance.
Well, it's about the timing, right? Team HAQ want to be able to either punish 2 people, either Stormy or Valence. Valence might be a little bit harder because Orange Esports likes to play around him, so when the timing of AIM going up to help the gold laner side, it opens a window of opportunity once Kadita hits level 4 to get on top of Stormy.
Speaking of that level 4 timing, that is when the turtle is going to be coming up and where we can expect to see the first actual interaction between these two teams. They're heavily avoiding one another right now and just going to be competing over the turtle. I'm actually surprised that they wouldn't delay this a little bit longer for their supports to hit that level 4. But with more Team HAQ presence, I think Gary should be able to secure this quite easily.
Yep. The impact of Man alone at level 4 is a lot more significant compared to Stormy. They don't want anybody giving away first blood. Letting a turtle through doesn't really matter because Valence is still winning his lane and he has Weapon Master.
You know, it's great read coming from Team HAQ as well, identifying that Orange Esports doesn't have the tools to actually commit to the fight. They saw AIM is pretty much babysitting Valence up top. They know they have the numbers advantage, immediately securing the turtle right under the noses of Orange Esports. So a little bit of a macro plays coming in, but seems like there is going to be a stuffle down bottom.
Yeah, this EXP lane is kind of important right now. Lola, his job is just to hold Neo in lane, while Neo, obviously being on the more aggressive hero, wants to be unlocked to participate in the rest of the map.
I think for the time being here, Team HAQ has to get really creative with the position of Man, and they really want to set in stone that this EXP lane is going to get destroyed. He keeps on rotating down to the bottom side instead of going to top.
But speaking of the top lane, here comes Min. Time Jenny going to be forced out by AIM thanks to the aggression from Team HAQ, so they will not find anything. As now Lola, he's trying to bait Neo into a fight. Man waiting in the bush. Not sure if Neo is going to bite the bait though.
This is smart rotations coming with Team HAQ as well. They realize that Diggy is going to be in the top lane. They play the cross match really well. Unfortunately, it's not going to be working out for Neo, but I'm a little bit curious by this emblem pickup once again. We do see a little bit of more tenacity coming from the tank players themselves, but Team HAQ seems like they are going to go for it. What are your thoughts on this, Gideon?
I think Min specifically going for a concussive blast really isn't going to make much of a difference for Man because Lilia herself naturally is able to clear waves regardless of the attention or the potential trades that could happen in the mid lane. So I think taking tenacity is a little bit better because he wants to make sure that when he does use his ult, he's going to be alive afterwards.
I think it makes a lot of sense as well when he's up against a Diggy because he knows that he's going to bait the time journey out, and as long as he can survive until it expires to potentially use the Fatal Links, that's going to be much more valuable at this point of the time than the other tank emblems or pull yourself together.
Well, with this turtle going to be up for contestation, you can see Orange Esports, they're already setting up for this play. Team HAQ trying to contest this as well. It seems like they are trying to wait for the timings. Are they going to make a dive? Seems like that's not going to be the case. However, I like the patience being played out from Team HAQ. They're just not taking unnecessary risks as long as the time journey is still available.
I mean, despite the fact that Orange Esports got the turtle, look at what Team HAQ was able to accomplish in that same time. Gold plating, gold shield on the top side has already been destroyed. Bottom side, it's down to about, what, less than 5% at this stage of the game. Team HAQ understand that they don't necessarily need to fight at this point and really can just play the map until they find that opening.
What we can really see from these two, oh, hold on though. Subway, he might be jumping in, but he knows that Min is going to have beta links. He can't afford to invest too deeply on that. So what we can observe from both these teams is that there's a lot of respect. These players know each other very well, and then, oh, Harry, he's getting constantly disrupted. Will finally escape, but that was annoying.
Yeah, that's really annoying. I'd hate to be in Gary's position there. He could have gotten a little bit more of a steal, but now Stormy might be in some trouble while Min's getting attacked by Valence and Ace.
Yeah, Valence gonna get that kill, but it's first blood. Actually, what is happening right now? Multiple kills happening as Min and Man are instantly picked off by Orange Esports. Now Neo under some duress, but Subway will come to his rescue. He's gonna be able to pick up the kill onto Gary. Iframes don't last long enough to keep him alive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane as well, Panda finding a trade onto Stormy.
What a chain effect, a series of events that, again, I wasn't expecting the first blood coming in from Stormy, but Lola now having a good lead against Neo. He might be in some trouble against Subway, but he shouldn't die.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely fine here. This is an Esmeralda. Not a lot of cooldowns left on Subway to finish him off, but Man gonna force out the time journey. He may have wasted the rough waves a little bit there.
He even committed to the Petrify on top of it all. So, again, Orange Esports very clearly in the lead.
Well, there's just so much stuff was coming from both sides as well. Team HAQ was just caught in the midst of the action, but like we said as well, it's very, very limited win condition from Team HAQ. If they cannot find those sequence, it's just not going to work out. However, they're calling Panda on the mid lane rotation. It seems like they want to group up as 5 to try and contest this third turtle against Orange Esports, knowing that they don't have the time journey up, but it is going to be up very, very soon. Team HAQ, so it looks like they are going to try and bait things out again and zone Orange Esports. But Man on the back line is getting zoned pretty hard by Stormy.
Yep, Stormy doing a lot of damage. Gary gonna secure the turtle. Fatal Link's gonna find one, and it is none other than Subway who gets pulled back in the turtle pit, taken out by Team HAQ. Neo now in a lot of danger. Will he be able to escape? No. Panda gets the kill. Double kill going to the Iritel as Lola buying so much time, but will finally fall to the torn apart memory. Min now chasing the backline. He knows aim is low, so he's gonna allow that for Gary to dive in, but time journey is back up, so Team HAQ have to make a hasty escape. Man using the rough waves, but not enough to escape from Valence.
Oh, really good call from Team HAQ there. They initially was able to get that initial kill and allowing the sacrifice Lola to get position on the map. Orange Esports have to expand the flicker, specifically Valence, to make sure that Man dies to get a little bit of gold back, but mid lane is basically gone at this point. Bottom tier 1 ends up getting destroyed by Panda himself. So if we're talking about items, look, he's 2 items ahead of Valence, who only has the Blade of Despair.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by how Valence was able to get a little bit more value. It seems like Orange Esports, they're still funding all their economy onto his Valence once again, while Team HAQ, they're winning in terms of map control to a certain degree. So I'm really surprised by Panda making the decision down mid, but as of yet, he's got 3 very, very important kills that helps him scale a little bit more. But eventually, what's the win condition for both teams right now?
It's going to come down to Panda specifically and a good combination of Min and Man. I think Gary and Lola are all expendable. They're all waiting for this combination to happen. And I think if anything, Lola's biggest play is to start zoning their opponents to create that space.
But speaking of, it looks like Min gonna find that fatal links onto Neo, walking into the wrong bush, and Panda doesn't actually quite have enough burst damage. Looks like he's not investing the heavy crossbow, so Neo can flicker away, but not for too long, as Team HAQ will finally catch up to him.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good coming from Orange Esports. He just got his Skull and Phantom, and I wouldn't be surprised that they want to get a little bit more aggressive coming from Team HAQ. With the Lord coming up, this may not be a major factor, but it is going to give a little bit more map control from Team HAQ if they decide to win it. But Lola is getting zoned far back, so Orange Esports might look to contest this as of yet. They're just waiting for the shuffle, or do they retreat to this?
Yeah, Man, dropping down a very big minefield right now. Stormy, his presence is very effective in just zoning out Team HAQ. And while they do want to contest for the Lord, they recognize that they cannot stay for too long because Gloom has been stacking up pretty heavily.
Well, I mean, Team HAQ I don't think any plays are going to be made just yet. They want to delay this for as long as possible, and especially if you are in Lola's position where you didn't have the health initially, then fine. Let's look to reset, clear up the side waves, and then maybe look to contest this Lord once again, because Orange Esports overall, they want them to come at them. They want Team HAQ to take the initiative because they have such great counter engagement, and more importantly, a time journey which counters the Fatal Links.
Well, it's all about punishing those mistakes, and Team HAQ, they realize that they can do the same for Orange Esports as long as Panda is left untouched. I guess that's going to be the win condition, but when it comes to catch potential, Orange Esports, I feel like they're trying to play around Subway, making the space and finding opportunities, allowing Valence to go in for those finishes, and I feel like it's very difficult to do so because on the bottom side,
Panda gonna get caught out. He thought he could one-shot Neo, but Valence comes on in to provide backup to his EXP laner. That's gonna be a killing spree. Going over to the Brody, Orange Esports starting to build up some farm, but now Subway may have gone a little bit too far. He can try and dash back, but Team HAQ looks like they're electing not to take this fight. They are afraid right now. Oh, Man, he's gonna get the catch onto aim, but Rough Waves, not enough to get the one shot. Team HAQ will retreat from the Lord.
Yeah, with so much commitment now, this is where they give up the Lord here. I think Min, he's going to get vision to pretend to slow them down, but really, they're Orange Esports, they have all the information that they need. I think immensely, coming back to that very first play, the fact that Valence didn't show himself and allow Neo to purposefully walk up to Panda, giving him a false sense of security because Stormy had already showed his face down by the mid lane. The same goes for Diggy. In some way, it doesn't really threaten him.
But now Neo diving in real deep. They want to zone Team HAQ completely off of this tier 1 so they can take it easily for free. Orange Esports now in control over the map. The Lord can be pushing down bottom lane in their favor.
Well, with that one small mistake down for this Panda, he thought he could actually get a little bit more value after he got the Scarlet Phantom. The power spike seems good, but based on the damage ranking of that, Valence was able to just out DPS him. He just has a little bit more mobility in the earlier stage of the game. So I feel like Team HAQ, they might be in a situation where they have to play around Valence a little bit longer. Panda a little bit longer before they get a little bit angsty for the next phase. But as of yet,
Min gonna be chased down. Stormy finds him in the brush. They want to escort this Lord. They want to take at least this tier 2 tower, and they will succeed in doing so. Subway, he's gonna run into Man in the bush, and Man looks like he's gonna choose not to go for that. I don't think he believes he has enough damage for the one shot, but Orange Esports continuing with their momentum. They want to take another one. Man gonna find 2. He gets the shutdown onto Valence. Time Journey not gonna keep him alive from that one, and now Lola are chasing them down. He's calling for the rest of his team. Come at them. They are running away, but Orange Esports will find the safety of their structures. Lola is actually still looking for it. He wants to zone him out. Team HAQ going for that tier 1. Min finds the Fatal Link on the Subway, pulls him back. Panda gets the kill. They're going for the tier 2 now. They find Stormy. He doesn't have his black shoes, and Panda picks up the double.
Nicely done by Team HAQ. They knew that the big enabler, the big counterplay coming in from AIM isn't there. And once they found the pick onto Valence, they could basically do whatever they want. And I think Team HAQ, at this stage, right, that's what they have to keep on doing. Orange Esports was a little slow to respond to the one-shot. AIM absolutely could have saved Valence, but was contemplating in his head, does he want to commit to this ult? Because if they do, they don't get an inhibitor, but if he does, he saves Valence, and unfortunately, the greedy play costed Valence's life.
Well, such a difficult decision to be making, but props was Man to find that opportunity. But as of yet, the Lord push advantage coming in from Orange Esports seems to give them a little bit more value despite a little bit more losses. But in terms of tower control, they have lost a little bit as well, because Team HAQ, they are retaliating as of yet. Panda getting protected from the side Team HAQ. Orange Esports, they need to have Subway potentially zoning him out and taking out the equation. And I feel like it's a little bit hard to do considering that they don't have any sort of follow-ups.
Yeah, based on the state of the game right now, these skirmishes are gonna come down very much to which team is able to truly execute based on their limitations, because these two teams are very well balanced and they are aware of each other's habits very heavily. So it really does just come down to who makes the bigger mistake.
Well, I think the next recent problem that Orange Esports is going to have to face is the fact that Lola is scaling pretty fast here. I mean, he's got the side lane push. Team HAQ just needs to slow down this Lord, and they might be able to get a tier 2 on the side.
Pay attention to the minimap right now. Man is so far back into his enemy bushes. He might be able to scout things out, but it seems like Orange Esports, they know this.
Yep, Stormy already found him out. Man gonna be forced to use that rough waves, and he will just barely survive. Time Journey he actually successfully forced out there. So that is ideal for Team HAQ, as now Lola looks for the falling star moon, but he knows he cannot dive under the tower. Panda, though, a lot of damage, forcing the flicker out from aim to just barely survive. As now Gary gets free reign over the Lord. It's taking him a while to take it down, though, as they find Neo. He walked a bit too far. Fatal Links pulls him back. Gary secures the Lord. Neo instantly gonna fall to killing spree by Panda. And now the fight has completely begun. Team HAQ gonna chase him down, but Gary will die. The double kill, though, has been picked up by the Iridale as they find one more. Abe, Valence, the only survivors, as Lola is now chasing them down, not caring about the damage. Team HAQ will steamroll through the ranks and wipe out RNG Esports.
Beautifully played by Team HAQ, layering the ultimates, making sure that they can get something out of it. The fact that Mon didn't die there and actually got and conditioned Orange Esports to use their ultimates early enabled Team HAQ to actually jump in and actually get more value for fewer ults.
And now they are breaking straight through. Neo, he's trying to defend. He gets caught in the fatal links. He will die. Stormy comes back. He has the minefields, but Team HAQ are right on top of the crystal with the Lord, and they will secure victory in Game 1 of this series.
What a turn of the event. Team HAQ has lost the upper bracket match, and now they are back again. They take the game off Orange Esports. Who would have thought that this would have happened? Beautiful executions coming from Team HAQ. Well done to Orange Esports as well. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to see how Team HAQ executed that game itself.
Nice! Tengok minit betul kanan. Pada game pun dah. Dia boleh lilak. Nice! Hai, bodoh makan. Nice! Boleh. Aku lu. Dia cari plate. Gola. Aku ada lah.
Oh, Brody lari semasa.
Kanan.
Well, cool, calm, collected. Team HAQ patiently waiting for the moment to strike. And who would have thought they actually pulled off such a difficult composition? Gideon, how did that go?
I think it went really well for Team HAQ. I mean, the overcommitment coming in from Orange Esports, not getting as much value or efficiency out of the ultimates as expected. Team HAQ just baiting it out slowly, bit by bit, every single time. And once the main win conditions are available, they pounce on top of them.
Yep, it's all about finding those opportunities. But when it comes to itemizations as well, it seems like Team HAQ, they understand that their win condition is just having a frontliner to cut the backlines. In this case, Lola was able to develop a little bit too much into his game. Anti-Kira's Dominance Eyes, Oracle, as well as Enchanted Talisman. At this stage of the game, Orange Esports pretty much lost a lot of kill potential, and the only one who pretty much can kill him is, I think, Valence. But when Valence is pretty much taken out of commission, where does this damage come from? Because if you pay attention to how Subway is, this is a tank arena instead of the magic arena.
The thing about this game, right, is that I feel like the drafts, there's not a big issue with them. The itemization is obviously pretty normal as well. And there wasn't really a point in the game where RNG Esports was falling very heavily behind. All of it just came down to the fact that Team HAQ were actually able to just keep things a little more calm, a little more collected. They seem to know exactly what their plans were, while RNG Esports seemed to be a little bit exasperated.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at Panda. He's got double Wind Talkers here. It feels like Team HAQ understood that they needed to get some big ultimates out of OE. If they have to sacrifice some members, then at the very least, let it be Kadita. Irithel needs to live no matter what.
Well, the MVP for the first game from the side of Team HAQ, who's it going to be? It seems like the MVP for that match is going to be none other than Panda himself. With 2 Wind Talkers, 2 is definitely going to be better than 1. 85% game kill participation with a KD of 922, game DPM of 3,945, and a GPM of 842. Despite one small little mistake, Panda, early rotations, early kills, accelerated his fall.
Yeah, I think Panda just did a really good job this game. Obviously, Team HAQ, they put a little bit more attention towards that gold lane because they know that if Panda is enabled, he can play a lot more aggressively, he can play a lot more confidently, and they know that Valence, regardless of whether he's ahead or behind, is going to try and go for kills anyway, so that's a habit they can take advantage of.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. In case you missed out on the first game's action, you can see that Orange Esports, out of nowhere, they were able to get multiple kills to take the earlier lead against Team HAQ. But while all this is happening, Team HAQ was actually trading pretty evenly on terms of map control. So all in all, I feel like Team HAQ, they're just trying to make space for either Panda or Lola to get some sort of accelerated farm.
Yeah, no, I think that Team HAQ had a very good idea here with the composition, but Orange Esports, they could have played the mid game a little bit better, because at the end of the day, right, it comes down to how do they want to stall this out. If they played for the later half of the game, I think they should have been all right anyways. I mean, Neo was already getting some pressure on the sideline. They found that kill onto Panda. I was surprised that they didn't repeat the process, but then again, Team HAQ, they saw an advantage and they kept on pressing it. Look at the fact that Team HAQ, mid and as well as Panda, consistently going around the back to try and get these fights done. And as soon as they don't have them ultimate, Panda, he starts chasing down Stormy. No black shoes, no problem.
Yep, at the same time as well, in terms of damage output, I was expecting somebody to go for the full Mage Kadita. They needed him to actually push the backlines. Team HAQ understanding that the only main damage dealer is going to be Valence as well as Stormy. If you completely ignore him and isolate the fight, it's just free reigns for Panda throughout the entire of the fight. No props towards Team HAQ identifying the situation. They've got one game ahead. So 2 more to go and they are secured. Is Orange Esports going to be able to bounce back, or are we going to see a little bit of repeat from how Orange Esports reset their thoughts during their game against TODAK?
Yeah, so what I'm personally worried about this game is stamina. Obviously, both these teams have been able to play one series before this. So having to go from one best of 5 to another, one best of 3 to another is going to take a toll on their mental state. And on the side of Orange Esports, there are players with a history of somewhat not performing quite as well in front of a crowd. So I'm a little bit worried whether or not they may be anxious, they may be nervous, and that could be affecting their gameplay.
Well, a majority of the players coming in from both Team HAQ as well as Orange Esports have been on the world stage before. It's not like it's their first rodeo. And in a matter of fact, I think Orange Esports need to recuperate here. Again, a lot of this came down to a couple of micro decisions being made, preemptive measures going a little too far that allowed Team HAQ to get under their skin.
I love moments like this, especially coming from Orange Esports. Kelvin there, he's going to be giving a little bit of pep talk for Orange Esports. This is something that he does a lot for the team. Every single time for almost every Orange Esports players who's over the seasons, right? They always try to reset their mentality. You know, we know for a fact that Orange Esports, they are under a lot of pressure despite starting off rather early in this today's series. So they made one little mistake. Now it's all about bouncing back. Do you think, are we going to see a little bit of different approach, or are we going to see a very similar draft coming in for game number 2?
I don't think the draft is going to be same for Orange Esports. I think they really need to bring their A game against Team HAQ and start getting a little more aggressive. I feel like they've come too far and it's been too long for them to be drafting in a sense where it's around the gold lane. Give them more pressure, give them a better support, or more importantly so, have Stormy in the mid lane look for bigger plays.
Well, would you say that having the Digi kind of limited Stormy's capabilities to find opportunities, considering that instead of having somebody opening up the map, he himself needs to be the initial bait instead?
I disagree. I think the main weakness point, the main vulnerability coming out for the side of Orange Esports was the fact that they actually locked in that Paquito, not opting to take the Paquito, instead going for the Karina, but Karina not even getting on top of the right targets because they didn't scout out for Panda. I think that was one of the biggest vulnerabilities we saw from Orange Esports, and they're going to adjust their gameplay to correct it.
What I'm personally curious about, though, is the fact that Subway has been playing nothing but assassin junglers ever since the playoffs started. During the regular season, the majority of his heroes were tank junglers. He liked the Akai, he liked the Ballman, he liked going for objectives over chasing kills. And all of a sudden, he's going for a more aggressive playstyle. Because Subway went for a damage hero, we saw AIM on his signature Diggy go for a tank build instead of his usual Impure Rage into full magic. So I'm wondering why they would go for this.
Well, in case you guys wanted to find out a little bit more, let's take a look at the recap on how the drafts went down as well. Because if you pay attention to the drafts coming from Team HAQ, it's all banning off tanky junglers. You see the Akai, you see the Murats as well as Balmon. These are comfort heroes coming from Subway, and limiting his option feels a little bit weird, but having this Karina, and like what Gideon mentioned as well, is solely going to be focusing on Panda, but not building damage just because of the fact that they needed somebody to open up the map. Diggy doesn't exactly do that well.
I mean, he has auto alarm bombs. I think he can open up the map perfectly fine. I think the main point of contention is what is Kadita going to do when he doesn't find balance. He's going to put all his efforts on aim. So going for a tank build on a Diggy is actually quite optimal in this particular situation where he is babysitting balance and actually rotating between the mid as well as the gold lane and dropping auto alarm bombs all along the river to get that information. If at that time he gets caught by either Min and gets comboed with Mon, there's nothing he can do. So going for a full tank build instead of focusing on damage, which his team has plenty of already, is way better.
Based on your POV as well, it makes it so smart, right? Considering that how Mon understands this, and instead of focusing on aim as well as balance, he finds opportunities to oftentimes rotate down bottom to try and punish Neo alongside the Atlas. So I like how they're understanding that itemization is one of the key signatures on when and where they should be prioritizing on coming from Team HAQ. So great adaptation so far over the days when they first matched, but this game, it seems like a lot is on the line. Team HAQ has a one-game advantage, whereas Orange Esports is back to the drawing board for them. They need to go in for the resets.
Yeah, resetting is going to be very important here because just based on gameplay, Team HAQ feels a lot more comfortable right now on the stage. Admittedly, they had to play a lot less games. They only played 2 games before this, whereas Orange Esports had to play 4 games in the morning. So again, stamina could be a factor, and I'm hoping that will not be the case here because both these teams obviously want to aim for that final M4 slot, and no one wants to be 3rd place.
Absolutely. Nobody remembers 3rd place even. So at least qualifying for M4 is going to put their name up in shining lights. The M4 boy.
A lot of the fans are just supporting. They really want to see Team HAQ on towards M4. But regardless of what happened, HAQ as well as Orange Esports, they've got veterans from the international scene. And I don't know, are they going to be a 2-time? That's going to be the question. We know we have a 4-time so far representing Malaysia. Do we see a 2-time from either of the teams? And who is it going to be? A lot of fans still eyeing from Team HAQ, and it's no surprises after seeing Game 1's performance.
Yep, I think that if there is going to be any kind of adaptation, Orange Esports are the ones who are going to make it. So let's jump into the drafting phase and figure this out.
All right, the drafting phase is going to commence for game number 2. Like what you said, Gideon, I have to agree. Orange Esports are the teams that need to change in the way that they are drafting overall. Because Team HAQ, they were just going for comfort. They were giving Min his Atlas. We saw Panda on an aggressive marksman. And you could tell that because of that, they were enabled just by going for their habitual style, allowing for them to figure out ways to play around Orange Esports.
Well, sticking to standard bans for now, Fanny as well as Valentina. Nothing super funky yet. I was expecting maybe the targeted bans here. Claude going to be the way to go to. Maybe even a potential early Balmond pickup. But as of yet, I feel like going for something standard, doing something that Orange Esports is comfortable with against Team HAQ, it's much more manageable compared to the first few games, especially when they're drafts against TODAK and the first game of Team HAQ. But once again, it seems like Orange, they just don't want to deal with zero. Identical bans coming in from first series, and not a big fan, but I can see why they're getting at this as well, considering how Gary was performing in their matchup against RSG.
Well, at the end of the day, Orange Esports, they lost game number 1 because of poor execution rather than losing out completely in the draft. I think they had a perfectly fine draft, so having the exact same bans, which is very much in their court. They like doing this. It doesn't matter whether it's blue or red side. They will commit to these bans unless necessary to change. Team HAQ could be following up with the Wanwan. I'm expecting, the Claude to be taken out. The Melissa, well, we'll see if that's even taken into consideration.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by the Melissa being completely ignored from both sides, and I think Orange Esports, they want to prioritize on the Paquito a little bit more. But would you say that Orange Esports this time's idea would be having the Paquito played in the jungle instead of Neo playing it?
I actually think what Orange Esports wants to get right now is the Akai. It was banned out by Team HAQ in the first phase the last game, and Orange are still banning the Fanny, banning the Diroff because they want to have... that adds even more credence to the fact they may want to go for that. They're forcing Team HAQ between the Paquito and Akai to allow for Subway to perhaps go back to his roots.
I think this is smart. I think this is very smart coming from Orange Esports because of the fact that Panda does play really well on Irito as well as Claude, and considering that Orange Esports has first pick material, let the Paquito go, take the Claude from the get-go away from Team HAQ. What do you think?
Generally, I think that banning out the Akai at this stage of the game is still going to be good for Team HAQ. There's honestly no reason not to do it at this point in time. I think that Orange Esports, the fact that they're banning out the Irithel, they want to make sure they don't have somebody who can run their opponents down. So this gives a couple of questions, right? Who is a little bit more susceptible? Who is really good at healing? I think even though Melissa is good in a lot of situations, being banned out here does allow Team HAQ to hold that over Orange Esports. Yeah, sure, go for the Akai if you want to. We're going to have more power picks at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is really, really smart. Mirroring the bans coming from Team HAQ, just limiting options, opening up the hero pool a little bit more is going to be the smart goal plan. Orange Esports, their response, denying Panda his Cloud, forcing Panda to play something else. But the Paquito is going to be up for grabs, and potentially Gary is going to be playing that.
Yep, Paquito going to be open, Akai open as well. Atlas, if Team HAQ still wants to go for the main comfort pick. But I would love to see the Gary Paquito again. We literally have not gotten to see it at all in the playoffs because teams have just been super wary of it. So this is a perfectly good chance for them.
I think Paquito Grok is going to be the pick for Team HAQ here. It sounds like Grok is going to get locked in. No, it's going to be Atlas once again. It's still going to be counterpick, but Paquito is going to be the lock-in. So I got one out of two there. Atlas is interesting. I would prefer the Grok. I feel that's a lot safer here because Orange Esports can still respond with the Diggy.
Yeah, and as of yet, I feel like why fix with something is not broken, right? Team HAQ was able to respond to the Diggy play in game number 1. So I guess Team HAQ, they're more comfortable with dealing with the Diggy again rather than force picking the Akai. So in this case, Orange Esports, they have the luxury. They bring in the Akai, they bring in the Faramis. Two very, very annoying heroes to work with. Team HAQ, they now have to make a decision. Pick a hero to deal with the Akai or pick Melissa to deal with the Faramis or something else in this regards.
What we could say for sure, though, is that Orange Esports has an excellent opening lineup right now. So much AoE, the Cult Altar Blazing Duet combo will be really nice. And it provides a degree of protection against the Fatal Links as well. So Team HAQ, like you mentioned, are going to need a hero that has sufficient AoE to be able to deal with Orange Esports just diving into their composition. And I do think that Melissa would be the best choice because it would also provide Panda some protection against the heavy spin.
Well, I think that as good as Melissa is right now, I personally believe that Farsa might actually be the go-to for Team HAQ instead. Nope, instead it's going to be Yudong. They just want to make sure that they can actually dive that backline as soon as possible.
Huh, interesting enough, Team HAQ going for the CC disruption just to try and disrupt the back lines. In the same time, I think the Cult Altar is something that is prime position for the Yujong to take advantage of. As soon as you go in for the dive, the Petrify comes in, everyone is going to be locked in place. And if they clear the Cult Altar in time, and considering that they nerfed it down, I think it's a pretty viable option. But once again, it's doubling down on CCs, but at the same time, Diggy needs to go in this phase of the ban.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Farmis as well as Diggy is quite a problem, but Team HAQ are taking some extra precautions. The fact that they're banning out the Masha means that there is a possibility they won't get access to that Melissa, knowing that Orange Esports is going to ban it out here. Very good call by Team HAQ. Second ban is where it gets a little bit more interesting because now you start thinking about, hey, is Diggy that much of a problem? Is he going to get babysit? The fact that Subway is going to get that first, is going to be generally annoying. You might as well hold it up just in case.
Okay, I'm surprised by the Fovis ban. I was expecting maybe we would see a potential Diggy Faramis back in action. I know it's been nerfed here and there, but I was hoping to see it a little bit more. But Team HAQ seems like they are eyeing for a little bit more mobility. 1-1 pretty much taken out of the equation. What other heroes that benefit a lot from mobility? In this case, I think HAQ might be considering having Gary play the Lancelot again, perhaps?
I think Lancelot here would not be a bad choice if they really wanted to. Julian might still be an option. Haven't gotten to see a lot of him in recent days. Orange Esports is going to once again be focusing on heroes that can provide zone control because they do want to go for that big AoE. And Team HAQ focusing on EXP laners because there's not a lot left in the pool. I'm wondering whether or not Neo is going to be pulling out the Lapu Lapu again.
I think he might actually go for the Lapu Lapu. It would be very interesting to see both EXP laners diving for the backline to see who gets the better result. However, Team HAQ, at the end of the day, need to kind of complete their composition so far. Like, yes, you have a lot of strong team fighting capability. You technically can play Paquito into the jungle for sure, because Yuzong's already been picked up. So I think, based on previous drafting patterns, they're not going to pick their marksman here first. They're probably going to pick their mid laner.
This is tough. Lunox is also going to be up for grabs. He's not worried, but Team HAQ, They bring in the Moskov. That's going to be a little bit more mobility. I was expecting something a little bit more, but Team HAQ, they're doubling down on Moskov. The penetration does give you a little bit more of an AoE poke damage, but not necessarily the best. But it is enough to kind of zone the Cloud away as soon as they go in for the dive. But whether or not can he soak the initial burst, not exactly sure. But Team HAQ, they're doubling down on this. They're leaving up the mage up in for grabs. In this case, what is Man going to be playing later on? Are we going to see the Kadida again?
Kadida could work. I think Eve at this point is also not too bad, although it might be a bit vulnerable to the heavy spin. I guess we'll find out. Orange Esports, though, they're going to pick up the Julian. It's been quite a while since we've seen this hero. And the Fredrin, so no Lapu Lapu.
Okay. I like the Julian a lot here. I really, really like the Julian because it can actually follow up on a lot of the push, and more so, it's a very flexible pick. No matter what Team HAQ decides to throw out, even if it's going to be a Farsa, if it's a Kagura, that I think that would be the most ideal at this point of time. At least she can purify out of awkward situations, and the Yin Yang overturn can really flip the fight, especially since the temp HP coming out from the Call Altar isn't as big as it used to be.
Well, this is going to be a tough one coming from Team HAQ. They need a way to deal with the back lines, but Orange Esports, they have a very annoying composition. And regardless of what happened, I wouldn't be surprised to rely on Kadida just because of the fact they have double Petrifies from Team HAQ. Orange Esports might be forced to go for Purifies throughout the entire fight, but let's see what it is. It is going to be Selena. It's been a while. Once upon a time, one of the most banned and picked hero throughout every single season. This time, only with 10 picks and 9 bans so far throughout the entire Season 10 of MPL MY. This time, HAQ bringing the table, lacking in terms of magic damage, but a lot of weight is going to be on Man's shoulder now.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about the Selena pick. There are good times to use it, but when you don't have this mid lane control, Orange Esports is basically going to dive their opponents 24/7, whether it's post 4 or pre 4.
Yeah, it's quite risky to go for the Selena here. Not a lot of AoE when that's what you hope for the mid laner to do. But I think Team HAQ recognizes Orange Esports. There are going to be certain players that want to split off and gank on their own. Nudge, nudge, Stormy. And that's exactly what they're looking to aim for. Let's find out how this will go, because right now Orange Esports looking for a foothold for themselves, entering into the second game of the lower bracket finals.
Ooh-wee, this is gonna be the match to watch. Is Orange Esports gonna be able to adapt against Selena, or will Selena get free arrows across the map because of how clumped up Orange Esports is gonna be in? And I want to see how things are going to be going down. And you talked about mid lane pressure coming in from the Team HAQ. Is this going to be a favorable one for Team HAQ? Or is Stormy going to be bringing his Julian in win? Because if you think about it, Stormy being one of the star Julian players pre-patch, Gideon.
Yes, I think Orange Esports definitely have control over the mid lane, so they're doubling down on saying, hey, you have control over the mid lane, but we're going to enable our jungler as quickly as possible. Panda, knowing this level 1 matchup against Claw, where he is stronger because he has that Inspire, can trade well.
Orange Esports, I think their goal this game is just going to take it slow and farm up, because they know that balance is going to be win. Their win condition, Subway should secure basically every objective against the Paquito, while Team HAQ wants to take it fast. They want to snowball carry, and that's why you can see a lot of pressure from Min across the map.
Yeah, they're mirroring movements top and bottom side of the map every single time. Wherever you see Min, expect to see aim very close by.
Oh, he's going for it! He actually does get the first blood. Man, proving to us that Selena still going to be a solid pickoff hero.
Well, it's pretty much one-shot potential. We'll talk about early pressure. Yes, you are going to be conceding a little bit more in terms of control, but I guess it doesn't matter if you just take out the hero itself. And in this case, that's going to be the situation for Man. But how long and space can he make? Because a setup comes in from Gary, completely pulling Valence out of the lane. This is going to be just targeting Valence all the way through from Team HAQ.
Man, that's gotta be... It feels really bad when your mistake was, I got hit by an arrow and now I basically can't lane anymore because I had to take a trade against Gary, who basically puts me down to 1 HP. So he's forced to recall. He's not going to be participating in this upcoming turtle fight, and now Team HAQ really need to start taking the initiative by pressing their advantage into the jungle rather than the turtle.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Black Dragon form by Lola just to jump onto the orange buff, but now he is inside 4 members of Orange Esports. They're going to pull him back, but he gets the Shah residue, so he's still alive for now. Not for long though. AIM finalizes that kill, but the time he bought was enough for Gary to secure the turtle.
Huh, that's a little bit weird considering how early the Black Dragon was popped up from Lola. Considering that they had no vision against Orange Esports. Like, I guess the idea is there, but oh, a pick coming in from Mon.
Oh, you hate to see it. These abyssal arrows are so accurate coming in from Mon. If they keep this up, they will be able to actually develop a snowball into the enemy side of the map. And I think Orange Esports right now, if somebody wants to do... Oh, there we go. Another arrow.
You got another one. Min gonna get the stun. Mon doesn't quite have the combo damage yet, so Min is just gonna finalize it by pulling back the Fatal Links, forcing out the Cult Altar. So now Min is the one in danger. Subway, Stormy gonna chase him down. As Stormy picks up the kill, AIM will survive.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised by this play coming from Team HAQ because this is the second time from game number 1 as well that they're calling in Panda rather early for mid-rotation. It seems like they're trying to set up for kills. Stormy in a very cheeky position, but it seems like Team HAQ, they're getting a little bit more desperate now. But oh no, another arrow, really? What?
Yup, he's landing these arrows and Panda's dead on top side.
Yep, they find the Moskov. Looks like Orange Esports starting to bite back a little bit, recognizing that Team HAQ, their presence over the map isn't going to be too strong when they have Min and Mon making plays in the mid lane, allowing for Subway to actually contribute with that heavy spin.
Look at the amount of sub-emblems that they have. It's all dedicated towards movement speed. They need to be able to move around this map as fast as possible because Team HAQ are taking the initiative. And specifically, Gary here is supposed to be able to get that final punch onto Orange Esports to make these plays.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised about how Valence dropped on his average build as well. He's going for 2 points into his hybrid regeneration to lane a little bit better. However, middle lane, AIM somehow...
Okay, he was alive for a while there, but Gary finally will follow up. And that's going to be important. Gary has not been participating in fights the entire time, but he's still matching up in level, so he has been farming quite heavily. And now Team HAQ want to control the river side of the turtle pit.
Well, Orange Esports, as of yet, they're trying to set up for the turtle fight, considering they've lost the top lane, but now Mon, he's going to get caught out potentially. Nope, it's going to be fine. But now, Team HAQ, they're getting a little bit more, but it seems like Orange Esports, they're getting angsty to just secure objectives rather for the cross-map plays instead, whereas Team HAQ, they're just playing for time.
But that's exactly what Orange Esports wants to do in the first place. They want to get all these objectives, and Subway will secure it. Heavy Spin basically confirms that for them. Black Dragon form from Lola a little bit too late, and so they're not going to be able to find anything in return.
Yeah, pulling back here is going to be a good idea for Team HAQ. Again, no real need to actually contest for these objectives. The fact is that Team HAQ actually opting to go for this lane swap just to try and find some kind of trade to speed up the scaling of Team HAQ. And they don't mind if Orange Esports is going to catch up to them because at the end of the day, Team HAQ's main compatibility is going to come down to Panda dealing the damage.
Gary looking for the pickoff on Balance, but he doesn't know that Stormy was waiting in the bush, and that's exactly what Orange Esports was looking for. A free pickoff onto the Team HAQ jungler.
Oh, it feels like Team HAQ is on a ticking time bomb right now, considering that their only magic damage is going to be coming from Selena, and if Mon doesn't get a one-shot combo, everyone from side of Orange Esports can just practically just build into his defense instead of magic defense to counter against Panda. So I'm a little bit worried for Team HAQ's composition, but as of yet, Team HAQ, they're just making sure to play the safety net, and that's going to be protecting Panda and making sure he has some sort of farm. Meanwhile, Orange Esports, they're playing cross-map plays again, and Lola setting up an ambush, but I don't think the rest of Team HAQ is going to be coming in.
They will still go for the tower though. Lola, he's by himself up here. Man gonna be joining him, scouting out AIM as well. So Orange Esports are not successful in taking this. They wanted to grab that to set up for the turtle, but it was unsuccessful.
I think for the most part of this game, it's going to be rather slow. Team HAQ don't want to take any initiative unless they find the picks of their own, and it's going to come down to the Abyssal Arrow. I think Gary now is a little afraid to start making his own individual plays now that Orange Esports are kind of baiting him out, are trying to adapt around the overall aggression that he wants to provide.
Oof. This is a very difficult moment, but this next turtle is going to be the point of contention from both sides. But I feel like they need to find some sort of trades across the map, especially for Team HAQ if they want to try to go for the catch potential. We haven't seen the Fatal Link yet. However, with the Blazing Duet being baited out, Team HAQ might be able to find an opportunity right here, right now.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Subway, though, he's going to be the first one onto the turtle. The tower already falling down in the top lane, but Black Dragon form coming in. Min looking for the Fatal Link's opportunity, but Subway gets the pin. He gets the turtle. Two-man Fatal Link's gonna be denied by the Cult Altar, keeping Orange Esports alive as now Neo jumps in, gets the taunt onto multiple members of Team HAQ. But Orange Esports will not push the issue. They got what they were looking for.
With the next turtle in their hands, that Cult Altar saving them. Now Mon in some trouble. Oh, he can't.
Ooh, he gets pulled right back. Neo getting an excellent taunt right in time for AIM to get the pull with the Shadow Stampede. And with the Selena down for the next few seconds, Orange Esports gonna be feeling a lot safer.
That's a feels bad moment from Mon. When you needed him to hit the arrow when all 5 members from Orange Esports is grouped up, he just couldn't hit it. But when he didn't need to hit the arrow and try to make an attempt, everyone from Team HAQ was pretty much offline to actually engage that fight.
Hey man, it feels like all pro players are in this same boat here. Oh, Lola.
Oh, Lola gonna get pushed back by the heavy spin. He actually gets a 2-man Petrify, so he's still alive here. I don't know why he's stuck on top of Subway, so he will die, but the 3-man Fatal Links. But guess what, Team HAQ, no AoE, and Man is the one that ends up dying instead. Orange Esports gets the free tier 1 mid.
I think at this stage of the game, it's Orange Esports'. They've got full control. Panda is scaling up as fast as possible, and now with the Berserker's Fury, he has more than enough damage, but he still needs a Winds of Nature to protect himself against Valens. I think Stormy right now is playing really, really well. The enhanced chains timings are very nice to cancel some key abilities coming in from Mon or even Gary.
Yep, seeing how things is going and progressing coming from both sides. I like how Orange Esports is finally found a way for Valens to deliver the results required here. We do see a purchase of Winds of Nature for Panda to deal with the burst coming from Blazing Duet, but I feel like it's not enough. They need to have a little bit more damage, and Orange Esports, they realize that who do they focus? If they can get a one-shot onto his cloud, it's great. But if you think about it, if they don't kill Neo fast enough, the Appraisal Wrath can be very disruptive against Team HAQ's composition.
I think half the time that's not really going to matter here, because when you are trying to go for the Appraiser's Wrath, you're going to get knocked back, you're going to get stunned. There's so many ways for Team HAQ to actually disrupt it. Right now, Neo, all he needs to do is to hit confirm. He needs to find one target that he can taunt and communicate it to the rest of the team.
Well, I'm a bit surprised by the damage output as well coming from Mon, if you think about it.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage on the Selena. Obviously, being able to pick off people is excellent, but right now, Team HAQ really are lacking in terms of AoE potential. I think it's quite smart that they're going for the split push and sacrificing objectives for it because they know they will be able to defend. And now Panda, Panda will be fine. Actually, no, Neo, he's going for it. He knows his team is nearby. He gets the taunt. Min goes for the Fatal Links to save him, but guess what? Here comes Stormy. Here comes literally everyone else, and Stormy secures the double kill onto Min as well. The rest of Team HAQ forced to retreat.
Really good call coming in from Orange Esports. They understood their position. If they can get one more here, that would be ideal.
Ola, he's dropping quite low, but he should be able to retreat safely. Valens being very aggressive right now. He knows he can play very safe, and Gary, he's kind of relegated to split pushing the other side of the map. He cannot give Orange full control.
This is going to be a tough spot Team HAQ is going to be in as of yet. They started off the engagement with Panda, which obviously is not the most ideal situation for Team HAQ is. But considering how desperate he needs to get some sort of farms, Orange Esports is able to just find easy pickings throughout the entire map. Mon has to set up these arrows for the team, but if he doesn't get the perfect catch, it's going to be very, very difficult. Props towards Balance, he's just dodging every single abilities coming from Team HAQ.
I think Stormy at this point of time, again, is Team HAQ's biggest problem. Like, they don't know when he's going to show up. They don't know who he's going to target. And with that kind of flexibility, it's making him a little bit more unpredictable on the map.
And Team HAQ already had their hands full just deciding how they would engage. A lot of it is dependent on Man or Min actually catching people out. And Orange Esports even has stuff in their kit that would allow them to counter-engage if any of their heroes are caught out unaware. So Team HAQ right now really doesn't have a lot of options.
Well, they just need the one perfect wombo combo. Is that going to be the dream of comeback coming from Team HAQ? I guess that's going to be the play. With the Haas Claw coming from Panda, he's going to be able to have a little bit more sustains, but Orange Esports, are they going to give them the 5-man clump up?
It won't be easy, because even if they do get a 5-man clump up, at the end of the day, Cult Altar is going to bring them back to life, so the combo really has to be effective. Panda needs to have more damage, and with the Haas Claw purchase on his side, he's been farming really, really hard. If this next upcoming team fight, he's unable to make that happen, Team HAQ are going to be put very far behind, and Orange Esports will get at least 2 inhibitors for it.
Would you say that Panda needs to play very, very far back, considering like we talked about how Stormy is a big threat. He has the kill potential to dive the back lines. He's got the catch potential coming from Subway. He's got the taunts coming from Neo. Where does Panda sit in these scenarios? Is it a setup from the team, or does he need to bait things out against Orange Esports?
No, I think he can't afford to bait it out. As soon as he dashes, he's got nothing else. As if he dashes once, he's got nothing else to run away. And the amount of peel that he has for his team is based on Gary. Mon can't really do too much if he doesn't hit the Abyssal Arrow, and Min can only look to engage, which only leaves Gary and Lola to do the peeling. And Lola isn't very good at peeling to begin with.
And that's kind of the corner that this Moskov pick has pushed Panda into. There's not really much he can do because he has to be close enough to deal damage, but he cannot stand close enough because of all the options that Orange Esports has. Team HAQ, though, right now, they're scouting things out. Min, he could get a good Fatal Links, but he cannot afford to risk it. So Lola will be the one zoning out Orange Esports with the Black Dragon form instead. He gets a 2-man Petrify, but it's... Oh, he actually jumps into the backline, finds Stormy, but it's not going to be enough as the Cult Altar, heavy spin, pushes Lola back into their own tier 1, and now the Yuzong is gone. Team HAQ, they still want to contest this as Min gets the Fatal Links onto Neo, but here comes the Blazing Duet with Balance. Wind of Nature keeps him alive. Min going to fall. Panda, he gets aim, but he will lose his life in exchange. Gary now left by himself, and Team HAQ are going to get wiped off the face of the Land of Dawn.
Stormy is so disgustingly good on this Julian. He is coming in from every single angle. He is making sure that engagements from Team HAQ are failing and looks to re-engage immediately after. And with this team wipe, this should be a GG well played.
Looks like we've got a series here, ladies and gentlemen, because Orange Esports will officially tie it up 1-1 against Team HAQ. We will proceed into an effective best of 3 to continue to determine who will be our second M4 representative.
Pulling up all your cards on the table. Stormy with this Julian, just too hard for Team HAQ to handle. The Selena did not exactly work out, but I'm looking forward to see how Orange Esports executed that match against Team HAQ as we run into the mic check.
Ni dapat Selena?
Aku dapat tak?
Okey, dah kita. Ha, dapat. Nice. Atas latihan.
Nice. Boleh ambil. Boleh ambil.
Boom.
Nice.
GG, well played for Orange Esports to get a quick reset and bring in a little bit of different approach in terms of drafts and able to come up on top for game number 2. Seems like the pressure is still on. A lot of things being pulled out as well as they fight for their tournament life and also the tickets for M4. Game 3, is it going to be a HAQ? Is it going to be Orange Esports? We don't exactly know yet, but for now, game 2. Gideon, what are your thoughts on the Orange Esports performance so far?
I mean, the tension is rising, and I think Orange Esports really had everything going for them once they got out of that mid-game. Stormy playing a very hot game here, and even the rest of his team just making sure that they keep up the standard, and things were looking great.
Yeah, this was very much a draft win for Orange Esports because they basically all got their power picks, and Team HAQ, I don't feel like their hero pool really got limited. They just got a little bit greedy with some of these single target heroes.
Yeah, I feel really sad for Team HAQ just because I did bring this up towards in terms of magical damage output, right? Pay attention to this. Man is pretty much the only sole magic damage output player, whereas the rest of Orange Esports, they pretty much itemize to counter the entire drafts of Team HAQ. We've got Dreadnought armor on Fredrid, we've got Blade armor, Dominance Ice, Anti-Cuirass up on Subway, we've got the Dreadnought on Aim, we've got the Steel Legs on Balance. It's pretty much almost everything defensive. It's just solely targeted on the 4 players of Team HAQ, whereas there's a lot of weight on Man's shoulder to deliver, and unfortunately to say, it's just so hard to handle.
Yeah, it is difficult to handle. He even has the dire hit. If he lands the arrow, it's amazing. If he doesn't land the arrow, it feels like he's not doing too much. But I will say that it's not necessarily his fault. I would have expected, you know, at least Team HAQ to play around the timings of specifically Stormy when he uses an enhanced ability. They've got about 6 seconds to make something happen, and Lola should have been that guy.
Yep, and the MVP for game number 2, it is going to be none other than Stormy on his Julian. We've seen this before during the entire regular season, but this is going to be the game to watch as well because Julian is back in the playoffs, and I'm really happy to see this Stormy again.
Yeah, this has always been a Stormy signature pick. If anything, I'm more surprised that it's taken us this long to actually see it in his hands once again. But once we did, boy, did we get a show. In 79% game kill participation and an excellent KDA once again to even further burst up his standings. Honestly, the fact that he's still going for the same old default Julian build instead of leaning more into like the glowing wand that we've been seeing a lot of players do recently means that he is confident.
Yep, we can see in the highlights as well for game number 2 brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. You can see that Team HAQ, they were dictating the timings a little bit better. As long as Mon was able to control the momentum, they're getting kills after kills. But as soon as they adapted to Mon's playstyle and they get a little bit more items, you can see that Orange Esports are having more utilities to deal with the entire composition of Team HAQ, Gideon.
Yep, I think that overall, it's difficult to play this game, right? When you don't have that mid lane control and you start keeping in mind and being more aware of where Mon positions himself in brushes to get those angles, then you start to realize that, okay, that's one problem solved. The next problem is whether Min has his flicker. Take that away from him and get a good follow-up. Stormy getting a couple of cancels with the enhanced change really opened up this game.
Yeah, and on top of it all, the Black Dragon from Lola is used to actually disrupt the backlines, but every single time Lola tries to make a play, it's just too much damage being brought out from side from Orange Esports. The double Petrify would be nice for me, but I was very skeptical with this Selena play. Like I said, a lot of weight was on Mon's shoulder for game number 2. However, it is a full best of 5 series. It's all about adaptation. It's all about finding the right mix. So it's not over yet for Team HAQ fans, and so far we're going to be resetting it from a best of 5 to a best of 3, but a little bit more experience and knowledge on preference when it comes towards their drafts. But as of that, what do you think are we expecting for game number 3?
I think it's going to go all the way to 5 games. That game number 3 is going to be a breaking point just to really feel it out.
That would be quite exciting to watch out for, and I'm looking forward to seeing more evolution, more interesting picks, but I believe that's the end of our series, end of our break here.
I know you guys are excited to see game number 3, but for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break and be back for game number 3.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. bengis tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10. You guys are watching the lower bracket finals. This is going to be game 3, and my name is ICBaby12. This is Gideon, and that is Staffa, as we bring you the full commentary on how things are going to be breaking down. Two teams fighting for their lives here at Quill City Mall for the final ticket to represent Malaysia to M4. Now, full resets from both sides. This is a tough match to watch, because in my mind, I had a little bit small discussion with Staffa as well. My brain tells me Orange, but my heart tells me HAQ. I don't know. What do you think, Gideon?
Well, personally, I think that Orange really changed it up in game number 2 in terms of the draft. Allowing the Akai to make it and fall into the hands of Orange Esports is already a big plus point, but the Julian as well, posing multiple threats to Team HAQ, it's really going to make them crunch some numbers.
It is quite surprising, honestly, that they allowed all of that to go through. Like, I thought at first that they would pick up the Julian, they'd pick up the Akai for themselves or something, but they decided that they would lean back to their own playstyle. And while there's nothing wrong with that, it also felt like they were limiting their win condition very heavily, depending on hitting Abyssal Arrows, on whether or not Panda can actually get farmed, and all of that added up for an easier victory for Orange.
Well, the question remains based on the drafts. We've seen Team HAQ leaning on their comfort picks a little bit more. We've seen 2 games of Atlas coming from them. Orange Esports has developed a composition where they're able to play multiple drafts, and especially here in Day 3 in the playoffs, they played so many variations of the composition, and finally bringing out the Julian kind of threw Team HAQ off a little bit off. But in case you guys missed out in the action, here's going to be a recap on how the drafts ran for Game 2 for Orange Esports as well as Team HAQ.
Now, it has been a good amount of time since we've seen Julian. It's great that Stormy coming out as the big impact player and the MVP of game number 2, but it does show that Julian is still relevant, and it provides another layer depth to the composition. When you're thinking about, linear habits, you're looking for the Akai engage. Oh, when you're about to die, expect the call Altar, and all of a sudden Story comes up either canceling an ability from the side of Team HAQ to throw them off the balance, or to follow up on a play being set up by Neo to allow Valens to go in with a Blazing Duet. It opens a lot of opportunities.
Oh, this is going to be a tough match to watch, but I definitely agree. I feel like based on the composition from Team HAQ, they have the wombo combos, but when it comes to magical damage and splitting their damage output, heavily depending on one arrow, it's going to be very difficult to do so, considering that Selena can easily be countered by almost every single one coming from Orange Esports, right? Fredrin comes in, a Selena comes in, I'm just going to either take the arrow or maybe catch him midway with a taunt while the Selena goes for the combo.
And I think that's exactly why this series is one of the best examples we have of saying that when it's during the draft, it is not a 5v5, it is a 6v6, because these coaches are truly battling their wits against one another to get the best draft possible for their team. And now that the score is 1-1, you can imagine this drafting phase is going to be super important.
Well. Orange Esports going to be playing, I would say, an identical starting draft again. Game 1, it was very similar as well. They're respecting Gary with the Fanny. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Dare-Off ban again for Orange Esports. But Team HAQ, they have to find a way to allow Gary to do a little bit more. And seems like they're sticking to comforts again, Valentina. So would you say that first 2 games, it's just the draft issues, not the ban issues, I guess?
I will say that it was mainly draft issues. I do think that, well, honestly, maybe not game number 1. Game number 2, definitely a draft issue for Team HAQ specifically, but I think overall, Orange Esports, they brought out something new and Team HAQ wasn't ready for it. This time round, it's going to be a little different. I'm expecting the next 2 bans coming out from Team HAQ. I would say the 3rd ban at the very minimum is going to be slightly different. The 1-1, okay, as expected, it could be a couple of different first picks here, but Orange Esports, at the end of the day, still want to get some power picks for Subway.
Yeah, the Akai going to be a heavy point of contention here. I feel like Team HAQ just has to ban it out. Yes, they have to choose between Akai or Claude, but I think that's better than giving both over to Orange Esports like we saw previously.
Yeah, I think the Faramis was something that Team HAQ just completely ignored and disrespected as well, allowing Orange Esports to play it. I understand the Claude pickup, right? It's comforts coming from Panda. Orange Esports, they banned the Irito in game number 2. Do they do it again? Seems like that's going to be the case again. They are going to be looking to open up the Claude. I think Team HAQ's response this game was banning off the Esmeralda. So instead of going for the Esmeralda ban, they choose the safer pickup, they banned the Akai. So Orange Esports, they have Esmeralda, they have Paquito, they have Cloud up for grabs, and also the Faramis. So is it going to be Cloud again, or is it going to be Paquito again?
It's a little tough to say. Now that, Team HAQ have reverted back to banning out the Akai, this does open up a couple of options for flex picks in the EXP lane and as well as the jungle. Paquito being number 1 on the top of my head. I still think that Orange Esports play around the gold lane a little too much, so it's between Paquito and Claude for me.
I think it's definitely going to be Claude. Orange Esports already gave the Paquito over last game, and they still came out on top, so I think they can feel quite comfortable with going for something that Valens wants to play, and that's exactly what they will go for. As for Team HAQ, do they still want to stick with Atlas? Apparently so.
Okay, they completely ignored the Paquito. They're sticking with Atlas 3 games in a row, and also the Esmeralda. Now, speaking of Esmeralda, there are not a lot of heroes can actually deal with the amount of shields he's bringing up to the table. Derov is one of the heroes. Irritel as well for the armor shredding. So what is a way to deal with this Esmeralda? Considering that we've seen, I think, a couple of, especially Orange Esports as well, kind of dealt with it by going for a carry pickup. But this time, they're limiting their options by going for the Claude. Is it going to be enough to chunk down the Esmeralda?
I mean, as long as you have a Demon Hunter Sword, you'll eventually have more than enough damage to cut through it with the Demon Hunter Sword alone. Balmon gets picked up early for the side of Orange Esports now that they don't have access to a Kai. And with a quick follow-up on that Faramis, again, Orange Esports, they want to team fight. Team HAQ also want to team fight, but again, we are lacking damage and missing damage from Team HAQ.
This is a a little bit worrisome as well because Orange Esports, they shift their objective this time. They're going to have Subway play the Balmond for turtle contention. So they are looking to play a little bit early and then transition later on, whereas Team HAQ, they are looking to play the later stage of the game, right? Esmeralda needs a little bit more farm before he can do something about it. They need somebody to open up the map and create space. I was expecting maybe they have the Hilda again, but limiting on the Atlas means that they're looking for the wombo combo. They need a strong mage again.
Yeah, I think Team HAQ will definitely want to go for the mage pick at this point because right now I'm kind of playing around in my head. What are the possibilities of Gary playing the alpha?
Yeah, wow. I haven't seen. Now that you mention about it, that's I think week 7, week 6 for
I think
Team
it was
HAQ.
even earlier actually.
Yeah, it was way earlier. I haven't seen the alpha for a long time coming from him. But at the same time, Team HAQ, they did not respond with the Melissa in game number 2. This time they will not take they will not make the same mistakes again. They will pick up the Melissa. This time, deal with the Faramis Cult Altar. However, now the mages are going to be banned from side of HAQ. Both sides have not picked up the mage yet. Julian is something that I think Orange Esports might be leaning on to a little bit more. But from Team HAQ's side, I feel like they need to go for the setup again. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Kadita again for Mon.
I think that Team HAQ should actually consider banning out Cho. I feel like at the end of the day, Cho is going to provide a lot more flexibility for Orange Esports to open up the map and safely actually look for these engagements onto Team HAQ while actually getting into the bubble of the get away from me from Melissa. Orange Esports, they banned out the Ling, alright, fair enough. They don't want split pushing to happen for the side of Team HAQ while still being able to contribute to team fights.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Benedetta as well. I think TODAK loves playing it as well, but what are the chances that Gary is going to be playing the Benedetta jungle this time in case if they want to try and replicate his split push potential?
Well, I don't see Red Esports here, so I don't think it's
true.
happening for the side of Team HAQ. I feel that it's more likely for Orange Esports to be the one to play the Benedetta. Julian gets followed up ban for the side of Team HAQ. I guess they don't want Orange Esports to have that versatility in terms of their engagements.
Yeah, this is going to be very important as well for Team HAQ to actually deal with it. And when it comes to Orange Esports draft, I feel like in terms of jungler-wise, what is an annoying jungler that can actually completely throw off the Bauman? And in this case, from Team HAQ's side, they might need to mirror a fighter jungle. And Barat was something that I think Team HAQ banned against Orange Esports, but will Team HAQ bring that to the table, considering that they do have a very tanky composition? So why not just triple down on triple tanks, considering that Orange Esports doesn't have a carry?
I think it's not a bad idea to go for the Barats. It just doesn't really feel like Gary's style overall. I'm still leaning towards the Alpha, or if not, he might go for the Lancelot because they will have a lot of AoE damage. As for the opposite side, you guys talked about the possibility of a Benedetta, and I think in terms of Neo's picks right now, it's definitely going to be either Benedetta or Lapu Lapu.
It's you know, that's a good call. I think Orange Esports, that's what they're going to go for. But for Team HAQ, as of right now, what do they need to actually fit in this position to not only be able to teamfight, but provide enough utility to make sure they can get on top of the right targets? Like, I'm thinking Farsa here, but even then, there are a couple of liabilities to that. It does put a lot of emphasis on Mon and as well as Panda to hard carry this game.
What? Wow. Okay. Wait, are you serious? I want to bring up the Karina, but Team HAQ, they're going for the... How I know they brought the Nana before. Nana makes a lot of sense, but...
Nana is for disengage. Eudora is to make sure that
one
later... yeah, he's looking for the one-shot. Come at me with Claude. Come at me with Claude, and I will burst you down before you even get that Blazing Duet to chunk us to 50% HP. A single stun is all this Eudora needs to change the game. And more importantly, Team HAQ is going to have a really strong level 2 in the mid lane, something that Orange Esports must consider. So Grokken as well as Masha are going to be the pick here. I feel like Team HAQ have already won the draft.
Okay, you know, I was expecting maybe a Veil to a certain degree. At least you've got some sort of mobility, but this seems a little bit risky. I was expecting maybe even a Kadita, but Orange Esports, they respond with the Masha as well as Grok. Triple tank composition for Orange Esports, while Team HAQ, well, they've got Eudora.
I think Team HAQ has really are holding the nuts right now. It really comes down to the marksmen to dish out most of this damage. Esmeralda is able to scales harder than the Grok, scales harder than the Masha, which already gets countered by the Melissa, and also scales harder than the Balmond, which eventually is going to be pretty useless against Melissa in general. So it's all about Team HAQ protecting the Melissa by peeling for her.
Well, the final pick here is going to be Karina eventually. Yes, Team HAQ, they will go in for the triple tank composition to mirror. It might be a mage Karina, it might be the full tank composition. But I want to see how the Eudora is going to be played. But as of yet... Wait,
Panda's
is
playing
that
Eudora.
a Eudora gold link? No, okay.
All right.
Ooh, very definitely confusing us for a moment there, but Team HAQ, that's gonna be quite scary. If the Eudora just runs around with Gary, that's gonna be so many easy and secured kills for the side of Team HAQ. Orange Esports, their lineup definitely looking somewhat balanced, but I'm a little bit worried about how much pressure the Grok can apply in the early game, noting that this is a tank hero that is gonna be quite weak to magic damage. So we'll find out. After all, this is a game that both teams want to secure to allow themselves a foothold once again into this series and move one step closer to becoming our Malaysian M4 representative.
Well, here we go. Back into the land of Dawn once again. The score is 1-1. Who's going to break even here with Orange Esports on the blue side, Team HAQ on the red side? We have to keep a very close eye on the mid lane here because, again, Mon, he has to play these first couple of levels very well and to trade mostly against Stormy because Stormy, he's going to be a little scared to walk up here, and that is so very smart coming in from AIM, using the wall at level 1 to make sure that Stormy doesn't have to walk up.
But I think Team HAQ overall does need to play a lot more aggressive here because Eudora does have similar issues to Selena in that she is very single target and needs to snowball in order to actually scale up into the game. The same goes for Gary.
Let's find out. Lola is taking way too much damage here. Lola should not be losing these trades out to Neo in the earlier stages of the game, but he did at least commit a sprint.
AIM, he is way too far out of his ballpark right now. Forced the flicker away, but that's 3 members of Team HAQ, 2 of which do magic damage. So, like what we mentioned, Man, he needs kills, and already he gets the first blood.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Team HAQ so far. And right now, we need to expect dives coming out on the bottom side. Yep, there we go. Orange Esports already commencing it.
Yep, Lola gonna be picked off, but now, Stormy gets picked off as well, and now, is Valence alive? Valence is alive! And man, he flickered too far, he gets killed off. Valence even comes back for the assist just for that little bit. Man actually tried to cut him off, but Valence going to read that movement, so he gets out safely.
It just feels like karma, right? Like Stormy ends up dying on the bottom side, top side, Valence survives, and they even get a kill of their own. The score is 2-2.
Yep, and now Gary still looking for a dive, but he obviously will not full invest on this. This is a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah, looking over at these neutral objectives, this is something that Team HAQ is going to struggle with. They're going to be looking for picks, and that's about it. If they can contest for this, they will try, but it all depends on the numbers advantage.
Neo gonna be buying a lot of time. Subway actually does manage to secure the turtle. Cold Altar gonna be forced out, and Min is completely out of position. No fatal links as well, so he will be sacrificed by Team HAQ.
I feel like Min was... He felt like he could get out of there. He really did, but AIM with a great Guardian's Bulwark, making sure that he cannot, a Nature's Barrier, to cut his exit off because he already used the perfect match. Now, they're going to start bleeding their lead into the jungle, and Gary has to be careful because he has to be mindful of Panda.
This is the danger, isn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time as well, seeing how Panda is playing, it feels like they need to set up for a little bit more.
But speaking of setting up, AIM gonna tank basically everything out of Man, and he still walks out alive. That is one of the unfortunate problems of the Eudora. If you don't get that one shot, you basically do nothing else.
And he's going to keep on doing this, keep on making sure that AIM is low.
It's tough to go for this one shot, right? If you think about it, Orange Esports, they've got double purifies to kind of put themselves in a situation where they force Mon to overcommit a little more and maybe get picked off. And I feel like this is going to be a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, really tough spot. But Team HAQ, they're not too far behind as of yet. Only about a 1k net worth difference. I don't think this makes a very big impact, but definitely puts a timer on Team HAQ's head.
Yeah, I think Team HAQ as of right now being mindful of these purifies is going to be important, right? Because Mon, if he's going to look for the one-shot on Valence or Stormy, it's either he follows up on already laid out CC by Min, or at the very least force it out of balance so that Min can have an even easier time for this setup. So again, there are many layers to this, but in terms of sub-emblems, all of which are taking either magic penetration, a little bit of attack speed, and more importantly, all movement speed.
Yep, they have to, sustain their way throughout the entirety of the fight, but as of yet, it feels like Orange Esports, they're trying to buy time for Valence a little bit more, while Team HAQ is trying to set up for Esmeralda. So I feel like it all comes down to winning and dragging onto the middle stage of the game. They don't need to force over commitments and lose out too much economy because of the fact that both win conditions heavily dependent on either Lola from side Team HAQ. For Orange Esports, it is going to be on the Claude.
This upcoming turtle doesn't look very good for Team HAQ, unless Min can find a really good ult here.
But they are all stacked up. AIM actually gonna flicker backwards to avoid the Fatal Links, gets the 3-man wild charge. Subway secures the turtle with that lethal counter. And Orange Esports actually outplays the Atlas initiation.
Really nicely done coming in from Orange Esports. They were timing it to make sure it's perfect.
And now Panda is in danger, gonna force out that ultimate, but the wall blocks him in place, allowing Valence to get more poke damage as now Min comes from the backline to protect him. Subway not gonna get close enough for the lethal counter as Stormy overextended. Slight miscommunication resulting in the Faramis losing his life.
A bit unfortunate, but he's gonna come back to life relatively quick here from his passive. And I think, this does mean that Panda is forced to recall here. And maybe, I don't know, Gary doesn't seem like he wants to go for this any longer. He would much rather power farm on the opposite side of the map. But the fact is, he has to kind of hold this wave until Panda gets here.
Oof, this is a very, very difficult situation. They're calling Lola despite an early Enchanted Talisman, but it seems like they are going to force the fight.
That's a 2v4 right now, and Subway gonna get cut out by the Fatal Links as aims the 3-man wild charge, securing the Blazing Duet for Valence. They're gonna trade out, but AIM gonna be with the double kill for Gary. That is not ideal at all.
And that's going to be a very big turnaround for Orange Esports. Now with 1.5k in the lead, their next place is to let Neo keep on doing the work. He's already ahead of Lola. The game state could not be better for Orange Esports.
Yeah, and speaking of the match as well, you can see Gary, he's building a little bit more scaling-wise, but you can see Orange Esports is starting to build a little bit more Athena shield to tank the initial burst coming from both Man as well as Gary, and that is going to be something that eventually Orange Esports will be able to deal with. As long as they can tank the initial burst, Eudora pretty much sits still and does nothing after the initial wombo combo. But seems like this is going to be AIM trying to buy time for the rest of the team to actually set up for Team HAQ, but I don't think Team HAQ wants to make an attempt right now.
No, not yet. Not yet. Not without that Eudora. She needs the Eudora to break those purifies as soon as possible.
Yeah, but now they're going to look for AIM. They know he doesn't have wild charge, so the Fatal Link pulls him back. Team HAQ picks off the enemy roamer, and without that, Orange Esports doesn't have frontline. They're not going to be able to walk up to contest this turtle, especially with Stormy taking all that poke damage as well. So they're just going to settle for Neo, pushing the top lane as much as possible, but will he go too far? Lola's here, Man is here, Gary is here. He's got 3 health bars, but there's 3 members of Team HAQ on top of him, and he is not going to be able to escape.
He took the wrong way there. He should have just ran down the lane instead of trying to take the shortcut through the river.
But now they get the wild charge onto Man, forcing the flicker over. But guess what? There's a wall in front of you, and Subway picks up that kill as Valence. What are you doing all the way back here? It's working though. He already got the kill onto Panda. Min trying to clear the wave as best he can, but he is too late, and now he is alone. Fatal Links, but where's the backup? He does actually buy enough time for him to flicker out though.
Yeah,
nicely done.
Yeah, Team HAQ is getting a little bit desperate, but at the same time, Team HAQ winning all these small engagements, but macro-wise, Orange Esports is winning on both fronts. Neo is forcing out rotation from Team HAQ on the top side, while completely allowing Valence to take tier 2 down bottom and also clear the entire 2-3 minion waves as well as a kill onto his Panda down bottom. So that's huge economy value and swung onto his Orange Esports side.
Orange Esports, right now, they are just timing Team HAQ. And when they have these cross-map plays, it looks so good for them because they are all catching up and trying to cut them off at these conjunction points of the mid as well as the bottom side of the map. So if they do this again, expect to see Orange Esports looking for these objectives, forcing Team HAQ to come to them, and then looking to punish immediately after once they have the information of the movement.
Oh, and speaking of movement, concealed play, Blazing Duet picks off Panda. 2-man Fatal Links, but again, no backup. Gary, though, from the backline. Guess what, Stormy? You found him. He's going to be able to take him out of the equation. So far, a 2-for-1 trade. Now Orange Esports wants to continue the push, but Team HAQ will deter them from taking this tower.
I mean, honestly, Team HAQ, they're playing it as good as they can get, but they need more of these picks. They kind of don't have a choice. Split pushing is a little difficult against Orange Esports. They just have so much control over the map.
Yep, and seeing how things are going down right now, Orange Esports, I'm really surprised by having this Faramis. They would expect a little bit more fight, but oh my goodness, Gary, he got solo killed by Neo, and this is not what Team HAQ is expecting as well, because the Lord is going to be out for grabs.
Absolutely not, and now Neo is just doing an excellent job of pulling all of Team HAQ's attention to himself, allowing Subway to contest the Lord for free. Team HAQ right now, between a rock and a hard place.
Truly they are. I mean, Team HAQ is slowly losing this game, and they're bleeding out, and Orange Esports can only get stronger from here on out. And I think the Orange Esports are very aware of Min. If they get caught by Min, that is their biggest problem.
They're diving for this. Aim gets the two-man one charge into the blazing duet. Fatal Link means nothing because Cold Altar keeps Orange Esports alive. Stormy pulling Lola back. Man actually gets saved by the wall for a moment, but not from the Thunderclap as Neo comes in to join the party. And after winning that fight, Orange Esports goes back to macro play, taking towers. Valence just narrowly avoiding death, but he's already done his job. Lola now, he has to back off, gets pulled back a large distance into the lethal counter. Still alive, but not the tier 2 mid.
So well done from Orange Esports. They are making sure that their plays are successful with the help of Stormy to guarantee that they don't trade back against Team HAQ. As long as Orange Esports take the initiatives like this, when Team HAQ walks out of the base, they should be able to secure this in the next 2 minutes or so.
Well, the Lord now going to be pushing up the bottom side. Orange Esports, they're not going to escort it because Neo is shoving up the top. Oh, aim! 3-man wall charge on the tower itself. Blazing duet by Valence into the backline. Cult Altar keeping all of Orange Esports alive, but aim will finally fall. Panda, he's looking for the defense, pops his ultimate, but Thunderclap just completely bypasses it for the killing spree in the hands of Neo, and Orange Esports make out like bandits.
So well done. And right now, AIM is on fire. Whenever he has this flicker, he's been successfully finding 2 or more targets with that wild charge alone. And Team HAQ have no response to this. Man, having to flicker out of a dangerous situation.
Yeah, Team HAQ is in this situation where they are struggling to deal with Neo, right? They're forcing so much commitments on towards Neo. They're dropping every single spell. But if you think about how Team HAQ has its composition, this Eudora is finally hitting a stumbling ceiling where there's only so much this Eudora can do. Even the max amount of items with cooldown is not going to allow him to spam his way through the 3 HP bars on Neo as of yet. So I feel like Team HAQ, they have to shift their focus and completely ignore Neo. But at the same time, if you ignore him, he's going to be ratting your towers.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Every cross-map play is where Orange looks to converge and find Team HAQ to actually conjoin together and punish them their aim. He might do this all over again. Gary's got to get out of there.
Team HAQ, they're going to be able to successfully disengage from that. That concealed play looking very intimidating, but Orange Esports may have already been successful. They zone Team HAQ back to the confines of their base, and the Lord is coming back up in 5 seconds.
Oh, look at the position of Neo as well. He's already setting up the potential rat from this bottom side. And with the Lord on the top side, Team HAQ is forced to make a decision. Focus on Neo or concede the Lord. And having the double retribution up on Subway seems like they have no choice but to just concede it.
Yep, no point contesting it. They can barely walk out of their base. And now here we go, AIM looking for an angle.
Yep, he does have the flicker, but he'll just settle for Lola as Min finds a nice fatal link, but Cult Altar just in time, keeping them alive. Gary will fall. Here comes Subway. Neo still has 2 HP bars despite standing in front of Team HAQ the entire time. And Stormy is taunting them in front of their base. They know they've wasted a lot of important cooldowns. Now they're going to be looking for more. Lola gets a nice falling star moon, but the Thunderclap nearly takes out Panda in 1 shot. Team HAQ not even safe under their own inhibitor. As the Luminous Lord gonna be pushing into the base. Neo shoving up top lane. So annoying, this Masha. Team HAQ, they have to invest so many resources because they don't have enough damage to take out the Lord. So Orange Esports, they're just playing around here. This is like a playground. This is a team park for them. And it is going to be Team HAQ who finds a two-man Fatal Link, pulling them back into base. Aim gonna be taken out. Stormy dies as well. So no support for the side of Orange Esports. This could be good for them, but Subway is so tanky. Balance, Wind of Nature keeps him alive for a while, but he gets shut down. Lola secures the killing spree.
Finally, a turnaround for Team HAQ. I mean, Lola is starting to scale up into this game. He's been farming really hard. He's 4-1-3 with Avarice as well. It's going to be tough to kill him without the help of Valens.
This is quite dangerous for them. Lola, he by himself can already zone off the rest of Orange Esports. They need to wait until Valens respawns, but that's another 10 seconds. So Team HAQ clears up the entire mid lane of towers, and I think that should be good enough for them.
I think this is a small victory coming from Team HAQ, considering that they need to play around the muddles coming from Panda. As long as he catch multiple heroes from the side of Orange Esports to set up with the Fatal Links, it is going to be able to allow Panda just completely chunk the backlines of Orange Esports. But of course, like we said as well, they need a very prerequisite situation, and it all comes down to whether or not Min gets the perfect catch to allow Panda to go in for the setup. And I think that's pretty much a win condition for Team HAQ. And if everyone from the side of Orange Esports clumped up, it allows Man a little bit of opportunity to deal the damage that he's required to do as a traditional mage.
I think Team HAQ has to be really careful with where they pick their fights. The most ideal situation would be in the lane where there's not a lot of walls that they can take, that Orange Esports can take advantage of to get a wild charge off. If we pull up the items here, it's going to be full damage coming out of Gary. Lola already has his 4 items and is looking to build the Ice Queen's Wong, and Panda finally completing his last item. No immortality whatsoever. Opts to go for Ahas's Claw to ensure that even if he does get hit by the Thunderclap from Neo, he can heal back to full.
That's quite a risky path to go for, but I think it definitely works out in this situation.
Yeah, and based on the immortalities as well, we only see 2 players having immortalities. That's going to be the Atlas as well, the Balmon coming from both teams. I feel like we are going to be hitting the 20-minute mark very soon, and eventually they have to start building up immortalities. And Panda, like I said as well, full max items. Is he going to sell his shoes to get another Wind Talker?
I don't know if he wants to get a second Wind Talker, but we'll see what his build is going to be at the end of the day. Lola in the middle of the 3 here.
Oh, that's a lot of poke damage, but he will survive. Look at Neo on the top side, though. Orange Esports, they want to force this fight to buy time for Neo. Fatal Link's kind of wasted by Min, to be honest. His aim, he flickers forward, but gets caught by the ball lightning, and so he won't find anyone with the wild charge. But Orange Esports, they're all here now, including Neo. Cold Altar keeping them all alive, but Panda, he's got so much AoE damage. Min gonna get taken out. Lethal counter nearly kills Lola, but not quite enough. That's gotta feel a little bit scammed by Subway. He will trade his life for Min. Meanwhile, Neo still pushing up top lane. Stormy in a 1v1 against Lola. He's not gonna survive that, but he's still alive. Lola gets another kill.
Oh my goodness. How many ball lightnings did we see in that fight alone coming out from Man? He is getting some significant cooldowns. He was able to get it 4 times, and now this is going to be a 5th time. Goodbye, Neo.
Oh, but here comes Balance, though. He saves him. Blazing Duet gets the trade kill onto Man. Lola, he's on a mega kill streak right now. This Esmeralda's terrifying as Aim just runs into a wall with absolutely no one in front of him. Lola taunting to his face.
Yeah, if Lola landed that Falling Star Moon onto Valens, I think it was over for Valens at that point. There was no way to disengage him from then on. However, Team HAQ, the only disadvantage that they have right now is the fact that they don't have 2 inhibitors. Orange Esports, that lead is completely gone.
Yeah, and with the Lord coming in as well, Orange Esports, they have to make the play. Looks like it's not going to happen.
Yep, Gary already secures it. Cold Altar forced out to deal with the AoE damage from Panda. This Melissa is on fire right now. Team HAQ, they already got the objective. They don't have to continue this fight.
I think they... I want to say that they should, but considering how many ball lightnings came out of Man, the cooldowns on it, he's maxed it out. Like, they are very, very short. And looking at the damage dealt, like, Lola is an even bigger problem as well.
Yeah, but when it comes to damage output as well, yes, arguably Mon's stats is not that high, but he has a very, very strong one-shot potential. But as of yet, Aim, he's gonna get caught out. He has to use Wild Charge to get out. Balance past the Blazing Duet, but Panda has Wind of Nature. Fatal Links, that's a weird interaction. In some ways, pulled into the wall, and Panda picks up the double kill. But here comes Neo. Thunderclap does pop the immortality, but it's not enough. He gets Min, but Balance has been taken out. Unstoppable. Triple kill going over to Panda. Aim by himself, defending the base. Guess what? He's gone, and so is the game from the hands of Orange Esports. How did they pull that off? The impossible win condition, the dream catch, the fatal links wombo combo from Melissa. You can see the size of relief from the backside of Team HAQ core members. Who would have thought they pulled that comeback? And my, oh my, Orange Esports definitely dropped that ball. But I'm looking forward to see how Team HAQ was able to execute that as we are jumping in towards their mic check right here, right now.
Mati dulu, mati dulu.
Lasi.
Nice! Nice! Dari mana hati? Jaga gerak hati. Nice! Gola. Nice! Mini. Gerak hati. Tengok, Kati tahu lah. Nice! Dekat mana? Nice! Wait, tengok kau. Aku tak Wow! Let's go! Wow!
Guys! I could not make sense with that the comp right there. There was just so much screaming, so much shouting, but as of yet, I can see that they are very heavily and focusing on balance a lot when it comes to Claude's positioning multiple times. And props towards Mon, because that Eudora seemed to completely, I would say, out of the equation for Team HAQ for a number of period of time. But the moment he scaled to the later stage game, we saw that multiple times he was able to buy time for his team. And even with the Winter Trunken clutch to actually bait out balance was pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a Eudora diff there. Yep. There were moments where you would think like, wow, she's not one-shotting anybody. She's pretty useless. But the cooldowns on that Bald Lightning, and especially when you pair it up with the Chain Lightning, it suddenly becomes a legitimate threat where multiple people either randomly get stunned, and you're like, what exactly happened? And then 4 seconds later get stunned again.
You really ignore the value of this hero in that way. Everyone sees Eudora, they think, oh, she'll be strong early to mid, but then fall off completely. But the utility of that AoE stun is actually insane.
You know what's really surprising? What cooldown items, bro? Man, just went Genius Wand, Winter Trunken, Divine Glaive, as well as the Glowing Wand. Doesn't even need cooldowns. All he needs is just levels. I mean, I'm really surprised by the amount of catch potential. It's either he's got really good patience, or he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. But eventually, what I do know is that Panda was one of the biggest core. He sold his shoes, he got his immortality. He knows for a fact if Panda dies, there's not going to be any sort of damage coming from Team HAQ. They got the Dream Catch. I was talking about it as well, that they needed the Fatal Links in towards the Melissa models, and somehow Orange Esports gave it to them, which is kind of surprising to me considering how well Orange Esports were playing the macro game with Neo and Valence across map plays throughout I would say, the first 12 to 30 minutes of the game.
Well, I think it just shows the style of Team HAQ, right? They understand that the composition scales much better in comparison to Orange Esports. Like, if you have to compare Eudora compared to a Farmis, who scales faster, who scales better? Eudora with just raw items, and even with the Clock of Destiny coming in from Stormy, that just was not enough because his health pool was already so very small.
Yeah, this game, I personally was the most worried for Orange Esports towards the later stages of the game, because Team HAQ has such an insane base defense. They've got Lola split pushing the map, Panda and Min obviously has great AoE, where Orange, if they want to go for the crystal, they have to get through them, and that was their undoing in the end.
Yep, I want to take a look at the post-game stats, especially for both sides as well. And my goodness, the amount of damage that the Team HAQ brought to the table, 315,000, and compared to 228,000 coming in from Orange Esports. And yes, I agree with you as well. Stormy being the magic damage output dealer coming from Orange Esports. As a Faramis, you have some sort of limitations, where Team HAQ, they've got physical, they've got mage. Overall, you can see Panda, Man, Gary, as well as Lola dishing out more than 50,000 as compared to Orange Esports, with only Stormy and Valence being the only two main damage dealers from the side of Orange Esports. So now I can see where you're coming from as well from Starfa. Later stage of the game, this is where they start to scale a little bit down on the downside rather than on Team HAQ.
I think that the biggest mistake Orange Esports made in the draft was locking in this Masha. I don't think Masha was good considering that Melissa was still up. And yes, we did see the Thunderclap actually work one time onto Panda, but after that, there really was no use for Neo. As soon as the Thunderclap is either down or doesn't connect onto Panda, he's dead in the water. And then that's when Team HAQ can actually push Orange Esports back out of their base and run them down slowly, one by one, when Lola gets his Ice Queen's wand.
This just gotta feel kind of bad for Orange Esports. They were doing such a good job this game of sieging, of finding pickoffs, of winning out in terms of macro control, and just overall destroying more structures than Team HAQ. But once they hit that base defense, they ran into a roadblock because they gotta group up together to take the crystal. But that's exactly where Team HAQ wants them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Orange Esports was completely dodging as well, especially in the early stage of the game. I was expecting more coming with this Faramis play, but I don't know. Let's take a look at the MVP for that match. Who is it gonna be? It's gonna be none other than the Lola on this Esmeralda. 6-1 and 10, completely zoning the back lines with a GPM of 721 and DPM of 4,845. He's got the full items of, on himself.
I think, man, I mean, you don't... I can't get over the idea of Eudora being able to catch up to everyone because Lola was able to peel them off. I feel like, if anything, Lola should have been the one that's hard punished in his lane because he was getting that first pick. And I'm surprised that Orange Esports, again, just sacrificing a lot of pressure to play around their gold laner and praying for the best. Lola took full advantage of the space given to him, and if he gets Esmeralda again, I don't know what to say. I'm praying Neo gets a Dairoth to stop this guy.
Yeah, it might be the case as well based on the draft itself, but let's talk a little bit more into the highlights itself, how Game 3 went. Because if you think about it, Team HAQ, they were having a little bit of an uphills sideways here. You know, initially, you talked about how strong Eudora is in the early stage of the game. He is going to hit his power spike a little bit better from compared to a Faramis, but when it comes to teamfight oriented, Stormy's positioning is so important, and you can see the crossman plays from Orange Esports. Every single time they make a play, Team HAQ is not there to respond, and you can even see a lot of setups being from the side of AIM to completely shut down the backlines from Team HAQ. And the turning point right here from Orange Esports was that it feels like they're getting worn out and tired, and we do start to see a little bit more mistakes from AIM in particular, especially when he goes in for the wall charge catches.
Yeah, Orange Esports definitely let down their guard pretty heavily towards the later stages. They already thought that they were confirmed to come out victorious, but that's only the case if they play it safe, if they take it slow and go for the pickoffs that they were winning off of the entire game. Instead, they tried pushing in, they tried ending it with a 5v5 because they were confident in that called Altar Blazing Duet combo. But Team HAQ, not only were they able to out-survive it, they were able to out-DPS in return. And that was when Orange Esports found themselves in a really tight spot.
Yeah, you can see the positioning of Man in this particular fight as well. He was always playing so far back, and as soon as Valence goes in for a jump, he always finds a way to try to disrupt the battle mirror image to a certain degree. If Valence comes in with Blazing Duet, I want you to stand there and stay away. If I'm the only guy taking damage, it's good. I don't mind being in the beach here, right? I've got the Winter Trunket to do with it. I've got maybe Immortalities as well. So it makes sense why he transitioned to a more sacrificial role. But now, considering that this is the lower bracket finals, I want to see a little bit more on how things kind of happen from the side Team HAQ. This is going to be Lola's heat map up on screen on how they actually position himself during the 5-minute to 10-minute mark.
Kind of surprising that a majority of this heat map is going to be in the mid lane here. I mean, Lola has been rotating relatively quick whenever his team needs a team fight to happen. He wants to be there. But for the most part, I would have expected him to be split pushing more often than not, waiting in the side lanes to get that opportunity to maybe get a trade against this Masha, but again, he just did not care. He was looking to proxy the waves as much as he could. He was looking to get first rotation to actually contribute to the rest of the fight, maybe even peel for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I guess the idea coming from Team HAQ was that they really wanted to force a fight against the Faramis rather early, right? We know for a fact that when you have a Faramis, they tend to have the leniency to actually group up as 5. But what threw Team HAQ off guard during this period of time was that while they're setting up for a mid 5v5 fight, everyone from the side of Orange Esports just completely ignored them, and it kind of allowed Neo to play on the side of the maps, on the XP lane or far side, and balance on the other side of the map. So I guess a little bit of misinterpretation, but great read from Orange Esports, but somehow Team HAQ, they managed to buy time for him.
Yeah, at this stage of the game overall, I feel like Lola was actually not focusing very heavily on split pushing, and that's why you can see Neo was able to take the entire lane of towers up on the gold side. Instead, he was staying more with his team because he knew that they wanted to leverage on the beta links and they needed someone to front line. Obviously, he changed his style later on in the game. But speaking of other styles, let's have a look at Neo's heat map on the side of Orange Esports.
Yeah, a completely different story in comparison to Lola. He's all over the place, right? He's looking for angles, he's looking for openings to get on top of Melissa, and when he's not looking for Melissa, he's looking to affect the waves. He's trying to disrupt it and try to get that split push going, and it was working out between the 5 and 10 minute mark where you see the more prevalent side of Neo being proactive and looking to play individually rather than joining the bigger team fights.
Yeah, I think this is where I was expecting Lola to kind of mirror Neo to a certain degree to actually play the cross-map plays, right? So Neo, I feel like based on this timing itself, he did a fantastic job at doing so because he's cutting creep waves, he's doing what's necessary, take out objectives rather than a fight. You can see, based on this heat map as well, 5 to 10 minute mark, the tier 2s up top is completely chunked out as well as tier 1. Even on the bottom side, he's also trying to make an attempt towards tier 2 to set up for those potential ganks. But while this is actually happening, I feel like based on this scenario, he only joins the team fight where he knows for the fact that Team HAQ overcommits to the fight.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. Neo got a lot of split pushing done that game, but part of me is wondering whether or not Team HAQ actually let it happen because Lola wasn't mirroring him. He was joining in on the team fights. I think in a way, they're asking Lola to help with the fights because they know that he will be able to survive as compared to someone like Gary or Panda, and letting the wave go to their base so that Gary and Panda can farm it safely on their half of the map.
I want to say that Masha generally isn't good at these bigger team fights until she gets those items. So usually you want to actually just push out the side lanes as much as you can and get that extra little bit of gold for the rest of your team.
Yep, but at the same time, have you guys checked out this brand new skin and inside Mobile Legends itself? The Exorcist Eudaemon and the Dark skins are up and for grabs, and it's only available from the 3rd of October until the 16th of November. The Yuzhong as well as the Kagura Exorcist skin, brand new recall effect, spawn effect, and killing notification. The avatar border as well as emotes is going to be up for grabs right now, so be sure to get it before it's gone. It's until the 16th of November. If you guys caught a glimpse of the Yuzhong earlier today, we did see a lot of Yuzhong yet, but I'm looking forward to see some Kagura action. I think we did talk a little bit more into the first game of this series itself. Was expecting a Kagura, but didn't exactly. But we saw the Selena for Game 2 instead.
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, the Yuzhong skin already looks great. The dragon animations look amazing. It's a bit strange that it's red, but other than that, it's cool.
Wait, what's wrong with it being red though?
Yeah, it's a glaring red.
You're not Lafel, you're not colorblind.
I'm not colorblind, which makes it even more glaring to my face. I don't know. I like the orbs flying around him. It's just the color that throws me off.
Maybe it's because he wants to be able to blend in when he's bathed in the blood of his enemies.
That's pretty deep.
He's an exorcist. I don't know what blood he's getting involved with here, man. I thought it was the opposite way. Spirit blood. Inuyasha, but for adults.
Well, speaking of spirits here, Faramis seems to be the closest one as well because he's stacking up a lot of stacks as well. I think Faramis has kind of appeared a lot in his lower brackets, especially Game 2, Game 3. Would you say that are we going to be seeing a little bit more traditional bans? Because if you think about it, Orange Esports, they were going for targeted bans towards Team HAQ. Arguably, Game 3 seems to be in favor of Orange Esports, and they made one small mistake, allowing Panda to just completely chunk down the back line. So, do they stick to the roots, sticking with the same bans, or just let the Dirov slide?
I think they stick to the same exact picks that they had before. I felt like at the end of the day, as long as Melissa wasn't getting damage out and you could threaten the backline, that's more than enough. And I think the Thunderclap doesn't do enough compared to someone like Yutong or arguably even Lapu Lapu, where getting on top of targets like Eudora instead of Melissa could be your secondary option.
Well, it's going to be a do-or-die moment coming from Orange Esports because they are fighting for their lives. And whereas for Team HAQ, they're fighting for match point to qualify in towards the grand finals and securing the second ticket to represent Malaysia for M4. And currently, Orange Esports, they're saying their final chance potentially here up on stage, on screen itself. If they make the comeback, it's going to be full resets. Are we going to see the full best of 5 series, or are we going to say goodbye by the end of this game?
I'm sure a lot of us do hope so. Orange Esports, I'm sure there's a lot of fans that have been placing their hopes on them. After all, they were the team that represented us in MSC previously, and I imagine the players themselves want to be able to repeat that sort of success. But in the same way, you could kind of say that for the opposite side as well. Min, Man, Gary, all of which were originally on Orange Esports and are now only 1 game away from potentially attending the international stage once again.
Well, this is going to be the important match for both teams. The stakes are extremely high. You can see the faces of the players. There's a lot of tension going on from both sides, and who does not want to dream and represent Malaysia and play on the M4 stage, the biggest stage in Mobile Legends history? And either one of these teams is going to be walking in, and currently Team HAQ is 1 more step closer to achieving that dream.
They want it, and they want it really bad here, but Orange Esports, I don't think they're gonna let them take it so easily. This next adaptation, if we're going based on pattern, Orange Esports started off with a win. They lost the next game. They took another one from the side of Team HAQ as an adaptation. So now it really boils down to whether or not Orange Esports can win this game and then think of a strategy ahead of time to deal with Team HAQ on Game 5.
Well, no more room for errors. Only 1 shot and 1 opportunity. And in this case, Orange Esports, they've got to pull the miracle run. No more mistakes, no more mess ups. They pulled out every single pocket strat. Which one works is going to be the way to go. But as of yet, you can see the battle chants are coming in. We are feeling a little bit of drum rolls as well from the side of Team HAQ. We are seeing the fans giving their energy. They want to see HAQ make it towards M4. They want to make it happen, and they must make it happen for the fans.
Yep. Even the coach is like, all right, calm down, boys.
I got you.
It's time. We're focused. We're ready. We feel your energy. Let's get into this draft soon. And hopefully we get to see what exactly Orange Esports have in store.
What do they really want to bring out, though? I'm particularly curious and excited to find out, because this is going to be perhaps the most tense game of the series as we now enter the drafting phase once again, hopefully for the side of Orange Esports, not for the last time today.
Okay, seems like there is going to be a little bit of a different approach coming from Orange Esports for 3 games in a row. If I do recall this, Orange Esports was on the first pick side, so game number 4, they switch things up a little bit more, and they will be the ones to respond to Team HAQ instead.
This is why best of 5s can be so ridiculously fun to watch. There's just so much adaptation going on in the minds of the players and the minds of the coaches to get a leg up on your opponents. And now Team HAQ banning out the Akai as well as the farm is making sure these power picks are not going to be given over to Orange Esports.
The Paramis ban from Team HAQ. I actually thought they did a pretty okay job of dealing with it last game, but it seems like it was annoying enough that Team HAQ decides they just don't want to allow it. And since they are on the blue side, getting rid of that will allow them to grab more power picks for themselves, one of which, the Valentina, going to be banned out by Orange.
That's the thing, right? Was it luck or was it skill? Because I could see the sigh of relief from the side of Team HAQ when they won game number 3 against, I would say, an arguably strong lead from Orange Esports. It all came down to one big catch coming from Min to set up for Panda and allowing Lola to just completely bully out every backlines from the side of Orange Esports. So I would say that might be the case. not taking the risk again is going to be the smarter play to go. So they're finally respecting the Farmers, but the Atlas being banned from HAQ. Little bit surprised considering that they do have first pick priority.
I wouldn't imagine Team HAQ actually going for the Atlas as a first pick. They know that Orange Esports could look to actually deny.
Will Orange Esports pick it up?
Again, you never really know. If Eudora can fall into the hands of Team HAQ, it wouldn't be too surprising if AIM, who's already been playing the Atlas in and of itself, to pull it out this game on the red side of the map.
I was really surprised that Eudora actually won the game. Not gonna lie. Like I think during yesterday's interview as well with Man up on stage, he did mention as well, if you want to see what kind of heroes he's going to be playing, guess what? He brought the Eudora. You got to stick around to find out. Yesterday, he brought the Nana. Today, he brings the Eudora. And guess what? Both games, he won. And I'm like, how? Just how?
Goes to show that any hero can truly be viable in the right hands and in the right conditions. Man, going to be basically the poster child for all these beginner mages. And I'm interested to see what else he may pull out of his pocket. But with the 1-1 banned out from Orange Esports, the Claude may be an obvious choice for Panda.
Yeah, it may be the case, but I think Paquito is also going to be something that they have to take away as well. But I don't know, it feels weird to say this considering that Paquito is just like first pick material in almost every single region and the entire regular season so far. And now here in the lower bracket finals, completely just pushed aside for first pick.
I mean, it's about winning here, and you need to come up with the best strategy to get that win. Team HAQ has a lot of belief that Panda can actually pull this off, and more importantly, this also denies the pick from Valence himself. Right now, if we're thinking about marksmans, it's going to be the Irithel and as well as the Melissa, both of which, Melissa in particular, quite the lane bully. I feel like Orange Esports is going to pick it up for themselves, so I'm hoping that Team HAQ actually have a solution to this. They take the Paquito and as well as the Lilia, plenty of peel and a good amount of damage.
This is going to be a very, very difficult one considering how Orange Esports is leaning Stormy to play on towards the Lilia instead. I was expecting to keep his hero pool up for grabs as well, maybe potentially take a Julian. We did see HAQ kind of respect it in the second phase of the ban for game number 3, but this game, Orange Esports, they just doubled down. You know what, Stormy? Play the Lilia. I want to open things out for AIM and Valence to try and flex things out. Melissa going to be up for grabs as well. Team HAQ, they need to anticipate this as well and set up in case Valence decide to bring this up to the table. But at the same time as well, Irithel completely out in the open.
Yeah, about the Irithel, I actually thought Orange would go for Paquito Irithel here just because that's a hero that Valence likes playing and it would keep Stormy's pick a little bit more flexible until later. So I am worried about the risk of this, but Team HAQ, this is actually quite smart here. The Jiroff and Esmeralda at the same time to make sure that Lola will not be disrupted in the EXP lane.
I think this is pretty incredible that now we're seeing Team HAQ actually diversifying their strategy and actually prioritizing some of the side laners here. Like Panda, of course, they were going to give him a good pick no matter what. But for Lola, taking the Dyroth, like Gary is having to volunteer saying, hey, give me the Dyroth. Maybe if you get a good matchup, you can take it up and Esmeralda can go somewhere else, which I highly doubt. But we're going to steal away this counter matchup to make sure you have a good time. You carry us for the rest of this. Orange Esports responding kind with the Amon.
I'm a little bit surprised by this because Orange Esports, they did bring the Amon 3 times against TODAK. I was a little bit 50-50 in that game against TODAK, but they still managed to somehow find a win against TODAK. So one game in particular. But as of yet, seeing how this Jiroff as well as Esmeralda, Orange Esports, they need to find a way to deal with this armor shredding comp. Irithel is great and also try and mirror to a certain degree, but it all comes down to that one-shot combo, right? So are we going to see a mid Irithel instead of the gold lane Irithel?
No.
Just to try and set things up for the Paquito.
No, I mean, you already got Lilia. Why would you throw it down into the gold lane, right? Unless you really want to win that lane. And Irithel generally, sure, she can push the waves with the help of a good support to get that pressure. But I feel like the onus is on Team HAQ right now. Because Amon, if Amon had one-shotted Momo in that previous matchup against TODAK, we'd probably see a Game 5, and who knows what would happen at that stage of the game. Orange Esports, now that they're feeling really, really warm, I don't think that's going to happen where Panda's going to walk away with 1 HP. Amon is looking to one-shot him.
But I still personally don't like the Amon very much. I feel like as a hero, he's a bit overly conditional. Yes, the single target ultimate that can one-shot someone, especially like the Claude, even with the Battle Mirror image, is incredibly valuable here, but it requires Subway to be able to stay in the fight long enough to actually build up the shards necessary for that one-shot. And when Team HAQ has an Esmeralda and a Derov that can quite easily threaten the front line and even invade into Orange Esports' jungle, this is a bit of a worrying draft for me.
So that means it's about pressure then, right? If we're thinking about pressure, Orange Esports either has a couple of options. Ooh, they ban out the Grok to make sure that Team HAQ is going to be a little lacking in the mid lane. So that does give us a couple of examples here. I would imagine that Team HAQ, again, we could expect the Kadita out of them instead of saying, hey, we're going to get mid pressure, I'm just going to kill you.
I think Hilda is also something the Team HAQ can actually bring to the table. Man did bring a lot of it to actually invade the jungles, and Hilda is a pretty good alternative to kind of just completely throw Amon off when it comes to jungling in, compared to a Derov, right? So I feel like in this situation, it's not that big of a deal for losing out the Grok, whereas Orange Esports, they're limiting their options by having an Amon jungle and a XP Paquito to deal with whatever is going to be happening to them. A Paquito versus Derov matchup, who do you think is going to win? I feel like my money is going to be on Derov a little bit more just because of how much kill potential he brings to the table early in stage of the game.
I mean, it depends on the trades, but generally speaking, Dairoth is supposed to win that matchup hands down. Now, Ruby gets locked in for the side of Orange Esports. I think that's a really great option. A lot of people want to get on top of their carries, and if Ruby is able to taunt them out, slow them down, and more importantly, pull the Claude away from the rest of the team when it goes in with the Blazing Duet, that is going to be cash money. But let's also remember history here, right? If we do see the Hilda come out from the side of Team HAQ, what is Orange Esports going to do? They're just going to get their side laner, the support, and mid laner, hide in a brush, wait until Stormy has got the buff about halfway through, and if Hilda shows up, just kill her.
Yeah, I personally do not agree with the Hilda this game. I don't think it is the best time for them to go for it. Rather, Team HAQ does need heroes that can beat out the ultimate from Amon and have ways to survive it as well. I think the Kadita mentioned earlier, not a bad choice. And it looks like... Oh, okay. Interesting.
I like the Matilda, I like the Cho as well. Matilda gives them a little bit more of a safety net from Team HAQ, especially if you're going for a dive composition with this Derov. But the Cho is something I did not expect as well. But the kick coming in is going to be a big threat, especially if Orange Esports tries to go for those retribution battles against a Derov. We talked about double retribution composition with Balmond, right? But the burst potential coming from an Abysm Strike works similar compared to an Amon, where if you throw those spells on an objective, you're gonna pay the price.
Absolutely. I think right now it's definitely Melissa, right?
Yeah.
You kind of don't have an option here, even though it's a bit of a bad matchup against specifically Cho. But if Valens just plays his cards right, I think he should be fine. It's stressful, but instead, he's going to go for the carry. He wants to make sure that he trusts that the rest of his team can protect him, because he's going to be dishing out some real damage. Tanks are going to bleed.
This is risky, honestly. The carry as a hero can be quite 50-50, and Team HAQ's lineup is looking very intimidating. We've actually seen this Matilda mid from Man before, where you just have Min jump in, invade the jungle, get pulled out by the guiding winds, and allow your side lanes to farm the mid side as well.
Well, I can see where Orange Esports is bringing to the table as well. If they pick the Melissa, the Derov Abyssal Strike still strikes. So alternating to the carry is going to be the way to go. Team HAQ, they're bringing in something they're very, very comfortable with. One more game is all they need to make it into the grand finals and secure their ticket to M4. Whereas Orange Esports may or may not be fighting for their lives here for MPL MY Season 10. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower bracket finals. Game number 4 for Orange Esports versus Team HAQ.
Welcome to the land of dawn is beckoning here once more. Team HAQ on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Stakes are high and the tension is palpable here in the arena. They've already started off pretty slow. No invades coming out from either side, and the matchups in the side lanes are not looking good and are extremely volatile.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice for Team HAQ not to go for the full invade here because Stormy has such a strong level 1. And Neo, this is quite dangerous of you right now. He's not going to be forced to flicker. Lola almost dives too deep himself, so the EXP lane, quite a dangerous place to be.
Ooh, it's not all. I mean, Stormy first blood is already achieved, and that's why you cannot disrespect the Cho.
Beautifully played, and this is Min at his finest. This was one of his major signature picks that we really haven't gotten to see in a long time. So, if this is the game that gets them to the grand finals to M4, I am all for it.
Yeah, and the fact that Stormy died of all people, losing out his sprint is going to be unfortunate, but look at the invades here.
Yep, Endless Shard is not going to connect. They actually timed that flicker perfectly to iframe the Endless Shard, so no damage from Subway at all. As now Stormy going to be targeted again, but AIM is here to save him from the Abyssum strike. Beautiful timing.
Oh my god, AIM saved Stormy's life there. He was about to die to the Abyssum strike. He even cancels a recall onto Min just to be annoying. Now, Orange Esports, they're not bleeding as hard as they should be right now. Team HAQ piling up the pressure.
Yeah, it's all about the game of mental pressure. And you can see the aggressions are coming in. The psychs are coming in. Top mid. Going for the side stance.
It actually just barely gets it. That final shard securing the kill. And that is important because right now they want to contest this turtle. Neo buying a lot of time in Subway. Comes in with the steal. Retrieves it out of Gary's hands.
Huge coming in from Subway. This is going to put them in the lead, and this is a position they want to be in if they want to continue having this mid pressure. Again, the battle always begins with this mid lane getting pushed out and then Team HAQ reacting to the movements.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, somehow Team HAQ, you know, it seems like they had a lot of control at the early stage of the game. It all came down to 50-50s, but the catch coming in, Neo might be dead right here.
Yep, Lola.
No way!
A beautiful flicker from Neo, but here comes Man to finish him off. He's still alive.
No!
He's using the steal.
No way!
Man gets picked up instead! The outplay from Neo!
Oh my god, no way he survives that.
He got the jab in time to get that shield to block the Matilda. What a clutch coming in from Neo. Absolute performance from him, and it seems like Orange Esports, they're not giving it up yet. But as of yet, they're shifting their focus down bottom to focus on Panda coming in from Orange Esports.
Yep, again, Orange Esports is going to pile up the pressure once again. And now topside, I mean, that's where Amon is hanging out, but they're setting up for a kick.
Man, he gets it. Way of the Dragon, no black shoes because Stormy is just CC chained to death. Another pickoff for them as Panda uses the Blazing Duet. Subway actually going to be able to combo with Neo for the kill onto Lola in the top lane. Orange Esports accelerating the momentum.
For now, I mean, personally, I think for now, it looks good for Orange Esports, right? They're abusing the Amon. They've got the snowball started on him. He's going to be able to one-shot people who don't have any magic resist at this stage of the game. Lola, Gary, all susceptible to it.
Yeah, at the same time as well, seeing how things is going in from Orange Esports' favor, it feels like they need to find a way to catch Min off guard. The moment he makes some mistakes, this is where they're able to capitalize on it. They need to play us out the way of the Dragon before this next setup.
But AIM, he actually misses the flicker timing, so doesn't pull Gary back. Neo, though, with the two-man knockout strike, but the three-man circling eagle by Mon shoves them back. Neo, now vulnerable, dies to the Abyssum strike for the Gary killing spree. The turtle will be secured by Team HAQ. As we can see, Subway, he's in the bottom lane. He wants to go for Panda, who has already used his Blazing Duet. Battle Mirror Image not gonna save him.
An easy kill for Subway. Just endless, have his shards ready. Drop the endless shards, walk away. Valen sets it up perfectly. They're going to be losing a top tier 1 for this, so hopefully Orange Esports have a response.
Lola, he's just buying time right here, but he is 1v2 as now Min gets the kick onto Subway. He goes in V, so he will be able to get out as Stormy will threaten the twins. Min gonna get pulled out to safety, so no casualties here.
Oh, I like the patience coming from Min as well. He intentionally stood there to be a sandbag in case of a diversion. Orange Esports dies on it. He's gonna zip out at the last second of the wind, the gliding wind coming from the Matilda itself. So a lot of outplay maneuverability coming from Team HAQ, and Orange Esports, they're not fumbling at all.
I mean, that's what you want to see out of them. It really comes down to whether or not their mechanics are sufficient enough. I mean, AIM, the fact that he missed the initial pull was devastating, and it hurt Orange Esports in that fight. However, when they set up that bot play, if they continue to do this, yes, here we go, the one shot onto Lola again.
Beautifully played again by Orange Esports. Their positioning on point as now AIM looks for the I'm offended onto Min, but Man is here. He could pull him out. Guiding Winds will get the Cho to safety. Circling Eagle though onto Stormy just to zone them out a little bit further. Perhaps buy time for Gary. Orange Esports though will know that something is off and will choose not to go for the team fight.
Well, I see the repeat coming in from Game 3 as well, because on the top side, Neo will be able to trade the tier 1s. It's all about those macro plays. Team HAQ, they're getting to the angsty, but Orange Esports, they're starting to adapt to this plays. And like you said as well, AIM cannot afford to catch anymore. And with the turtle getting set up on the bottom side, things are going to be getting a little bit more clumped up because Team HAQ, they have the map control for now, and they're going to make an attempt.
Whoop, Min gonna jump into the bush. He actually does get the way of the dragon, but he gets picked off as Endless Shot's gonna land on top of Man as Panda is pulled in with the Blazing Duet, taking out a lot of HP. Man securing the double kill, flickering backwards for Stormy. No! Nearly taking him out, but that seemed like a little bit of an auto aim as the jab went for Lola instead, allowing the Matilda to escape and Gary to secure the turtle.
Oh, that was an auto target. He could have killed Man there for sure and made it out to at least even off this trade. Now Team HAQ very clearly in the lead and also taking all these tier 1s from Orange Esports, the mid tier 1 especially. They're going to have access to Subway's jungle. Now, Orange Esports, if they can isolate their targets, they have to kind of split this fight apart. Subway already has a massive lead on his side. They need to abuse it somehow and transition that gold into one of their side laners.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough to do so, considering that Orange Esports, they don't have a direct burst, whereas everything is going to be taking a little bit more time. And you can see here as well, Subway, you go for the shards. If you don't one-shot the guy, they will have time to reposition. Likewise coming for Stormy on this Lilia. So Team HAQ has a little bit better in terms of burst potential. So it's all up to AIM to set up and engage the fight first, instead and allowing Meme to go for the catch. But Panda, oh my goodness, this should not have happened.
Beautifully played. AIM flickered forward with the I'm offended to pick off the gold laner. Min looking for the way of the dragon, but cannot find anything as AIM will walk away from his teammates to bait away the Circling Eagle and sacrifice his life for Balance and Stormy to get out safely. Subway, he's not going to win that 1v1. No way Lola is dying to the Endless Shards.
Oh, he needs a little bit more help there, a little bit more damage from somebody else to set it up. He needs to be below 50% HP before that Endless Shards is going to be that finisher. However, in the meantime, we are seeing the waves being proxied down on the bottom side by Neo, but Gary on that top side, again, he's rather scary with the Abysm Strike. When he has the setup from Min, he almost guarantees a kill.
I think here comes to the situation where the moment Gary gets the debuff, things are going to get fighty. But man, he messed that up. They might actually lose a little bit more.
Oh! Aim gonna miss the I am offended. That could have been a free kill. And now Team HAQ will continue their pressure. They're now rotating down to the bottom side. They see Neo and Subway separated from the rest of Orange Esports, looking to cut them off. Blazing Duet chunking out Neo. Abysm Strike gets the shutdown onto a monster kill to Gary at the way of the dragon. Finds Neo. I'm offended. Finds two. But will it be enough AoE damage? Triple kill is in the hands of Gary. Pulled in. He wants the Maniac. He wants the Savage. He gets the Maniac as AIM is left in the lurch. Balance gonna be finished off by Lola, and Team HAQ will wipe Orange Esports.
Orange was too late. They were too late for that fight. The members were already split. The flank came on through. The commitment from Team HAQ. Everything was set up perfectly. Panda, oh my god, Panda nearly died there.
Oh my goodness. He just got his brute force breastplate. If he did not have that, he would have just died then and then. But as of now, Team HAQ, they're getting a little bit greedy, but at the same time, fortunately for them, Neo is not there and quick enough to respond. But as of yet, Orange Esports, it seems like they made a little bit too much mistakes in all those fights, and you can see every single time Gary dives into everyone, he makes sure he gets the debuff quickly enough on towards almost every single member on the Orange Esports side and allow Panda to just completely shred the backlines.
I don't know. I feel like Panda, even though he's getting like major assists, the big finishers are going to be carrying as well as Lola. And I think for the most part of it, the free kills being missed out by AIM is really starting to hurt them here because the initiation tools are good and Stormy can only do so much. If we're looking at these items, he is the furthest person behind.
Double knockout strike from Neo. Gonna push Min out of position, allowing Orange Esports to pick up that kill with the Lord pushing up mid as well. This means Orange Esports will be able to safely defend it as Team HAQ have no way of picking them up.
They have to clear the bottom side too. They did lose the tier 2. There's only one more left, and Ice Queen won, finally achieved by Stormy. Now he's going to be very relevant in these chases.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a important one for Stormy if he wants to set up for his teams. But the question here remains, do they have a quick burst against Team HAQ's response? Because as of yet, they're getting picks onto his Cho. It's great and all, but Panda is so slippery, right? If you don't have a hard lockdown onto his Claude, almost every single fight, Panda is going to be instantaneously able to get in and out very, very safely.
Yeah, Panda is going to be a big problem for Orange Esports very, very soon. Because they just... Oh, hold on. I'm offended. Gonna start by AIM. They pull him in, but guess what? The backline dismantled. Panda jumping in with a blazing duet. Man picking off Subway. Neo trying to delay for the rest of his team to escape. They actually do manage to take out Lola thanks to Stormy spamming the Shadow energy. So they trade 1 for 1.
Wow, a 3v5. They still managed to trade 1 for 1, and Subway managed to get all of his abilities off before he dies, and Stormy gets his ult off before the kick is complete, making sure that he survives the entire engagement. That could have been a lot worse for Orange Esports, to be fair, but you can tell that they are scaling up into this game even though they are 5k behind.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one indeed, because as of yet, Orange Esports, when it comes to making a comeback, Subway needs that one-shot potential. But let's take a look at the damage dealt ranking so far. Balance is going to be the top of the charts coming from Orange Esports. We haven't seen too much coming from Subway yet, and you can see a lot of preemptive measures has been made from inside Team HAQ, especially for Panda. I was expecting him to go for a Athena shield, etc., but he opted to go for Brute Force Resonate to tank both the physical and the magic powers coming in from Orange Esports.
Yeah, Panda is playing more of a support position right now. He's not looking to finish people off, but wait, is the kick coming? No, Min just wants to actually claim the space. Now with the Corrosive Scythe on top of everything else, oh, Lola.
He could be in danger here. This is a lot of time for Subway to build up his ultimate, and it will finally be enough. Endless Shards securing Lola. Min getting caught out of position, but here comes Panda, pulled in by the Guiding Wings with the Blazing Duet to get 2 kills. Now we can see the 3 remaining members of Orange Esports trying to survive against the 3 on the side of Team HAQ. Panda, a lot of consistent damage. They want to chase them down. Stormy, he could be out of position here. He doesn't have black shoes. So Panda picks up another one.
Yep, no black shoes. He didn't want to commit to the sprint. Nothing else that he can do, but he did get the sprint out of Panda. That's going to be a big spell regardless. This Luminous Lord will fall into the hands of Team HAQ unless Orange Esports have something to say about it, but again, not enough members to do so.
Wow, this is going to be a tough one indeed. Team HAQ has got a lot to prove. Min and Man here trying to set up for the teams for Team HAQ. As you can see, Orange Esports, the desperations are starting to kick in. They're making a lot of sloppy mistakes, especially coming from Stormy. And who could blame them? They need to find a way to punish Team HAQ's aggression. Every single time they make a play, Min is just so quick. He gets that kick, he gets the isolation, and the moment that happens, Orange Esports can't react as quickly as compared to Team HAQ.
Yeah, and now Orange Esports, I mean, if you look at the items so far, again, Stormy, he's lacking so much farm. He only has 2 items despite being at the 38k cumulative gold mark. And if you look at the rest of the team, I mean, Amon is full build basically. Same goes for Valence. He already has the Winds of Nature to protect himself. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to whether or not these side laners make that impact. And I mean, you know what's coming up next for Lola? The Ice Queen's Wand.
My god, that is 4 Radiant Armors on the side of Team HAQ. They know they only have to be worried about Subway and Stormy, so that's all they're itemizing for. And now the Lord is pushing in. 2 inhibitors will fall for Orange Esports, and Team HAQ are looking to secure their ticket to M4. They have their eyes on the bottom inhibitor. Orange Esports needs to defend this with their lives. They will be able to burst down the Luminous Lord as Neo is doing an excellent job of pushing out Team HAQ from their base. So far, not yet successful in their taking of this. But Team HAQ looks like they're electing not to go passive about this. They want to dive. Endless Shards literally does nothing. Min getting the G Kundo into the background. I'm offended. Gonna find one, but it's not gonna be enough as Gary picks up the kill onto AIM. Lola though will be sacrificed, and Panda has to make a quick escape to ensure he is not picked off.
A 1-for-1 trade, but no inhibitors. A 7K gold lead. Team HAQ are in prime position to steal this game away and go over to M4. Orange Esports, they have to make a miracle happen for this upcoming Lord fight, but there's so much weight behind this game and so many disadvantages.
I am so nervous right now, and I can imagine that everyone watching is on the edge of their seats. The base of Orange Esports is wide open, empty, no structures, and Team HAQ could be just a few moments away from becoming our second M4 representative. So it is up to Orange to see what they can do about it.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough battle as well. On top of it all, Team HAQ, they've got all immortalities, and even the AI winning prediction is leaning on towards Team HAQ's favor. So Orange Esports, like we said as well, they've got to pull the miracle run. But as of yet, let's talk about a little bit more on itemizations. You talked about 4 Radiant Armors to deal with Stormy and Subway. I feel like Orange Esports, their win condition is to make sure Balance get free cheap value damage across everyone and completely one-shot Team HAQ. But can he dish out the damage faster than Panda? That's going to be my question.
No, he doesn't have that much burst. And I think Orange Esports are looking to slow things down and peel as much as they can, using other people as threats so that Panda turns his attention towards them.
AIM, he could be out of position here. They do actually catch out Min. They burst open his immortality, and Panda has to back off from the Endless Shards. Min will still be alive as Man will get the Circling Eagle to push them back. Black Shoes extended by Stormy. No casualties yet, but Team HAQ has taken a lot of poke damage, so Orange Esports does have a certain amount of control over the Lord, but Lola, he is such a big problem. He has been this entire series, buying so much space for Team HAQ. The Lord dropping down to 50% HP as here comes Min and Man once again. Circling Eagle onto Subway in the background. Lola gonna jump in with the Falling Star Moon, blazing to it in the backline, forcing out Black Shoes again. Balance though, pops the immortality on Panda and he's by himself. Balance gets the killing spree. He will secure the enemy gold lane, but they are all low. Min wants to pick him off. Lola picks up AIM, drops the immortality. Balance
no way.
Lola gets it. Here comes Gary from the back. They pick up Stormy. They get AIM. Neo, the only one surviving. He's got to get back to defend the base, but they get him. Killing spree going over to Lola as Team HAQ will wipe Orange Esports for the final time and take their spot as our second M4 representative.
It's over. It's done. Team HAQ, your second representative of Malaysia. The fans going absolutely crazy. Emotions running all-time high. The rest of Team HAQ, they have done the impossible. They have done it here in Season 10. The second team to be representing Malaysia. However, from the side of Team SMG, it's sad to say goodbye as we need to say goodbye to them for the playoffs.
They've done it. They've done it. GG, well played to Team HAQ. Congratulations to them as they move on towards the grand finals and secure their spot. But Orange Esports, what a fight they put up here. They make them work for every inch in this game. Well deserved for Team HAQ.
This was truly a series that deserved the title of lower bracket finals. And now let's find out what the players have to say as we throw it over to our hosts.
Rookie hanyalah sebagai title. Kini mereka mewakili Malaysia ke M4.
Tetapi sebelum itu kita berikan ruang kepada Orange Esports. Sila tampil ke hadapan, sila tampil ke tengah. Satu effort yang cukup bagus. Guys, satu tepukan gemuruh untuk Orange Esports.
Mereka melakukan sedaya upaya mereka. Namun begitu, kita harus puji bagaimana effort dan juga komitmen yang telah pun mereka invest terhadap perlawanan yang cukup dramatik ini. Adin, mungkin anda boleh berikan sesuatu pada mereka.
Okey, saya akan pass kepada AIM. Boleh lagi AIM? Satu, tak banyak, satu ucapan saja untuk rungkaikan apa yang dirasai dan tanda penghargaan kepada semua penyokong Orange Esports sekarang ni. Silakan Im.
Thank you guys, thank you so much. Korang dah show incredible support today, thank you. And terus minta korang support Team HAQ dan juga TODAK lah untuk KM4 nanti guys. Thank you so much.
Dan sekarang ni kita akan berikan bau yang terakhir daripada pasukan Orange dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Dan secara ofisialnya mereka berada di tempat ketiga untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-10 ini.
Dan good game well play Orange Esports. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa sekarang ini, ingin kami mengumumkan wakil yang kedua untuk Malaysia ke Jakarta, Team HAQ.
Satu lagi pasukan yang bermula dengan huruf T akan wakil Malaysia di peringkat dunia. Dan sekali lagi saya akan bertemu ramah dengan mereka.
Okey, saya mulakan ataupun awak nak mulakan terlebih dahulu?
Awak mulakan dululah.
Saya akan pass kepada coach mereka, Pops. Sebelum nak tanya lebih mendalam, apa perasaan sekarang ini? Adakah ini target daripada awak selaku rookie team untuk season ke-10?
Untuk saya memang tim saya, player-player saya alhamdulillah dah main international selepas. So memang target personal saya memang saya nak ke M4 dengan tim ni.
Dah berjaya ke M4, dah berjaya pergi ke Jakarta. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka.
Saya nak interview Lola.
Lola!
Alright. Okay. Prestasi awak dekat playoff ni macam orang baru. Mungkin boleh bagi tahu tak apatah rahsia daripada awak sebenarnya?
Dia tak ada rahsia. Sebenarnya dengan coach dengan percaya coach. Dan percaya sendiri-sendiri.
Okay. Alright. Adin, awak ada nak satu tanya pada Panda
Dia cakap percaya diri sendiri tapi gaya tadi macam kurang sebenarnya. Tapi tak apa, sekarang ni kita pass kepada Panda lah. Silakan ada pass ke Panda. Panda, apakah perasaannya bersama dengan Team HAQ? Baru satu season, kurang daripada beberapa bulan, tapi dah terus masuk ke M4 sekarang ini.
Perasaan happy lah.
Sambung, sila.
Perasaan happy lah. Diorang dapat adapt kan dengan play baru.
Okey, kalau kita ulang balik pada awal-awal awak masa ni, apakah kesukaran yang paling dahsyat sekali lah nak adapt? Apakah struggle awak bersama dengan Team HAQ sepanjang bersama dengan mereka?
Kesukaan ni.
Kesukaran.
Kesukaran.
Nak faham antara satu sama lain ke?
Diorang tak sekepala dengan saya.
Masih lagi Panda saya yang kenal.
Tapi disebabkan kesukaran tersebut, kini mereka di pentas dunia. Dan sekarang ni pasukan Team HAQ ingin meminta semua penyokong-penyokong pasukan Team HAQ untuk berdiri bersama-sama atas daripada permintaan mereka sendiri untuk melakukan Viking Clap. Azmel, please lead the way. Inilah semangat yang kita nak saksikan.
1, 2, 3.
Sekali lagi diucapkan kepada pasukan Team HAQ.
Wow.
Mereka akan membawa jalur gemilang di bumi Indonesia.
Wow, satu tu bukan gurau. Tapi last sikit je kita nak tanya kepada owner mereka sendiri. Just nak tahu apakah perasaan keseluruhan. Adakah dah expect benda ni akan berlaku ataupun apa target goal owner Team HAQ sendiri sekarang ini?
Alright. First of all, semua tim nak target M4. Semua tim training susah-susah, bootcamp semua. Tapi kita orang last kena yakin pada rezeki Allah SWT.
Itu yang paling penting. Yakin dengan rezeki Allah. Tapi last kali again, ada tak kata tanda penghargaan kepada fans-fans yang datang, yang support daripada awal sampailah sekarang. Silakan.
Correct. Senang ucap kepada semua fans-fans Team HAQ yang datang support kami, especially Ultras Team HAQ. Saya nak ucap terima kasih kepada semua ibu-ibu bapa player, ibu bapa saya kerana sokong. Tanpa doa restu mereka, tak adalah kami sampai di sini. Saya nak ucap terima kasih juga kepada semua tim yang menentang kami, Kevin Pang, Team Orange, yang lain-lain. Terima kasih kerana memberi game yang sangat-sangat sengit. Dan tak juga terima kasih juga kepada Muntun, Adin, caster-caster lain dan juga Abang Adi yang jaga kita orang semua. So, itu saja daripada kita orang. InsyaAllah kita jumpa esok!
Caster-caster lain Alright, tapi tahniah sekali lagi diucapkan kepada pasukan Team HAQ dan kita akan terus mendengar apa yang mereka kata untuk game yang terakhir daripada pasukan Team HAQ.
Makan apa?
Amon bawa doh, Amon bawa.
Amon
Amon bagi. Go. Bagi tu.
Datang woi.
Aku tetap.
Dapat.
Makan guys.
Jaga. Lo. Saja.
Stop guys. Aku gila tau.
Guys. Go.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Woo! Emotions running high here. A lot of mixed emotions coming in this final lower bracket finals, and eventually congratulations to Team HAQ. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to feel about this because it never gets easy every single time when we have to say goodbye to a different team. And Orange Esports, they were so close, yet so far. But eventually Team HAQ came up on top.
It is the nature of competition. Only the best of the best will make it out alive here at the MPL MY. And it breaks my heart to see AIM once again only one step away from making it to a world stage. But let's have a look at the item builds and break this down for you one more time. With a 22-14 victory going over to Team HAQ, they found openings I've never even seen before. Gary ending with a perfect 12-4 game.
Yep, it's understandable why his Dirov needs to be respected, right? And the way he played it was very annoying to the fact that his idea is just getting for individual pickoffs. And it's something that Orange Esports needs to find a way to deal with it. And I really disagree with this aim on pickup. Orange Esports, they brought it out 2 outs, and the entire day-to-day itself didn't exactly get to deliver the result that is required of it. And you can see instant counters coming from Team HAQ. Stuff up already up as well, 4 Radiant Armors, and it came down to a position where instead of all the weight up on towards Man in the previous games, this time it's all up to balance. And we talked about how carry is just short range in general.
Yeah, I think in the end though, this was a game that truly showed us that Team HAQ deserved a chance on the world stage. The 5G connection gonna be going over the M4 to represent Malaysia once again. And although we have to feel heartbreak about Orange Esports ending their journey here, there is also a sense of pride that a brand new rookie team will be joining the big guns.
Well, I mean, I don't know how rookie.
The name is rookie.
I mean, 4 of them have been on the world stage before. Even Lola got his games, not even on his role during MSC. So I'm just saying, it doesn't feel good to see Orange Esports leave, but it does feel nice that Team HAQ will have an opportunity only joining this season to hold the banner high for Malaysia as well as the organization. And when we're coming back to the draft, right, my biggest grievance with it isn't with Subway on this Amon. I think he played perfectly fine, and if not, did one of the best in the early to mid games, I would admit that Valence, I would have preferred to see him on a Melissa, something to actually provide some help for the rest of the team.
Well, we talk about fatigue, we talk about tension, we saw the emotions coming from AIM as well. You can see that he literally gave his all to play his best. We saw a couple of mistakes with his Grok and his Ruby as well, but who could blame him? You see how much pressure we're actually feeling as well, where everyone is watching. The drums are always rolling from the side of Team HAQ, and it's just so hard to describe the emotions that's going through other players and ourselves.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal, but again, the nature of competition.
In the end, I do think that the fans ended up playing a role as yet another member of Team HAQ, helping to provide the support their team needed to rise to even greater heights. But ini MVP kita, honestly, if you guys didn't vote for it, I think we would have as well. Gary going to be ending the game that sends them to N4 with a perfect KDA and a Maniac under his belt.
It's crazy what he's able to do with this Dairoth, rolling over with the advantages, and if he did not have a tap into the network here, it would have never happened. Min and Mon set it up perfectly for him. All Gary had to do was knock him down.
Yep, Gary has achieved history here in MPL MY Season 10, especially in today's games in general. All his games has been phenomenal. His Fanny, his Dairoth, and we are going to be seeing a lot of Gary in this near upcoming future. But all things considered, let's talk about the highlights of how Game 4 went down. You can see the Cho suddenly completely throw Orange Esports off guard. We had Min constantly oppressing and forcing AIM to mirror him to a point that if he gets out of position, the kick comes in, instant one-shot coming from Gary.
Absolutely, and I think, Team HAQ, the mid lane control was a lot better this time round, setting up ambushes to punish Stormy, putting him really, really far behind compared to the rest of the team. But even then, Orange Esports had a lot of resistance to push back in the side lanes. Neo with his outplay, Valence being able to get the trades off, Subway, and almost snowballing single-handedly off the early to mid game. But then we get to the later stages of the game, and then it becomes a more significant problem to deal with both Gary and as well as Lola.
Orange Esports overall doesn't have the best late game scaling, and they put up an amazing and valiant effort to drag the game out as long as they did. But I do have to give props over to Team HAQ to their drafting once again, coming out on top, constantly pressuring Orange Esports with the best hero picks they could provide to their players. Comfort, but also incredibly effective.
It just shows you how Panda's Cloud has made so much impact in the game itself. He's just doing so much value in terms of positioning himself. His timing has been really, really spot on. Almost every single game, Orange Esports has been drafting to deny Panda that Cloud. And for him to actually deliver this result that's required with very, very limited resistance, I would say the perfect dream game. What was really cool about it as well was that I didn't knew that they were able to extend the mobility of the Blazing Duet by setting up with the gliding wings. That was a pretty interesting animation. It's not just once. We've seen it a couple of times now where I don't think Orange Esports was expecting that kind of dive with the Circling Eagle.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the few mechanics that people haven't been abusing until up very recently. But let's have a look at the heat map here, because I think you might be interested to know Mon's movements across this position. And I mean, let's keep in mind that he is playing a very vital role. He's on a Matilda of all things, right? You don't expect him to be as aggressive as he was, but 10 minute 30 seconds to 15-30 seconds, he's generally hovering around enemy brushes, and he's taking more safe spots so that when he uses his guiding wings, he can pull people out from really sticky situations.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of fights as well, you can see he's playing very, very aggressive, right? It's 10 minutes, 15 minutes game here. You pretty much take all the outer turrets. You obviously want to try and cut off all their jungles from the side of Orange Esports, and every single time they fight a fight, they always go for this clump of position. And we talked about how the previous game as well, they want to play in the choke spot where they have this so much AoE control to take a fight, and there's nothing really Orange Esports could have done. I've talked about instant burst potential, instant catch, instant counter engagement. Everything from the orange side of Orange Esports just smells, say, we can't do that. We have so much mobility and we can just outplay this completely.
And that's why I really honestly love the man Matilda. The way that he plays this hero just seems to be so different from the style you normally expect, especially since Matilda, everyone else plays it as a roam. Man is able to play it as a mid, and not only support his team, but rack up multiple kills for himself, allowing for aggressive and defensive engagement. But if we're talking about Man, we of course cannot forget about the other half of the twins, Min, his heat map up on screen right now.
Yep, this is where his mage plays a little bit interesting as well. You talked about how important his roles, right? We saw how aggressive Man was when it comes to this kind of positions. He always also sets up in the initiation where it's a little bit on the side-by-side factor compared to Man, but he is in a position where he can either help Min or try and set things up with the back lines where Panda is going to be diving from Blazing Duet, or maybe even trying to, I would say, block the flanks coming in from the side of Orange Esports if they decide to make an attempt from the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Min has been doing a really good job hovering around the brushes for the majority of this game, and more importantly, so setting up positions to actually save his brother whenever the engagements weren't looking that great. But at the end of the day here, I generally think that, you know, it was a tough it was generally a difficult composition to play for the side of Team HAQ, and the scaling was definitely on the side from Orange Esports, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Team HAQ taking this victory.
Yep, and as of yet, let's take a look at the journey of every single team so far up on the screen in the brackets. It has been a long journey for all the 8 teams that has participated here, but eventually the grand finals is going to be happening tomorrow. That is going to be TODAK going up against Team HAQ in a best of 7 series. Team HAQ, they had a very, very long day today. They've shown so many cards, while TODAK is at home watching the screen and learning from their mistakes. Who is going to be Season 10's champion?
It's tough to say. I think Team HAQ has a really good chance against TODAK. They beat Orange Esports in a revenge match. I mean, technically, if they really want to, they can beat TODAK too.
Yep, regardless though, it has been a long and arduous journey, starting off with 8 of the top teams in the country, and now going into the final day of the Season 10 playoffs with our top 2, our M4 representatives. Definitely an occasion no one wants to miss.
Exactly. If you guys want to have some amazing, amazing games, guess what? We're giving away some amazing prizes as well. And for these guys watching at home, if you guys voted for Team HAQ to win this game, and also hashtag the predictors, if you see your name down below on the screen, you'll be walking away with Moonton exclusive goodies. But at the same time, we have a couple of rumors here and there, right? You know, throughout the entire Season 10 for regular season, who was the best fans throughout the entire teams? And so far, to my taste, I think we've got 2 of the strongest teams in the grand finals with the biggest amount of fans so far. So I'm expecting tomorrow to be a full house.
Again,
it's already pretty full now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it might be even more packed.
Yep, it's packed as it is already, but I think Team HAQ, they are a rowdy bunch. They brought a drum, they've got a banner. What else can you say about them?
You know, I want to see TODAK bring a swordfish and strum the guitar, pull guitar strings on it and just strum on it. They'll be pretty cool. But as of yet, in case you want to watch more MPL, tomorrow is going to be having our final match. The grand finals is going to be happening tomorrow here for the final day of the playoffs. It is going to be none other than TODAK going up against Team HAQ. This is a match that everybody is got to be sticking around to watch, and you can come down to Cool City Mall to actually spectate this pinnacle because it is absolutely FOC. You can come in and view at any place. All you gotta do is just find a spot, come in early, and then just enjoy the show.
It is going to be a historical match for the ages, and like you mentioned, the fans, they've already been so active. I expect it's going to be a full house tomorrow indeed, but what I'm worried about is whether or not the fans will end up bringing the house down. So, if you guys are looking forward to joining Dad, you already mentioned it, we're live here.
Yep, and all things considered, that pretty much concludes day number 3. We have our 2 representatives for M4, but now we are looking forward towards the champion of MPL MY Season 10. So be sure to come back tomorrow, but as of today, we are going to be concluding things for today. My name is ICBaby12, he is Getting Killed, and that is Stafa. We will see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals. Be here or be square.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara.
Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.